Welcome to The Debate. Today, we're taking up a frankly wild but potentially genius framework from Zachary David Enfield.
Yeah, wild is definitely the word for it.
Right. He's essentially arguing that our entire industrial system is broken at a structural level, and the only way to save it is to literally program biology using algae, duckweed, and restored wetlands to fix it. We're pulling this directly from his 2026 essays, From the Ground Up, Life, Light, Code, and Infrastructure, and that newly released Dissent Addendum.
And we really have to acknowledge the stark backdrop of today's date, March 9th, 2026. The Strait of Hormuz is closed. We are watching global supply chains fracture in real time.
Exactly. It's happening right now. So the central question before us today is this. Is deploying this massive biological engineering framework the only viable structural solution to existential crises like, say, the depletion of the Ogallala Aquifer and the Gulf of Mexico dead zone?
Or, on the flip side, does rolling out programmable biological systems at a planetary scale introduce unpredictable ecological risks and, demand a level of institutional coordination that is just pure utopia?
Right. And, I read Enfield's material and I walk away convinced that this circular biological infrastructure isn't just a neat idea. It's a strict, mathematically necessary corrective to the way we currently run civilization.
And while I completely agree that our current extractive model is a disaster, we are undeniably failing. Reading Enfield's plan gave me major pause. The idea of relying on engineered open-system biological loops carries profound ecological risks. It requires an institutional coordination that is fundamentally utopian. Acknowledging the disease doesn't mean we have to swallow a dangerous cure.
Well, let's start by looking unblinkingly at the disease, what Enfield calls the linear fallacy of modern industrial civilization. We have built an economic architecture that completely severs natural biological cycles. We extract, we burn, and we discard. It's a straight line to depletion. And the consequences aren't some speculative, decades-away problem. They are measurable, and they are catastrophic right now.
You're talking about the water and fertilizer crises.
Exactly. Take the Ogallala Aquifer. It supplies roughly 30% of all agricultural groundwater in the United States. It is functionally collapsing. Under current extraction rates, up to 70% of the Texas Panhandle portion of that aquifer will be functionally unusable within 20 years. Think about what day zero actually looks like for a real farming community in Kansas or Texas. It means the wells run dry, the land bakes, and the local economy just stocks. Meanwhile, on the fertilizer side, we are applying 12 million tons of synthetic nitrogen annually. A huge fraction of that just washes off the soil, flows down the Mississippi, and fuels a 6,000 square mile dead zone in the Gulf of Mexico.
Yeah, it's a massive nutrient hemorrhage. I don't dispute the scale of that failure at all.
Right. So Enfield's solution to this linear fallacy is structural circularity. He proposes massive bio-CCS systems, basically using algae to capture coal plant exhaust and turn it into biodiesel. Alongside that, he introduces the duckweed loop, which uses engineered duckweed channels to intercept that agricultural runoff before it hits the Gulf, turning it into biofertilizer. And given today's news, we can no longer treat this as some fun environmental luxury. With Hormuz closed and gas prices up 17% today alone, transitioning to scalable biological fuels is an immediate survival imperative. He points out that microalgae can theoretically yield 10,000 gallons of oil per acre. Compare that to soybeans, which yield about 48. It's a completely different paradigm.
I readily acknowledge the severity of the crises you've outlined. The depletion of the Ogallala and the expansion of the Gulf dead zone are structural failures of the highest order. But the viability and the absolute safety of Enfield's proposed solutions demand intense scrutiny. Deploying massive biological systems in open environments is inherently dangerous.
Dangerous how? I mean, we're talking about plants and algae.
Because biological systems are not static machines. Take constructed wetlands, for example. If they're improperly managed, they don't just sit there, they become massive emitters of methane. And methane is a greenhouse gas that is more than 80 times more potent than carbon dioxide over a 20-year period. You're trying to solve a carbon problem and potentially creating a supercharged methane problem. Then there's the algae. Open algae cultivation systems carry the constant risk of explosive cyanobacterial blooms. These blooms release lethal microcystins.
Right, but Infield outlines very specific management tools for this.
I'm sorry, but I just don't buy that. Let me tell you why. When you propose integrating vast open water algae and duckweed systems into the agricultural landscape, you are actively creating the conditions for an ecological disaster if the management slips even slightly. Unmanaged algae accumulation and cyanobacteria in wetlands kill aquatic life. They kill livestock through hypoxia, which literally suffocates the water of oxygen, and through those hepatotoxins, which destroy the liver. It is a well-documented, lethal phenomenon. And what is Enfield's answer to this? He wants to rely on a programmable biology stack. He wants to release CRISPR-edited cyanobacteria and highly specific bacteriophages, viruses that infect bacteria, into natural water bodies to control these blooms. The hubris of playing God with viral vectors and gene editing in open ecological systems is staggering. You cannot guarantee containment. A broad-spectrum chemical might be crude, but biological interventions mutate. They evolve. They propagate in ways that we simply cannot model with perfect certainty.
I'm not convinced by that line of reasoning because it completely ignores the reality of the counterfactual. You speak of the risks of unmanaged biological systems, but unmanaged synthetic fertilizer runoff is already creating massive toxic blooms right now. The alternative to Enfield's managed algae wetland system isn't some pristine, untouched natural water body. It's the poisoned, hypoxic rivers we currently accept as the normal cost of doing business. Furthermore, the solutions Enfield's proposes are engineered to mitigate the exact risks you are citing.
How exactly do you mitigate the methane risk of a giant artificial swamp?
By looking at the actual mechanics of what he's citing, to address the methane issue, he points to researchers at the University of Nebraska-Lincoln who are successfully testing floating treatment wetlands. These aren't just stagnant ponds. They are buoyant frameworks that maintain aerobic root zones. They biochemically extract the nutrients from the water while intentionally preventing the anaerobic or oxygen-starved conditions that generate methane in the first place. It's engineered out of the equation.
Okay, but what about the programmable biology stack, releasing viruses to manage algae?
The sediment and destroys the entire aquatic ecosystem. It's a grenade. Using specific bacteriophages allows us to surgically eliminate specific toxic cyanobacterial strains without harming anything else. It's the biological equivalent of a microscopic scalpel.
But the precision of that scalpel relies on an astonishing level of microscopic control. And I think Enfield takes this to a terrifying extreme when he discusses prions. For anyone who isn't steeped in neurology, prions are these terrifying misfolded proteins. They are the fundamental building blocks responsible for untreatable neurodegenerative conditions like Creutzfeldt-Jakob disease. Enfield is actively proposing the use of near-infrared and UVB light to intentionally construct and disassemble these prion-like protein conformations.
Which is an incredible breakthrough.
It is a terrifying breakthrough. To suggest that we can safely use light like a remote control to manipulate the conformational energy landscapes of these proteins, literally triggering the misfolding cascade with UVB light on command, is venturing into profoundly dangerous territory. The risks of manipulating the building blocks of untreatable neurodegenerative diseases in any kind of scaled framework cannot be overstated.
The science and the material clearly answers this concern, and I think you have to look at the mechanism. He talks about using near-infrared light combined with carbon nanosheets. What this actually does is photothermally dissociate the toxic PRPSC aggregates into harmless fragments.
Translated into English, that means what?
Basically, imagine hitting a very specific resonant frequency that shatters a glass, but on a microscopic level. The light and the nanosheets physically melt or disassemble the bad protein into harmless, disconnected pieces. It is a highly controlled physical disassembly. It is not the creation of an uncontrolled contagion. It acts to destroy the pathological plaques that resist literally every other biological mechanism we have. Enfield is using this to prove a foundational architectural point. There is no non-programmable thing in biology. If we can govern the folding state of the most recalcitrant, dangerous protein in nature using specific wavelengths of light, it proves that biological systems at every level can be guided by precise physical instructions rather than left to chaotic chance.
Even if I grant you the microscopic precision, and I grant it with extreme caution, the macroscopic implementation fails on simple economics. Let's zoom out from the petri dish and look at the agricultural realities on the ground. Enfield heavily criticizes what he calls the efficiency paradox of modern farming, and he proposes moving toward this concept of ditch 2.0.
Yes, let's unpack that, because the efficiency paradox is crucial to understanding why the Aghalal is going dry. If you drive over the Midwest, you see those massive center pivot irrigation systems. Equipped with drop nozzles, they achieve 95 to 98% water application efficiency. Almost every drop hits the plant.
Which sounds like exactly what we should be doing to save water.
Right, it sounds perfect. But in doing so, it entirely seals the aquifer surface recharge pathway. The old, leaky gravity dishes from 50 years ago were terribly inefficient at delivering water to the crop, but they were inadvertently performing massive ecological services. They filtered nutrients, they humidified the local atmosphere, which primed thunderstorms, and crucially, they leaked water back down to recharge the Aghalala. Ditch 2.0 deliberately engineers those lost functions back into the landscape through managed recharge zones and duckweed channels.
That's a compelling argument, but have you considered the economic feasibility from the perspective of the actual farmer? You are asking agricultural producers who operate on razor-thin margins to voluntarily convert highly optimized, precision-irrigated profitable land into inefficient wetland channels.
It's not inefficient if you harvest the duckweed.
But the economic incentives in our current system overwhelmingly reward maximum extraction and maximum yield per acre of cash crops like corn or soy. A farmer who unilaterally decides to sacrifice productive land to build a duckweed channel loses their competitive advantage immediately. The market does not currently price the depletion of a geological resource that took millions of years to accumulate. Therefore, asking farmers to essentially reflood their low spots, to scrub carbon and recharge the aquifer is a noble idea, but it is structurally doomed. They simply won't do it.
I see why you think that, but let me give you a different perspective. It is not an environmental sacrifice. It is a strict economic calculation that benefits the farmer. Enfield outlines the two-stream duckweed model, which is brilliant. You have one stream of duckweed growing in sewage or feedlot runoff. That duckweed pulls all the excess nitrogen and phosphorus out of the waste, and then it's harvested and anaerobically digested to create biofertilizer. Then you have a second, completely separate stream growing in clean field runoff. This stream produces a high-protein livestock feed. We're talking 33 to 44% crude protein.
So they replace their synthetic inputs with biological ones.
Exactly. When a farmer adopts this, they are effectively capturing free fertilizer from one stream and a free, incredibly rich livestock supplement from the other. It is a business upgrade. Enfield shows this can cut a farm's synthetic nitrogen demand by up to 50%. And remember what we said about day zero in Kansas? As well, yields fall below the threshold for economically viable irrigation. The cost of not adapting isn't just a slight dip in profits. It is total systemic collapse of the farm. The market will adopt Ditch 2.0 because basic survival will demand it.
I come at it from a different way. Let's talk about the bio-CCS proposal, because the scale of what is being demanded there is equally staggering, and I think it highlights the institutional blindness in this framework. Bio-CCS, bioenergy with carbon capture and storage. Pumping raw industrial coal exhaust directly into algae ponds to create biofuel. It sounds elegant on paper, but the land constraints are just physically overwhelming. To fully remediate the carbon output of a single large coal-fired power plant, you would need an algae pond roughly the size of a small city.
The spatial footprint is large, yes.
It's astronomically large. And moreover, there is the very real concern that bio-CCS is just a dangerous distraction. It provides fossil fuel companies with the perfect public relations excuse to keep operating their legacy infrastructure. They get to continue burning coal under the guise of cycling the carbon, rather than undertaking the difficult, necessary work of genuine decarbonization. It's a loophole.
Enfield directly acknowledges the land constraints, which is exactly why he doesn't propose algae ponds as a standalone magic bullet solution. He proposes a multi-layered biological defense architecture. The primary interception is the algae scrubber. Absolutely, and algae thrives on that 10 to 15% concentrated carbon dioxide and flue gas. But that pond is backed by vertical bamboo walls that physically intercept the airborne particulates. That's backed by Moss City tree installations for perimeter filtration. And that's backed by mechanical direct air capture machines running on off-peak power at night. It's a nested system.
But you're still relying on that massive algae footprint to do the heavy lifting for the biofuel.
Because of what you get out of it. Unlike conventional carbon capture that spends billions of dollars to just bury the carbon underground at a total economic loss, algae bio-CCS intercepts the carbon and creates drop-in JP8 jet fuel. And I want to stress this isn't speculative science fiction. This specific technology was validated by DARPA. It was deployed by the U.S. Navy's Great Green Fleet. It literally turns a massive waste liability, flue gas, into a strategic liquid fuel asset.
A strategic asset that requires an organizational integration we have never, ever achieved in modern governance. Think about what has to happen to build that nested system. Getting a municipal sanitation authority, a private energy utility, and a local agricultural extension to break down their historical silos and coordinate this seamless circular loop is a monumental task. The sanitation plant doesn't talk to the feedlot. The utility company doesn't talk to the farmers. The regulatory frameworks we have are designed for linear mechanical certainty. They are not designed to permit biological variability. The pace at which these institutions adapt is simply too slow to match the pace of the aquifer depletion and the climate crisis.
That's an interesting point, though. I would frame it differently. Yes, the institutions are agonizingly slow. I won't argue that. But the physical reality of our world is forcing the issue right now. Look at today's news. With global supply chains fracturing and the Strait of Hormuz closed, we are watching energy prices skyrocket. The market will be forced to bypass those slow, siloed institutions because the cost of standing still has suddenly become vastly higher than the friction of transition. As Enfield points out, the biological fuel logic allows us to bypass petroleum embargoes entirely by compressing the geological fuel cycle, which takes millions of years, into a single growing season. The institutions will adapt, or they will be circumvented, because the alternatives are geopolitical and economic ruin.
But forcing a rushed transition to planetary-scale biological engineering under the intense duress of geopolitical panic is exactly how catastrophic mistakes are made. We are talking about fundamentally re-architecting the biological and industrial landscape of civilization. If we rush this because gas is expensive today, we could irreparably damage the ecosystems we rely on tomorrow.
We are talking about a fundamental re-architecture, yes. And that is precisely why Enfield's concept of planetary citizenship is so critical to his framework. It insists that participating in the maintenance of Earth's biological systems is not an optional environmental luxury for the wealthy. It is a strict mass balance accounting necessity. If you consume the nutrient retention capacity of a river, you must biologically restore it. The tools to replace the fatal linear fallacy of industrial extraction are already here, right now. They range from simple duckweed lukes to advanced optogenetics controlling protein folds. They are ready to be deployed, and they are the only viable path to structural circularity.
And my summary position remains that while the linear model is undeniably bankrupting our ecological future, Enfield's proposed biological framework carries massive, unpredictable risks. The danger of toxic cyanobacterial blooms, the sheer hubris of programming biology with viral vectors in open environments, and the reliance on unproven utopian institutional overhauls simply cannot be brushed aside. Replacing mechanical extraction with biological engineering at a planetary scale requires a level of caution and systemic perfection that human institutions have simply never demonstrated. We don't have the track record to justify the risk.
Yet, listening to us hash this out, I think we both clearly converge on the stark reality that the current industrial architecture is fundamentally broken. Enfield's material successfully proves that we can no longer afford to treat water management, energy production, and agriculture as isolated silos. They are ultimately one single architecture.
I absolutely agree with that convergence. The linear transaction model is a profound error, and we are paying the price for it today. The debate we are having is entirely over whether this specific, highly engineered biological integration is actually the safest or most realistic path out of the crisis, or if it's jumping from the frying pan into the fire.
Indeed. And there is vastly more nuance to explore in the source material regarding the exact molecular mechanisms of this programmable biology and the granular economic modeling for local agricultural integration.
There certainly is. It's a dense and deeply consequential framework that demands rigorous scrutiny from every angle.
Thank you for the exceptional exchange today. We will leave it to the listener to form their own conclusion about whether we are ready to build civilization from the ground up.
Welcome to the deep dive. We're really glad to have you with us today. Let's just start by acknowledging the stark, inescapable reality of the exact moment we are all living in right now.
Yeah, it's a tense one.
It really is. Look at your calendar. Today is Monday, March 9, 2026. And if you've driven a car, booked a flight, or honestly even just walked past a gas station in the last 72 hours, you already know why this specific date matters.
You're feeling it in your wallet.
Exactly. Gas prices have spiked 17%. 17%, practically overnight. Jet fuel is surging so hard that airlines are already talking about emergency surcharges. And the reason isn't some abstract market fluctuation.
No, it's incredibly physical.
It's very tangible. The Strait of Hormuz, which is arguably the single most critical massive artery for global energy transport, was closed on February 28, following sudden military strikes. So, the world is tense. Financial markets are panicking.
Rightfully so.
Right. And the terrifying vulnerabilities of how we actually power our daily lives have just never been more brutally exposed to the average person.
It is a profoundly precarious situation to find ourselves in. Because when you look at the raw numbers, the closure of that specific strait chokes off roughly 20% of the entire world's traded oil supply.
20%, just gone.
Just trapped.
Yeah.
It also traps about 22% of the global liquefied natural gas. The economic shockwaves are immediate. They ripple through everything from the cost of heating your home to the price of a loaf of bread simply because agriculture runs on diesel.
It's all connected.
Completely connected. But what I find most compelling about this current crisis and what we're going to spend our time dissecting today is that while the geopolitical standoff is dominating every single news network,
It's all anyone is talking about.
right, but it is ultimately just a symptom. It's a symptom of a much deeper, much older structural vulnerability in the very foundation of how human civilization operates. That underlying architectural flaw is what we really need to look at.
Which brings us directly to our source material for today's deep dive. We have been poring over this fascinating, really dense stack of writings by an author named Zachary David Enfield.
It's a brilliant collection.
It really is. The foundational text we are looking at is his manifesto titled From the Ground Up, Enfield, along with its highly technical companion piece, Life, Light, Code, and Infrastructure.
But there's more now.
Right. What makes this incredibly timely is that we also have a brand new addendum written by Enfield literally just days ago. It was published right now, corresponding with today, March 9th, and it is titled Dissent, Fear, and the Cost of Standing Still.
The scope of what we are going to explore today based on Enfield's work is incredibly ambitious. We're looking at what he presents as a radical, comprehensive architectural redesign of human civilization.
Which sounds huge.
It is huge. And I want to be clear up front, This is not a list of cute eco-friendly tech startups. We aren't going to talk about incremental policy shifts or slightly better solar panels.
No Band-Aids today.
Exactly. No Band-Aids. Enfield is proposing a unified structural framework. He connects elements that most people would assume have absolutely nothing to do with each other.
Like what?
Well, we are going to map out how algae ponds, duckweed, CRISPR gene editing, bacteriophages, the fundamental physics of light, and the current geopolitical reality of our energy grid are all intimately connected.
It's a wild ride.
It is. The central thesis is that biology, when treated as a highly precise, programmable computing platform, could literally rebuild the infrastructure of the modern world from the ground up.
And I want to speak directly to you listening right now. Whether you are sitting in traffic, sweating the price you literally just paid at the pump this morning, or maybe you're wondering why your local lake has been fenced off all summer because of toxic blue-green algae warnings.
Which is happening everywhere.
Everywhere. I promise you this deep dive connects the microscopic molecular scale to your actual daily life. We're talking about the water coming out of your tap and the fuel that moves the shipping containers bringing your groceries. Okay, let's unpack this.
Let's do it.
Let's start with the root of the problem. Enfield argues that the Industrial Revolution, for all its miracles, was built on a massive categorical error. He says we structured the entire global economy by treating living biological cycles as linear transactions.
That's the core of it.
But what does he actually mean by a linear transaction? Because it sounds a bit, academic.
Think of a linear transaction as a strict one-way street.
Huh.
In a natural biological system, everything is a closed loop. A tree grows, it drops leaves, the leaves decay.
Fungi break them down.
Exactly. Fungi break them down into nutrients, and the tree absorbs those nutrients to grow more leaves. The waste of one process is the fuel for the next.
The circle.
It's a perfect circle. But human industrial civilizations severed those loops. We operate on an extract, burn, and discard model. You go to a mine, you extract ancient phosphate rock, you spend massive amounts of energy turning it into synthetic fertilizer, you spray it onto a cornfield.
And then it rains.
It rains, the excess washes off the dirt, flows down a river, and ends up in the ocean where we can never retrieve it. It's a straight line to depletion.
It's just gone.
Right. Same with energy. You pump ancient fossil fuels out of a subterranean vault, you burn them in a combustion engine for a few minutes of kinetic energy, and you dump the resulting carbon dioxide into the open atmosphere as waste.
Or water?
Yes, you drill into a deep underground aquifer, pump out water that took millions of years to accumulate, spray it into the dry summer air to grow a crop. It evaporates, and it is gone. In every single one of these scenarios, we take finite resources on a one-way trip toward entropy.
Let me stop you there for a second. Entropy. People use that word a lot. But give me the plain English version for how Enfield is using it here.
Simply put, entropy in this context means taking something that is highly concentrated and useful,
Like a block of coal?
like a solid block of coal or a dense pocket of underground water, and scattering it so widely that you can never put it back together.
You can't unburn the coal.
You can't. Once the carbon is in the sky or the fertilizer is diluted in the ocean, it becomes practically impossible to gather it back up. We are taking organized planetary wealth and turning it into disorganized waste.
That makes a lot of sense. And Enfield makes the case that this linear fallacy, this one-way street mentality, has directly caused 3 massive simultaneous crises that are coming to a head right now.
The triple crisis.
Right. Let's dive into the first one, which I think is totally under the radar for most people. The Ogalla Aquifer. If you aren't familiar with the geography, the Ogalla is this vast underground freshwater sea.
It's massive.
It sits right beneath the American Great Plains, stretching across 8 different states from South Dakota all the way down to Texas. It provides something like 30% of all the groundwater used for agricultural irrigation in the entire United States.
It is the lifeblood of our food supply.
Literally. And Enfield points out a staggering historical fact. It took between 6 to 12 million years for this aquifer to fill up. 6 to 12 million years of ancient glacial meltwater and prehistoric river flows percolating down into the gravel.
And we are draining it in decades.
Because of our linear extraction model, it is crashing.
The data he presents on the decline is deeply unsettling. We aren't talking about a slow, manageable decrease. In the state of Kansas, the water table has dropped an average of over 28 feet just since the mid-20th century.
28 feet.
And in some of the more heavily irrigated parts of western Kansas and the Texas Panhandle, the declines are over 150 feet.
That's a 15-story building of water just gone.
Think about what that means for a local farmer. You have a well that has worked for 3 generations, and suddenly you are pulling up mud and air. 30% of the aquifer access points in Kansas are already functionally dry today.
That's terrible.
It gets worse. Enfield cites a 2025 study from the University of Texas projecting that if extraction continues at current historical rates, up to 70% of the Texas Panhandle portion of the aquifer will be totally functionally unusable in just 20 years.
20 years. That is not some sci-fi distant future scenario for our great-grandchildren to worry about. That is happening while most of us will still be working.
It's right around the corner.
If 70% of that region goes dry, the agricultural output of the United States takes a catastrophic hit. And here's the kicker. If it empties entirely, hydrologists estimate it would take more than 6,000 years of natural rainfall to refill it.
We are bankrupting our geology.
We are draining a million-year-old bank account to buy a few decades of cheap corn. So that is crisis number 1. The second crisis Enfield identifies is the Gulf of Mexico dead zone.
And this crisis is the direct, inevitable result of the linear fertilizer transaction we discussed a moment ago. Every single spring, American farmers apply roughly 12 million tons of nitrogen fertilizer and 4 million tons of phosphorus fertilizer to their fields.
12 million tons.
It is a massive chemical undertaking required to maintain modern crop yields. But crops like corn and wheat are not perfectly efficient sponges. They cannot absorb all those nutrients before the spring rains come.
So it just washes away.
A massive percentage of that synthetic fertilizer washes off the topsoil, drains into local creeks, feeds into the massive Mississippi River basin, and is essentially mainlined straight into the Gulf of Mexico.
Walk me through the actual biology of what happens when millions of tons of fertilizer hit the ocean. Because fertilizer makes things grow, right? Why does it create a dead zone?
It creates a dead zone precisely because it makes things grow too well. When that massive plume of nitrogen and phosphorus hits the warm coastal waters of the Gulf, it acts like a hypersteroid for microscopic marine algae.
It just explodes.
You get these explosive, unnatural, massive algae blooms that can be seen from space. But algae have a very short life cycle. Within days, those billions of algae organisms die and sink to the bottom of the ocean.
Oh, I see where this is going.
Then the naturally occurring bacteria in the water start to decompose that massive layer of dead biomass. The decomposition process consumes oxygen. The bacteria gorge on the dead algae, multiply wildly, and literally suck all the dissolved oxygen out of the surrounding water.
Which leads to hypoxia, a dead zone. The numbers Enfield gives are horrifying. We are talking about an area covering over 6,000 square miles, roughly the size of New Jersey.
Just completely stripped of oxygen.
Right, where the oxygen levels are so severely depleted that crabs, shrimp, and fish literally suffocate. If they can't swim fast enough to escape the zone, they die. So we are spending billions of dollars and massive amounts of fossil fuel energy to mine rock, turn it into plant food, and then we essentially turn it into a biological weapon that annihilates our coastal fishing ecosystems.
It is the ultimate linear disaster.
And that leads us to the third crisis, which is probably the most widely discussed: atmospheric carbon.
Yes, the carbon crisis is the granddaddy of all linear transactions. We are drilling and mining into the earth to extract ancient fossilized carbon.
The compressed remains of ancient forests.
Exactly. Ancient forests and marine life that took hundreds of millions of years for the planet to safely sequester underground. We are pulling it up and combusting it into the sky over the span of roughly 2 centuries. The living carbon cycle of the Earth simply cannot absorb that volume of carbon dioxide at that speed.
But Enfield makes a really distinct point here about how we view these 3 crises. He argues that we have a bad habit of treating them as isolated issues assigned to different government departments.
That is his core diagnosis.
Yeah.
If we pretend these are separate issues, we come up with isolated, insufficient solutions.
Right.
Enfield points out that even if we discovered a magic wand tomorrow, and we successfully replaced every single coal and natural gas power plant on Earth with wind turbines and solar panels, we would still be facing an existential threat.
Because of the agriculture.
Because we would still have an agricultural model that is rapidly pumping the Ogallala aquifer dry, and we would still have a waste management system that flushes millions of tons of chemical fertilizer down the Mississippi River to suffocate the Gulf.
Clean electricity doesn't stop a dead zone.
And it doesn't refill a subterranean sea. These are not 3 distinct problems. They are 3 inevitable symptoms of the identical underlying disease, the linear fallacy.
To really drive this point home, Enfield dives into a piece of historical trivia about farming in Nebraska that I found completely fascinating. It is a perfect illustration of how our attempts to fix things often miss the biological reality entirely.
That's a great example.
Let's go back in time to the late 19th and early 20th centuries on the Great Plains. Back then, farmers used what is called gravity ditch irrigation. They literally took shovels and horse-drawn plows and dug miles of unlined bare dirt ditches to divert river water to their crop rows.
Very primitive.
Very. Now, by modern engineering standards, this was considered a joke. It was incredibly inefficient. Only about 65 to 75% of the water that entered the ditch actually made it to the roots of the crops.
The rest was just lost.
Right, the rest of it just seeped down into the muddy bottom of the ditch or pooled up in low spots at the end of the fields. But here's the wild historical twist. That so-called inefficiency actually created a massive accidental ecological defense system.
It is a remarkable paradox of history. Because those ditches were unlined and leaky, that seeping water was doing something vital. It was slowly filtering through the soil and acting as a massive artificial recharge system for the local water table.
It was putting water back in the bank.
Exactly. And the water that pooled at the ends of the fields created completely new, inadvertent wetlands across the plains. Those accidental wetlands became crucial habitats for massive migrations of waterfowl, like the sandhill cranes.
And it grew natural filters, right?
Yes. The standing water in those muddy ditches naturally grew local strains of algae and duckweed, which passively filtered the excess nitrogen runoff from the fields before it could reach the main rivers.
Which is amazing.
And on a macro-meteorological level, all of that exposed surface water in the ditches and wetlands was evaporating under the hot Nebraska sun. It was pushing thousands of tons of moisture up into the otherwise dry atmosphere, significantly humidifying the local air.
It changed the weather.
Literally changed the weather. When a standard cold front would move across the plains, it would hit that artificially humidified air mass and trigger reliable, localized afternoon thunderstorms. That inefficient ditch system was essentially operating as a giant, statewide terraforming apparatus that watered the plains.
But of course, human engineering couldn't leave well enough alone. In 1948, a farmer and inventor named Frank Zybach came along and invented the center pivot irrigation system.
We've all seen them.
If you have ever flown over the Midwest and looked out the window, you have seen his invention. They are those giant, quarter-mile-long metal arms on wheels that drive in a massive circle, spraying water downward.
The green circles in the desert.
Exactly. From a purely mechanical standpoint, center pivots are a marvel. They are roughly 95 to 98% efficient. They deliver water precisely to the stalk of the corn with almost zero evaporation and zero muddy seepage.
Very efficient.
So, basic logic tells you, if we go from losing 30% of our water in a muddy ditch to losing almost zero with a precise sprinkler, we should be saving oceans of water in the aquifer, right?
That is exactly what logic would dictate, and that is what the policymakers promised. But this is where Enfield introduces us to a concept hydrologists and economists call the efficiency paradox, also known as the Jevons paradox.
I love this concept.
It states that as technological efficiency increases, the consumption of the resource often rises rather than falls. When the delivery system became 95% efficient, the farmers did not simply pump 30% less water, pat themselves on the back, and go home.
No, because they have a business to run.
They are operating in a highly competitive economic system driven by government crop subsidies. So they took the water they saved and used it to expand their operations. They irrigated more marginal acres that previously couldn't be farmed. Or even more commonly, they switched from growing drought-resistant crops like sorghum to highly profitable, incredibly thirsty crops like corn.
Because they finally had the water delivery system for it.
Exactly. As a result, the total volume of water being extracted from the Ogalla Aquifer did not decrease. In many counties, it actually skyrocketed.
And the ecological consequences of that efficiency were devastating. Because the precise sprinklers eliminated the leaky ditches, the surface of the plains was effectively sealed off.
The recharge loop was broken.
The inadvertent wetlands totally dried up. The natural algae filters that were cleaning the runoff died. The massive surface evaporation stopped, which meant the air got significantly drier. And because the air was drier, those reliable, localized summer thunderstorms stopped forming.
We essentially engineered our own drought.
By making the mechanical delivery of water perfectly efficient, we inadvertently severed the biological recharge loop that was keeping the ecosystem alive. The technology got vastly better, but the aquifer depleted vastly faster.
It is perhaps the most profound lesson in the entire manifesto. The transition from the muddy ditch to the gleaming steel center pivot gave us an agricultural system that is exponentially more efficient if you only measure crop yield per gallon.
Right.
But it gave us a system that is exponentially more destructive if you measure aquifer depletion per decade. We optimize the linear metric at the absolute expense of a biological cycle.
Now, obviously, we can't just rip out all the precision agriculture equipment and tell farmers to go back to digging ditches with horses. We have 8 billion people on the planet to feed. The linear system got us here, but it can't keep us here. So what is Enfield's solution? How do we rebuild the loops?
We have to look at biological engines.
Which brings us to the next major pillar of his framework. Specifically, Enfield wants the industrial world to pivot its focus toward microalgae. Now, I know algae sounds like pond scum, but Enfield frames it as the ultimate open-source carbon capture technology that has been running beta tests for roughly 3.5 billion years.
To truly appreciate why microalgae is so revolutionary for human infrastructure, you have to look at the structural constraints of the terrestrial plants we currently rely on.
Okay, like a corn plant.
Think about a towering stalk of field corn or the soybean plant. They are miraculous organisms, highly efficient at photosynthesis, but they have an inherent biological tax they have to pay.
What do you mean by tax?
A corn plant has to use the vast majority of the atmospheric carbon it captures just to build its physical body. It has to build deep, complex root systems to find water. It has to build a thick, rigid stalk to fight gravity. It has to build husks and massive leaves.
It's doing a lot of structural work.
Exactly. It is building complex polymers like cellulose and lignin, which are incredibly tough, woody materials that are famously difficult and energy-intensive for humans to break down and convert into usable biofuels. Only a minuscule fraction of the total solar energy a corn plant absorbs actually makes it into the starch of the kernel that we can eventually ferment into ethanol.
But microalgae bypasses all of that architectural overhead. These are microscopic, single-celled aquatic organisms. They don't need to build roots because they are completely submerged in nutrient-rich water.
Right, the water supports them.
They don't need to build rigid, woody trunks to fight gravity because they just float. Because they don't have to waste any metabolic energy constructing a physical skeleton, they can devote almost the entirety of their photosynthetic capacity directly to creating and storing lipids.
Which is key.
Let's clarify that real quick. When we say lipids in this context, we are basically just talking about fat, right? Oils.
Exactly. They're storing solar energy as dense cellular oils. And the critical point Enfield makes is that these specific algae lipids are chemically almost identical to the biological precursors of deep earth petroleum.
That's amazing.
This means we can harvest this algae fat and refine it into high-grade biodiesel or aviation jet fuel using the exact same thermal and chemical refining infrastructure the oil industry has already built over the last century. We don't have to invent a new kind of engine to run on it.
And the mathematical difference in production is just staggering. It feels made up when you first read it. Enfield cites the current statistics for soybeans, which are currently the primary agricultural crop the United States uses to create biodiesel. A highly optimized acre of soybeans yields roughly 48 gallons of oil per acre per year.
48 gallons.
48 gallons, but microalgae. Theoretical and controlled pilot yields demonstrate that microalgae can produce up to 10,000 gallons of oil per acre per year.
The discrepancy in productivity is so massive, it forces a paradigm shift. We're not talking about a 10% incremental bump in efficiency. We are talking about a yield that is roughly 100 to 200 times greater per unit of land.
It's almost unbelievable.
Enfield runs the math and points out that if the United States dedicated merely 3% of its current agricultural land footprint to algae cultivation, it could theoretically produce enough drop-in liquid biofuel to replace the entire national demand for petroleum-based transportation fuel.
3%. And it gets better because you don't even need good land. You don't have to tear up prime Iowa topsoil. Algae grows in tubes or lined ponds, so you can put these facilities on completely marginal, degraded land. You can put them in the desert as long as you have a water source.
Pretty flat space with sun and water.
But the million-dollar question is, how do we actually feed these microscopic oil factories to scale them up to that level? This is where Enfield introduces the concept of bio-CCS, which stands for bioenergy with carbon capture and storage.
This is where it gets really clever.
Traditionally, when politicians or oil companies talk about carbon capture, they are talking about building massive vacuums to suck CO2 out of a smokestack, compressing it into a liquid, and injecting it thousands of feet underground into empty oil wells to hide it forever.
Which Enfield hates.
Enfield hates this. He says that is just another linear transaction. You are just sweeping the dirt under a geological rug. Instead, he proposes taking the raw exhaust from heavy industry and piping it directly into the algae.
The thermodynamic and chemical elegance of this proposal is hard to overstate. Let's look at a traditional coal-fired power plant or a cement manufacturing facility. When you burn coal, the exhaust gas rushing up the smokestack has a carbon dioxide concentration of roughly 10 to 15%.
10 to 15%.
Contrast that with the open atmosphere, which currently sits at about 0.042% CO2. Trying to build machines to pull CO2 out of the open ambient air is incredibly difficult and expensive because the carbon is so diffuse.
It's like finding a needle in a haystack.
But if you take that raw, highly concentrated 15% CO2 exhaust from the coal plant and you pipe it directly into enclosed glass bioreactors or continuously circulating open raceway ponds filled with targeted microalgae strains, something incredible happens.
I have to play devil's advocate here because this sounds too easy. If you pipe raw, boiling hot coal exhaust straight into a pond of living organisms, wouldn't the sheer heat boil the water? And wouldn't the heavy metals and sulfur in the coal smoke just instantly poison and kill the algae?
That is a very valid logistical question, and Enfield addresses the engineering required. You do not just run a pipe straight from the furnace to the pond.
Right.
The exhaust gas first passes through a heat exchanger. This serves a dual purpose. It rapidly cools the gas to a temperature the algae can survive, and the heat that is stripped away is captured and fed back into the industrial plant to power its own internal systems.
Increasing overall plant efficiency.
Exactly. As for the toxins, the exhaust passes through basic liquid scrubbers that knock out the heavy particulate matter and the worst of the sulfur dioxide. What is left is a warm, incredibly carbon-rich gas stream. When that hits the water, the algae react to that massive influx of concentrated carbon by going into a state of hypergrowth. They literally eat the industrial pollution.
So the exhaust stream of a massive fossil fuel power plant stops being a toxic liability and magically transforms into the all-you-can-eat buffet for a biofuel production facility next door.
It's the perfect loop.
You let the algae gorge themselves on the carbon, you harvest the lipid-heavy biomass, you press it to extract the oil, and you send that oil to a refinery to make diesel. The carbon isn't buried in a dark vault. It is captured, transformed, and cycled back into the economy.
And the power plant doesn't just avoid paying a carbon tax.
Right. It actually generates a secondary, highly monetizable agricultural product. But Enfield's vision doesn't stop at the edge of the pond. He outlines a complete, multi-layered biological defense architecture for these industrial facilities of the future. And the visual here is absolutely stunning.
The layered defense architecture is where you really see the fusion of ecology and heavy industry. Picture a massive circular industrial footprint.
Okay, picturing it.
The inner ring, situated immediately at the source of the emissions, is the dense network of algae scrubbers we just detailed, catching the lion's share of the concentrated CO2. But no biological system is 100% efficient, and algae requires significant horizontal space. Some gases will inevitably escape.
Makes sense.
So, moving outward, the second concentric ring is a towering physical and chemical filter constructed from vertical bamboo forests and structures known as city trees.
I love the bamboo aspect. Bamboo is technically a species of grass, not a tree, and it is famous for its terrifyingly fast growth rate. Under optimal conditions, certain species can grow up to 3 feet in a single day.
You can almost watch it grow.
Because it grows so densely, planting a thick perimeter of bamboo acts as a massive physical net, physically catching heavy soot and airborne particulates that drift away from the plant. And unlike a static metal filter, the bamboo is constantly regenerating.
And you can harvest it.
Plus, you can periodically harvest it and use it as high-tensile construction lumber, which permanently locks that captured carbon into the framework of new buildings. And these city trees he mentions, they aren't actually trees. They are essentially these highly engineered vertical walls packed with specially selected strains of moss.
Moss is incredible for this.
The surface area of the moss is so immense that one single city tree installation has the air purifying and particulate trapping power of 275 regular mature trees.
Precisely. You essentially wrap the heavy industrial facility in a dense, aggressively phytoremediating perimeter. This living wall physically scrubs the particulate matter from the air. It massively cools the localized microclimate through natural evapotranspiration, and it constantly produces harvestable, valuable materials.
But Enfield is a pragmatist.
He is. He knows biology had limitations. Most notably, biology needs to sleep. Algae and moss require the sun to photosynthesize. So for the third and outermost layer of the defense architecture, you deploy mechanical direct air capture, or DAC machines.
The mechanical backup.
Exactly. The biological systems, the algae, the bamboo, the moss, they handle the massive heavy lifting during the peak daylight hours. But when the sun goes down, the mechanical DAC machines, positioned on the outer perimeter, run continuously through the night and through the dead of winter, acting as the final safety net to catch the residual CO2 that the dormant biological layers miss.
It is the ultimate synthesis, a perfect marriage of biological flexibility and relentless mechanical consistency. Now, if you were listening to this, you are probably asking the obvious question. If this algae system is so incredibly productive, and if the math is so good, why isn't every power plant in the world already surrounded by glowing green ponds?
It sounds too good to be true.
It does, and critics of biofuel are very quick to point out a specific piece of history. The United States Department of Energy actually ran a massive well-funded initiative called the Aquatic Species Program, specifically focused on algae biofuels. It ran from 1978 all the way to 1996, and then the government abruptly defunded and canceled it.
Which critics bring up constantly.
Critics point to this cancellation as definitive proof that algae fuel is a failed, unscalable pipe dream.
It is a very common objection, and it is a piece of history that Enfield addresses directly and forcefully in his March 9 addendum. The program was indeed canceled in 1996, but we have to ask why it was canceled.
Right, what was the context?
It was not canceled because the underlying biology was fraudulent or because cultivating algae was physically impossible. It was defunded because of the macroeconomic reality of the year 1996. In 1996, a barrel of crude petroleum cost roughly $20.
Wow. $20.
At $20 a barrel, and in an era where there was absolutely no financial penalty or tax placed on atmospheric carbon emissions, there is simply no economic incentive for the free market to invest billions in scaling up an alternative infrastructure. Oil was practically free.
Right. But the geopolitical and economic landscape has completely fundamentally transformed since the mid-90s. The military, for one, never forgot about the potential. Since the DOE program folded, DARPA, the Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency, the folks who basically invented the internet, they picked up the algae torch.
They did.
They successfully proved that microalgae can be refined into drop-in JP-8 aviation fuel. The United States Navy literally deployed what they called the Great Green Fleet back in 2016, a strike group powered in part by massive purchases of advanced biofuel blends, including algae.
It's a proven technology.
And beyond the U.S., look at the global stage right now. China is not waiting for a Western consensus. State-directed entities like the ENN Group and Sinopec are aggressively scaling up massive algae biofuel projects. And let's be clear, they aren't doing this to win an environmentalist award.
No, it's sheer strategy.
They're doing it for cold, hard national security. They recognize a fundamental strategic truth. If you can grow your own petroleum equivalent in a closed-loop pond within your own borders, no foreign adversary can ever blockade your supply line or sanction your energy sector.
Which brings us right back to the urgent reality of today's date, March 9, 2026. With the Strait of Hormuz shut down, with global supply chains terrorized, and with jet fuel prices skyrocketing 17% in a matter of days, the historical economic argument that killed the program in 1996 has completely evaporated.
The world has changed.
The underlying biological technology works. It has simply been waiting for the macroeconomics to catch up to its potential. And as of this week, they absolutely have.
So we've explored how we can use biology to capture the carbon exhaust going up into the sky. But what about the ground? What about the second crisis we talked about earlier? What about all those millions of tons of synthetic fertilizer washing off the fields and suffocating the Gulf of Mexico?
The nitrogen problem.
How does Enfield's framework fix the dirt and the water? This brings us to the next massive concept, the duckweed loop and the transition to circular agriculture. If microalgae is the undisputed hero of the carbon cycle, then duckweed is the undisputed champion of the nitrogen and phosphorus cycle.
Absolutely.
For those who aren't avid pond enthusiasts, Duckweed, scientifically known as the Lumnaceae family, is this tiny, free-floating aquatic plant. It just looks like a tiny green lentil sitting on the water, but it holds the title as one of the fastest-growing vascular plants on planet Earth.
It's prolific.
Under optimal temperature and nutrient conditions, duckweed can double its entire biomass in just 16 to 48 hours.
And its true superpower lies in its aggressive nutrient absorption capabilities. In this section, Enfield introduces a linguistic reframing that I think is philosophically transformative. He uses the phrase misplaced fertility.
Misplaced fertility. I like that.
He argues that human municipal sewage and concentrated livestock manure from feedlots are not inherently poisons. Culturally, we treat them as highly hazardous waste. We spend staggering amounts of municipal electricity and capital at massive wastewater treatment plants to chemically strip these effluents, settle out the solids, and bury the resulting toxic sludge in landfills.
Treating it like radioactive waste.
Exactly. But from a purely chemical perspective, those waste streams are densely packed with nitrogen, phosphorus, and potassium. They are incredibly richly fertile. The only problem is that we are putting that fertility in the wrong place. We are flushing it down linear pipes into delicate river ecosystems where it fuels catastrophic algae blooms and dead zones.
But if you deliberately introduce duckweed into those concentrated wastewater environments, the results are nothing short of miraculous. Extensive biological studies demonstrate that a dense mat of duckweed can passively remove up to 96% of the total phosphorus and up to 99% of the total nitrogen from raw municipal wastewater.
It just vacuums it up.
It operates as a relentless biological vacuum cleaner. Instead of locking those precious nutrients into useless, toxic chemical sludge at a treatment plant, the duckweed aggressively absorbs them and metabolizes them into dense, harvestable plant tissue. The dirty water becomes clean, and you are left with a massive, rapidly growing mountain of green biomass.
Now, whenever this concept is introduced, there is an immediate visceral objection from the public. Enfield anticipates this completely. It is the yuck factor.
The yuck factor, yes.
The logical pushback is if we're growing millions of tons of duckweed in literal human sewage or raw cow manure, we obviously cannot integrate that harvested plant matter back into the human food chain. It would be riddled with heavy metals, pharmaceuticals, and dangerous pathogens.
Let me push back exactly on that point because I know what people are thinking. Wait, are you seriously telling me Enfield wants us to feed human sewage plants to dairy cows? Because the FDA and the USDA would have an absolute field day with that. The contamination risk is off the charts. How does he actually get around the obvious health hazards?
He gets around it through strict structural segregation. He outlines what he calls the elegant two-stream architecture. It completely separates the functions of the duckweed to ensure absolute zero contamination crossover. Let me break down the mechanics.
Let's hear it.
Stream 1 is designated strictly as treatment biomass. This is the duckweed that is intentionally grown directly in municipal sewage facilities or floating on top of highly concentrated dairy feedlot manure lagoons. Its singular job is hazardous waste treatment. It acts as the vacuum.
Okay, so it pulls all the bad stuff out.
Yes. Once it has absorbed the nutrients and is harvested, it is never, under any circumstances, fed to an animal. Instead, that contaminated biomass is fed directly into a localized anaerobic digester.
It's to make energy.
Exactly. The digester breaks it down to produce methane biogas, which can be burned to generate electricity for the farm. Alternatively, the biomass is aerobically composted at highly elevated temperatures, which naturally destroys all biological pathogens. The end result of Stream 1 is either clean energy or a sterilized, slow-release, carbon-rich biofertilizer that can be safely returned to the soil to grow commercial crops.
Okay, so Stream 1 handles the really gross stuff and turns it into power and dirt. What about Stream 2?
Stream 2 is designated as the feed biomass. This duckweed is cultivated exclusively in fundamentally clean water sources. We're talking about utilizing the much cleaner agricultural rainwater runoff from standard crop fields or municipal effluent that has already passed through advanced secondary and tertiary treatment phases and meets strict safety standards.
So the water is already clean.
Because this specific water stream is not contaminated with raw sewage, the duckweed harvested from it is entirely safe, and its nutritional profile is astonishing. Clean-grown duckweed can achieve a crude protein content of up to 40%.
40% protein, that's huge.
That rivals or exceeds the protein density of highly cultivated commercial soybeans. Furthermore, its amino acid profile is practically tailor-made for high-efficiency livestock feed and commercial aquaculture, like fish farming.
So if you are a farmer running this two-stream system, the economics completely flip. From your dirty manure lagoons, you get free electricity and free sterile fertilizer to put on your corn. From your clean runoff ponds, you get free, incredibly high protein feed for your cattle. You are closing the loop entirely, and your need to purchase external synthetic chemical inputs plummets to near zero.
If we connect this to the bigger picture, this two-stream concept is exactly how Enfield proposes we finally solve the Nebraska efficiency paradox we debated earlier. He envisions a massive infrastructure retrofit that he calls hybrid irrigation, or the Ditch 2.0.
Ditch 2.0.
The proposal is to maintain the highly mechanically efficient center pivot sprinklers to deliver precise water to the crops. But, simultaneously, we deliberately reconstruct a modernized version of those old, leaky gravity ditches along the perimeters of the vast agricultural fields.
But these aren't just muddy trenches carved with a horse plow anymore. The Ditch 2.0 is highly engineered. These are shallow, actively managed, slow-moving aquatic channels completely blanketed in specific strains of duckweed.
The living filter.
When the inevitable heavy spring rains come and the excess nitrogen fertilizer runs off the endless fields of corn and sorghum, it doesn't wash directly into the Platte River and head for the Gulf of Mexico. It is intercepted by the Ditch 2.0. The duckweed inhales the rogue nitrogen and phosphorus before it can leave the property,
Capturing it right at the source.
Furthermore, because duckweed naturally forms a highly dense, interlocking green mat floating on the surface of the water, it physically blocks the sun and wind, actually reducing total water evaporation by roughly 20% compared to an open, exposed pond.
It acts like a lid.
But the water that does naturally transpire through the leaves of the duckweed goes back up into the local atmosphere, helping to restore that crucial humidity and bring back the localized summer thunderstorms that the center pivots destroyed.
And crucially, the bottoms of these Ditch 2.0 channels are not sealed with concrete. They are designed with strategically placed, permeable layers of sand and gravel. This allows a carefully mathematically controlled volume of that now clean, biologically filtered water to slowly seep downward, deliberately creating an artificial recharge pathway back into the Ogalla aquifer.
Refilling the bank.
The farmer then mechanically harvests the protein-rich duckweed from the ditch, feeds it to their livestock, or composts it back onto the field, reducing their synthetic fertilizer dependency by up to 50%. The nitrogen stays on the farm, the water goes back into the earth, and the dead zone in the Gulf begins to starve.
It is an incredibly elegant, holistic solution. You save the river, you actively recharge the ancient aquifer, you manufacture your own fertilizer on-site, and you literally alter the local weather patterns back to their natural state.
Okay, so we have spent the first half of this deep dive talking about macroecology. We are talking about massive landscapes, underground seas, industrial power plants, and miles of agricultural ditches.
The big picture. But here's where it gets really interesting. We are going to radically shift our perspective. We are going to zoom all the way down, past the plant, past the cell, down to the molecular level. We are moving into the core concepts from Enfield's companion text: life, light, code, and infrastructure.
The programmable stack.
In this text, Enfield introduces a massive conceptual paradigm shift. He demands that we stop treating biology as a wet, unpredictable, messy science of observation and start treating it as a highly precise, highly programmable computing platform. He introduces what he calls the programmable biology stack.
The terminology he uses here is very deliberate. The word stack is borrowed directly from the world of software engineering and computer science. If you think about the device you are using to listen to this right now, it operates on a technology stack.
Right, hardware and software.
You have a foundational hardware layer, the silicon chips and battery. Above that, you have an operating system layer like iOS or Windows that manages the resources. At the very top, you have the application layer, the specific program you interact with.
Makes
Enfield argues, quite convincingly, that modern molecular biology has recently achieved a comparable three-layered stack. We now possess the biological tools to read, write, and execute complex commands within living ecosystems. The foundational layer, layer 1 of this biological stack, is what he calls the targeting layer, and the primary tool we use for this layer is the bacteriophage.
Bacteriophages, or just phages for short. These things are absolutely mind-blowing. If you have never seen a microscopic image of a phage, go look it up later. They do not look natural. They look exactly like the Apollo lunar lander from the 1960s.
They really do?
They have a geometric crystalline head, a central tube, and these creepy, spidery mechanical legs. Let me give you the ELI5. Explain with I'm5 version of what a phage is. A bacteriophage is a virus, But it is a very special kind of virus that only infects bacteria.
Highly specific.
It has absolutely zero interest in human cells, plant cells, or animal cells. You could drink a glass of a billion phages and they would harmlessly pass right through you. Over billions of years of ruthless microscopic evolution, phages have developed an incredibly precise lock-and-key mechanism.
A molecular zip code.
A specific type of phage will only dock with and infect a very specific target strain of bacteria. If you have a wildly complex microscopic ecosystem, like your gut biome or a lake, and you introduce a specific phage, it will act like a heat-seeking guided missile. It will ignore millions of other microbes, find only its specific target, dock with it, and alter it, leaving every single beneficial bacteria completely untouched.
Which represents a profound, almost unimaginable departure from how human medicine and agriculture currently handle bacterial problems. Consider our current paradigm. If you have a severe bacterial infection, a doctor prescribes a broad-spectrum antibiotic.
Right.
Or if a farmer has a bacterial issue on their crops, they spray a broad-spectrum chemical. We call it broad-spectrum, but what it really means is carpet bombing. The antibiotic goes in and indiscriminately slaughters almost everything. The bad bacteria causing the illness, but also the thousands of beneficial bacteria strains in your microbiome that you need to digest food and maintain immunity.
It just wipes the slate clean.
The phage, on the other hand, provides us with a flawless molecular-level zip code. It is an exact address system. You can target one single bad actor in a crowd of a billion. That precision targeting is layer 1 of the stack. Layer 2 is what Enfield calls the intervention layer. Once the phage has successfully navigated the microscopic world and physically docked with the correct target bacteria, what does it actually do? How do we alter the code? This is where the Nobel Prize-winning technology of CRISPR-Cas comes into play.
Ah, CRISPR. We hear this term thrown around constantly in the news as a molecular scalpel, but what does that actually mean in the context of programming?
To understand CRISPR as programming, you have to look at its origin. CRISPR was not invented in a lab. It was discovered. It evolved naturally as an ancient adaptive immune system used by bacteria to fight off viruses.
An immune system.
But ingenious human scientists realized that this biological mechanism could be isolated, redesigned, and repurposed as a fully programmable genetic logic gate. You can synthesize a very short sequence of RNA called guide RNA. Think of this guide RNA as typing a highly specific GPS coordinate into a navigation system.
Okay, I follow.
You attach this guide RNA to the Cas9 protein, which acts as the physical scissors. When you insert this complex into a cell, CRISPR will tirelessly scan the organism's entire DNA strand until it finds the exact genetic sequence that matches your guide RNA. When it finds a perfect match, it makes a highly precise cut.
So if we look at it like software code, it is executing basic if-then logic. If you find this exact sequence of DNA, then execute a cut right here. And by doing that, we can use CRISPR to cleanly disable a specific harmful gene or swap in a new sequence or even just bind to a gene to activate a dormant pathway without cutting it.
It's pure programming.
So let's review. Layer 1, the phage, finds the exact correct cell. Layer 2, CRISPR, is the payload that executes the specific genetic edit inside that cell. That leaves layer 3, the control layer. Because if we are releasing self-replicating biological editing machines into the wild, we need to make absolutely sure they don't just run amok. How do we put a steering wheel and brakes on this system? And the tool for layer 3 is something called optogenetics.
Optogenetics is arguably the most elegant bridge we've ever built between the digital electromagnetic world and the wet biological world. Let me explain the core problem it solves. Historically, if you wanted to trigger a biological reaction, say telling a cell to release a hormone or activate a gene, you had to use chemical signals.
You add a chemical.
You introduce a chemical trigger into the system. But chemicals are inherently messy. They diffuse slowly through liquids, they tend to accumulate and linger in the environment, and they are notoriously difficult to remove once they're introduced. You cannot easily unring a chemical bell.
Once it's in the water, it's in the water.
But light is entirely different. Light is instantaneous, it travels at a constant speed, it is highly directional, and most importantly, the moment you flip the switch off, it is gone entirely. Zero lingering residue.
An instant off switch.
Optogenetics involves taking specific, naturally occurring light-sensitive proteins, often borrowed from certain species of algae that use them to swim toward the sun, and genetically inserting them into the control pathways of other cells. By doing this, we engineer biological systems that will only execute their functions when they are exposed to very specific, targeted wavelengths of light. We give the biology a genuine, instantaneous, electromagnetic on-off switch.
This sounds incredibly theoretical and sci-fi, so I want to make this super concrete for you listening right now. How does this complete programmable biology stack actually solve a real-world problem in your life? Let's go back to that example from the very beginning of the deep dive. Your local municipal lake that has been shut down all summer because it is choked with toxic blue-green algae.
A very common problem.
First of all, blue-green algae is a misnomer. They aren't actually algae. They are a phylum of bacteria called cyanobacteria. When the water gets too warm and too full of fertilizer runoff, these cyanobacteria bloom massively and begin producing microcystins. Microcystins are horrifyingly toxic compounds that can cause severe liver damage in humans, and they will absolutely kill a dog that drinks from the lake.
They are lethal.
Currently, if a city parks department wants to clear a toxic bloom so people can go boating, their only real option is brute force. They send out boats and literally dump hundreds of pounds of copper sulfate directly into the lake water.
And applying copper sulfate is the ecological equivalent of a chemical burn. Yes, it effectively ruptures and kills the toxic cyanobacteria. But copper is a heavy metal. It does not degrade, it kills the toxic bacteria, but it simultaneously kills the beneficial, natural green algae.
Collateral damage.
Massive collateral damage. It suppresses the growth of vital aquatic macrophytes, the underwater plants that fish need to breed. The copper eventually settles to the bottom, toxifying the benthic sediment for years. And worst of all, it does absolutely nothing to address the underlying nutrient imbalance that caused the bloom in the first place. It is a crude, destructive, and ultimately temporary intervention.
But if we utilize the programmable biology stack, instead of dropping a chemical bomb, we deploy software. Step 1, the targeting layer. We introduce a specific cyanophage into the lake. This is a virus engineered to specifically hunt down and dock only with the problematic Microcystis bacteria. It completely ignores the healthy green algae in the fish.
Precision targeting.
Step 2, the intervention layer. The phage delivers its payload, which is a customized CRISPR sequence. But here's the genius part. Instead of just instructing CRISPR to kill the cyanobacteria, we recognize that cyanobacteria actually perform vital ecological roles, like fixing natural nitrogen.
We don't want them gone.
We don't want them dead, we just want them to stop producing the poison. So the CRISPR code simply snips and disables the exact specific genetic pathway responsible for synthesizing the microcystin toxin. The bacteria lives, but it is disarmed.
It's beautiful.
Step 3, the control layer, optogenetics. We engineer this entire CRISPR editing sequence so that it is functionally dormant in the dark and is only catalyzed into action when exposed to the specific UV intensity of natural midday sunlight. This means the system naturally self-regulates. We can turn the suppression mechanism on and off like a thermostat by utilizing the natural light cycles of the environment. We do not eradicate the ecosystem, we manage it.
It represents a profound philosophical shift in how humanity interacts with nature. We are moving from a paradigm of chemical eradication to a paradigm of precision regulation. We are utilizing the biological stack to gently tune the ecosystem back into its natural state of balance, utilizing the exact same logic and precision we use to write software.
Now grab a notebook and pay close attention because this brings us to part 5, the prion plot twist. This is unquestionably the most mind-bending, challenging part of the entire deep dive, and it comes straight from Enfield's brand new March 9 addendum. We have to do a little bit of backtracking to understand why this is such a big deal.
It's a massive shift in his thinking.
In his original foundational text, Enfield was exceptionally careful to draw a very strict, distinct line between viruses, like the phages we just talked about, and prions. He explicitly wrote in bold letters that prions are not viruses, they do not contain any DNA or RNA, and therefore they absolutely cannot be genetically programmed.
He was very adamant about that.
He wanted to ensure that readers didn't confuse the precise, manageable tool of a bacteriophage with the uncontrollable, terrifying nature of a prion. But in the addendum published today, he issues a massive correction. He completely flips this foundational assumption on its head.
He does, and it is a testament to how rapidly the leading edge of science is moving. He issues this correction by citing incredibly recent, heavily peer-reviewed research papers originating from the NIH and published in the Wiley Online Library. He freely acknowledges that his initial biological classification was correct. Prions are indeed not viruses, and they do not have genetic material.
Okay.
However, his assertion that they reside entirely outside the realm of programmable human control was simply factually wrong. He uses the addendum to detail 3 distinct operational modes where light, specifically targeted wavelengths of electromagnetic radiation, can actually be used to program the behavior and physical conformation of these notoriously indestructible proteins.
Okay, we need to pause and define what a prion is before we melt people's brains because it is crucial context. Let's use an ELI-5 analogy. Imagine a normal, healthy protein inside your body is a perfectly folded, beautiful piece of origami, like a paper crane. It does its job perfectly. A prion is a protein that has been horribly misfolded. It's like a crumpled, jagged ball of paper.
That's a great visual.
But the terrifying thing about a prion, which causes horrific, untreatable neurological conditions like mad cow disease or Creutzfeldt-Jakob disease, is that when this crumpled ball bumps into a healthy, perfectly folded paper crane, it forces the healthy crane to instantly crumple up too. It sets off a cascading chain reaction of misfolding that eventually destroys the brain.
It's relentless.
And historically, prions have been considered practically indestructible. You can't kill them with normal radiation, you can't boil them away with standard sterilization, and the body's natural enzymes can't break down their rigid, misfolded shape, what scientists call a beta sheet structure. But Enfield says light can now defeat them. Let's break down these 3 modes of control. Mode 1 is programmed destruction. How does light destroy the indestructible?
The mechanism involves pairing specific light with nanotechnology. Enfield notes that researchers have discovered that if you utilize near-infrared light and combine it with engineered carbon nanosheets, you can literally melt the prion plaques apart.
Near-infrared light.
Near-infrared light is unique on the spectrum because it has the ability to penetrate relatively deep into biological tissue without being immediately absorbed or scattered by water or blood. So you introduce these microscopic carbon nanosheets near the prion cluster. When you hit the area with the near-infrared light, the light passes through the tissue and strikes the nanosheets.
I have to interrupt. Earlier you called these nanosheets photothermal transducers. Give me the simple translation. Are we basically talking about injecting microscopic solar panels that capture the light and instantly turn it into a tiny, localized furnace?
That is exactly the right analogy. The nanosheets capture the electromagnetic energy of the light and violently convert it into highly localized thermal and oxidative energy. They become microscopic heaters. This generates such intense localized physical stress that it actually breaks the molecular bonds of the indestructible prion plaque.
It tears it apart.
It physically dissociates the rigid beta sheet structure, tearing it apart into short, highly vulnerable, non-toxic protein fragments that the body can then easily clear away. The near-infrared light acts as a targeted and localized destruction command that the misfolded protein simply cannot physically resist.
That alone is a medical miracle. But then we move to mode 2, programmed construction. And this is the exact bizarre inverse of what we just talked about. Researchers are successfully using UVB light to intentionally trigger normal, perfectly healthy prion proteins, which are called PRPC, to intentionally misfold into the early-stage disease forms known as beta oligomers.
They force the misfolding.
Basically taking the perfect paper crane and using light to force it to crumple into the bad shape. My immediate question when I read this was, why on earth would any sane scientist want to intentionally construct a disease?
It sounds counterintuitive, but it solves a massive bottleneck in neurological research. Historically, if scientists wanted to study how a prion disease progresses to try and find a cure, they had to introduce a physical, messy seed of the diseased tissue into a healthy sample, and then just wait unpredictably for the cascading reaction to eventually occur. It was slow and hard to measure.
You're just waiting around.
But by discovering that specific bursts of UVB light can force the structural misfolding, scientists now possess total, instantaneous temporal control over the exact starting millisecond of the disease in a highly controlled laboratory setting. They don't have to wait. They flip a specialized UV light switch, and the pathogenic folding sequence initiates precisely on command. The light serves as the definitive execute or construct button for the geometry of the protein.
And this reveals a staggering, fundamental architectural truth about how biology works at the deepest level. The three-dimensional shape of a protein is not a fixed magical destiny. It is just a physical landscape of potential energy states. And light can deliver the exact, precise amount of physical energy required to push a protein over an invisible energy barrier, forcing it to violently adopt an entirely new shape. Which leads us to the final and most incredible mode, Mode 3. Programmed engineering.
Mode 3 is where biology fully transitions into manufacturing infrastructure. because prions possess this terrifying, relentless ability to self-assemble into incredibly tight, highly orderly geometric structures. Material scientists decided to turn that biological bug into a manufacturing feature.
They weaponized it for building.
They're currently utilizing specific wavelengths of visible light to physically guide and corral prion proteins, forcing them to self-assemble into highly predetermined patterns on a flat surface, effectively acting as a biological scaffold. Once that prion scaffold is built, they use it to lay down atoms of gold and silver.
Using proteins as a mold?
Exactly. The end result is the creation of highly conductive, nanoscale metallic wires that are significantly thinner and structurally far more precise than anything human beings can currently achieve using state-of-the-art silicon photolithography.
Let me just say that again so it sinks in. We are using light to herd the proteins that cause mad cow disease into straight lines, so we can use them as a microscopic mold to pour gold and silver nanowires to build better electronics.
It's hard to wrap your head around.
The conceptual boundaries are completely dissolving here. There is no longer a distinct line between a biological system and a technological system. The prion is the construction toolkit. The light is the software code that tells the toolkit where to move and what to build. And the nanoscale electronic wire is the final manufactured product.
It's seamless.
Enfield's grand overarching conclusion from this correction is breathtaking. He states that there is literally, fundamentally, no non-programmable thing in biology. From the sequencing of DNA utilizing CRISPR, all the way down to the three-dimensional geometric folding of a single protein molecule, light can act as the universal, fundamental control signal. The architecture is complete.
The biology is the factory floor, the light is the programming language, and the nanowater is the output. It is a unified theory of biological manufacturing.
So, if we now possess this incredible, almost godlike degree of control over the fundamental building blocks of biology, it inevitably brings us face to face with the massive, inescapable ethical and philosophical questions. We are moving into the final major section of our deep dive: planetary citizenship and the cost of standing still.
This is where theory meets society.
Enfield lays out a comprehensive philosophical economic framework that he titles Planetary Citizenship. The core premise is brilliantly simple, but fiercely controversial. He argues that if you live on a biologically active living planet, your continued occupancy and economic participation are strictly conditional on your active participation in maintaining its biological support systems.
It is, at its core, a radical reimagining of economic accounting. He argues that the fundamental life support systems of Earth, the generation of breathable oxygen, the purification of drinkable water, the stabilization of the climate, the fertility of the topsoil, these are not free, infinite economic goods available for endless plunder. They are highly complex biological services.
They have a cost.
Therefore, when a massive coal company pumps 1 million tons of CO2 into the air, or when an industrial farm flushes thousands of tons of synthetic fertilizer down the river, they are actively consuming and degrading a planetary service without paying the true cost of its maintenance.
It's an externalized cost.
Under the current linear system, those massive costs are quietly externalized. They are pushed off the balance sheet and forced onto downstream communities who have to buy water filters, and onto future generations who inherit a destabilized climate. The ethos of planetary citizenship demands an end to externalized costs. It demands that the true cost of the poison must be fully paid for in the exact currency of land and biology restored.
Naturally, proposing a massive restructuring of global economics and property rights faces fierce, deeply entrenched dissent from across the entire political spectrum. And Enfield dedicates a significant portion of his March 9 addendum to addressing this pushback. Let's look at these objections impartially and just outline how Enfield defends his framework against them. Let's start with the economic side. There's a very loud profitability and property rights objection.
Right, from the economic right.
Critics, largely from the economic right, argue that forcing private farmers or corporations to maintain what Enfield calls earth-share zones, like legally requiring a farmer to dedicate a specific percentage of their private, deeded land to a wetland buffer or a Ditch 2.0 duckweed channel, is fundamentally a form of creeping socialism. They argue it violently violates historical private property rights and will inevitably destroy the slim profit margins of modern farming. How does Enfield counter the property rights argument?
Enfield's counterargument is framed entirely through the lens of strict, uncompromising economics. He asserts that the current linear agricultural system only appears highly profitable because the accounting methodology is fundamentally fraudulent.
The books are cooked.
He argues that the farm's balance sheet looks incredibly healthy, only because the staggering multi-billion-dollar cost of the dead zone in the Gulf of Mexico, or the existential cost of the total depletion of the Ogallala aquifer, is legally kept completely off the farmer's books. He makes the historical argument that Western property rights, even under common law, have never inherently included the unfettered right to impose massive, unconsented toxic costs on your downstream neighbors or downstream states.
What about the profit margins?
Furthermore, moving past the philosophy, he argues the practical math. He claims that transitioning to a circular biological system is ultimately vastly more profitable for the individual farmer over a 5-year horizon. By sacrificing a small percentage of acreage to install a duckweed channel, the farmer isn't just making an environmental sacrifice for the greater good. They are actively generating free, localized biofertilizer and capturing free methane biogas.
They cut their own costs.
They are entirely replacing the incredibly expensive, petroleum-based synthetic inputs they previously had to purchase from massive chemical conglomerates. He frames the transition not as a burdensome regulatory sacrifice, but as a massive, necessary technological and business upgrade for agricultural independence.
And then, swinging to the other side of the spectrum, there is a profound philosophical and theological objection, what we can call the playing God critique. Many critics, often from environmental purist camps or religious groups, look at the deployment of CRISPR genetic editing, engineered bacteriophages, and the light programmable manipulation of prions, and they argue that this fundamentally violates the natural order.
A very deep ethical concern.
They argue that it goes against the tenets of Genesis to manipulate the foundational code of life at this granular level, and that we are courting unforeseen biological disasters. How does Enfield respond to the ethics of playing God?
Enfield meets the theological and naturalistic objection by pointing out a very uncomfortable historical truth. Massive human intervention in biology is not a new phenomenon. Every single row of crops grown in Nebraska, the drought-resistant corn, the high-yield sorghum, the massive soybeans, none of them exist in the wild.
They're all engineered over time.
They are the direct product of 10 millennia of aggressive, directed human genetic selection and crossbreeding. A modern ear of agricultural corn literally cannot reproduce and survive without active human management. We have been effectively playing God with the genetic code of agriculture since the dawn of civilization.
There is no pure nature left.
His central thesis here is that the choice facing humanity is not a binary choice between pure intervention and pure untouched nature. Pure nature is already gone. The actual choice is between careful, highly precise, programmable stewardship and reckless, blind destruction. He poses the ethical question directly. Is it more ethical to protect a lake by indiscriminately dumping tons of broad-spectrum toxic copper sulfate into the water to chemically burn everything to death? Or is it closer to true, responsible stewardship to utilize a targeted, naturally derived bacteriophage to gently, surgically regulate a toxic bloom while leaving the rest of the ecosystem intact?
It is an incredibly profound, heavy debate, and it's one we could easily spend another hour dissecting. But the overarching unifying point Enfield makes in this brand new addendum is that the time for slow, abstract, academic debate has completely run out. We are brought violently back to the urgency of today, March 9, 2026.
The clock is ticking.
The traditional institutional silos, the regional water management boards that refuse to talk to the agricultural extensions, who in turn don't communicate with the municipal sanitation authorities, they are moving at the sluggish pace of 20th century bureaucracy.
This raises an important question. What is the actual tangible cost of standing still? Because while we debate, the geopolitical and physical reality is moving at breakneck speed. As we discussed, China is not debating. They are aggressively patenting integrated algae biofuel systems and massively funding advanced CRISPR research.
They are moving forward.
Every single year we delay, the Ogallala aquifer drops another foot, moving closer to the point of irreversible mathematical collapse. And as of February 28, the Strait of Hormuz is closed. The global supply of liquid energy that powers the delivery of our food has been choked off. The luxurious era of waiting for perfect, unanimous institutional consensus has completely evaporated. Standing still is no longer an available option. How long are we, as a society, willing to keep blindly flushing multi-billion-dollar biological value down a linear river before we finally realize that the solution to our energy and food crises is literally floating on the surface of the water?
That is the ultimate defining question of our generation. We have covered an absolutely incredible amount of ground today on this deep dive. We started by pulling all the way out to the macro scale, looking at the interconnected triple crisis of the collapsing Ogalla aquifer, the suffocating Gulf Dead Zone, and the overload of atmospheric carbon.
The symptoms of the linear fallacy.
We unpacked the tragic irony of the efficiency paradox, exploring how the shift from leaky ditches to precise center pivots unintentionally stripped the American Great Plains of its vital, accidental ecological infrastructure. We explored the massive potential of the biological engines of the future, utilizing microalgae as an aggressive, living carbon capture infrastructure for heavy industry, and deploying massive duckweed systems to close the nutrient loop on our farms, effectively creating the Ditch 2.0.
We cover the entire landscape.
We then zoomed all the way down into the microscopic level with the programmable biology stack, learning how phages act as targeting systems, CRISPR acts as the editing payload, and optogenetics provides the light-based control switch, granting us software-level precision over wild ecosystems. We grappled with the truly mind-bending reality of utilizing light to program indestructible prion to manufacture nanoscale electronics, and finally we confronted the unyielding ethical demand of planetary citizenship in a world where the primary artery of global energy is shut down and the environmental clock is ticking louder than ever.
It is a sweeping, comprehensive architectural vision for the future of humanity. It demands that we entirely stop seeing biology, energy production, the physics of light, and heavy infrastructure as isolated, separate academic disciplines. We have to start seeing them as deeply integrated, programmable layers of a single, unified reality.
And as we finally wrap up this incredible journey, I want to leave you, the listener, with a final provocative thought to mull over. This isn't explicitly detailed in Enfield's text, but it builds directly, logically, on every single principle we've just discussed. If we accept that biological systems are ultimately the most advanced, efficient manufacturing technology on Earth, and if we accept that light is the ultimate, precise programming language, what happens when we take the next step and start designing true living architecture?
Now that's a fascinating thought.
Imagine the cities of our near future. Imagine urban centers that don't just rely on patches of moss for air filtration, but cities where the skyscrapers are literally organically grown from programmable, light-guided, calcifying bacterial scaffolds. Imagine massive commercial buildings that are genetically programmed to literally heal their own structural cracks after an earthquake, buildings that actively breathe in the city's carbon emissions to grow stronger, and that passively sweat purified fresh water into the municipal supply. Imagine utilizing this stack to turn our sprawling, linear, concrete wastelands into the ultimate thriving planetary citizens.
That vision is the ultimate logical conclusion of the from-the-ground-up framework. A human civilization that doesn't just statically reside on the surface of the Earth, but a civilization that functionally, biologically grows out of it.
Thank you so much for joining us and dedicating your time to this deep dive. We truly hope this conversation has profoundly shifted how you see the systems operating all around you. Next time you drive past a muddy agricultural ditch or look down at a green pond or simply feel the warmth of the sun on your face, take a moment to remember. You are not just looking at nature, you are looking at the foundational infrastructure of the future. Stay immensely curious, stay informed, and we will see you next time.
Welcome to the Deep Dive. We're incredibly glad you are here with us today
Yeah, thanks for joining us.
because we really need to ground this conversation in a very stark reality right up front. Today is Monday, March 9, 2026. And if you're paying any attention to the geopolitical landscape, or honestly, if you just looked at the digital sign outside a gas station on your commute this morning, the world is feeling incredibly fragile right now.
Extremely fragile, yeah.
On February 28th, the Strait of Hormuz was officially closed to commercial vessel traffic. We are talking about a single, narrow maritime choke point that handles roughly 20% of the entire world's traded oil.
And 22% of its liquefied natural gas. It's
Well,
massive.
22%. And the immediate ripple effect of that closure has just been staggering. Gasoline prices have spiked 17% in just over a week.
Yeah, and jet fuel prices are surging right along with it.
Which means the cost of air freight is skyrocketing. The entire global supply chain, the raw fuel that moves our food, the energy that powers our logistics networks, the very lifeblood of global commerce, it is aggressively squeezing us. We are collectively staring down the barrel of a fossil-fueled infrastructure that suddenly feels like it's teetering on the edge of a precipice.
It's a moment of profound systemic vulnerability, and moments like this, they force a necessary reckoning. We're currently watching the real-time consequences of an industrial civilization that is almost entirely dependent on extracting finite geological resources. We ship those resources across the globe through these highly contested, militarized choke points, and we simply hope the music never stops. It's a highly precarious way to manage global stability.
And that precarious reality is the urgent context for our mission today. Because instead of just wallowing in that global anxiety, we're going to pivot to a premise that is so radically different, so incredibly surprising, that it might initially sound like speculative fiction.
Until you look at the hard, peer-reviewed data.
Exactly. What if the architecture of our survival, the solution to our energy bottlenecks, our water scarcity, and our climate crisis isn't going to come from a new mechanical invention or a deeper drill bit or a wider pipeline? What if the solution is currently floating on the surface of a livestock pond in Nebraska?
It is a massive conceptual leap, but the source material we're examining today builds a meticulous case for exactly that scenario.
Today we're unpacking a triad of groundbreaking 2026 essays by Zachary David Enfield. The sources are titled From the Ground Up: Life, Light, Code, and Infrastructure, and Dissent, Fear, and the Cost of Standing Still. Enfield is presenting a unified, radical vision of what he terms from the ground up architecture. We're going to explore the intersection of programmable biology, circular agriculture, and ecological repair. The overarching argument here is that the future of infrastructure isn't mechanical.
It's biological. If we connect this to the bigger picture, Enfield is diagnosing a fundamental flaw in how modern civilization operates. He asserts that the Industrial Revolution introduced a catastrophic accounting error, and that error was treating biological planetary cycles as linear transactions. We've built an entire sprawling global economy on this linear fallacy. The model is incredibly simple and incredibly destructive.
We extract a resource, we process it, we burn it or consume it.
And then we discard the byproduct. We sever materials from their natural, circular biological loops, and we send them on a one-way trip toward entropy.
So to you, our listener, I want to ask you to do something slightly uncomfortable as we start this deep dive. I need you to suspend your conventional definitions of waste. I need you to reconsider how you view agriculture, how you understand energy generation, and prepare to completely rethink the fundamental concept of light itself. We're going to look at the world through a vastly different lens today.
It's a total paradigm shift.
It really is. Let's start by digging into that linear fallacy you just outlined, the extract, burn, discard model. Enfield argues this isn't just an abstract philosophical musing. It has resulted in three very specific, measurable, and interconnected physical crises.
These crises are the empirical evidence of that accounting error. They are the structural failures of a linear system. The first crisis Enfield details is the depletion of the Ogallala Aquifer. For context, this is a massive underground water reservoir beneath the American Great Plains. It spans roughly 174,000 square miles across 8 states.
It's basically the lifeblood of American agriculture.
Absolutely. It supplies about 30% of all the groundwater used for irrigation in the United States. The historical context of this aquifer is what makes the current data so alarming. It took between 6 and 12 million years for this aquifer to fill, primarily from glacial meltwater during the retreat of the last ice ages and ancient river drainage from the Rocky Mountains.
6 to 12 million years.
Right. But because of our linear extraction model, where we pump the water out for crop irrigation exponentially faster than natural rainfall can possibly percolate through the soil to replace it, the depletion curve is severe. Enfield points out that in Kansas, water tables have dropped an average of 28.2 feet since the mid-20th century.
And an average drop of 28 feet hides the extremes. In certain heavy irrigation districts, the numbers are much more severe.
Far more severe. In specific regions of western Kansas and the Texas Panhandle, the decline actually exceeds 150 feet. Enfield cites a 2025 study from the University of Texas projecting that if we continue at our current trajectory of extraction, up to 70% of the Texas Panhandle's portion of the aquifer will be functionally unusable within 20 years. It won't be entirely dry, but the water will be so deep that the energetic cost of pumping it to the surface will exceed the economic value of the crops and waters. Furthermore, in Kansas, 30% of the current access points are already practically dry. The sobering reality is that once this ancient water is gone, natural rainfall would take over 6,000 years to replenish it.
6 to 12 million years of geological storage, effectively drained in a matter of decades. That is the first crisis, the linear extraction of water. The second crisis Enfield highlights shifts our focus from water depletion to water pollution, specifically focusing on the Gulf of Mexico dead zone.
The hypoxic zone in the Gulf currently spans over 6,000 square miles. Hypoxia means the oxygen concentrations in the water column are so severely depleted that marine life fish, shrimp, crabs, they simply cannot survive. They either flee the area or they suffocate. Enfield breaks down the precise mechanism of why this happens, and it is the direct consequence of the linear application of synthetic fertilizers.
Let's get into those numbers because they are staggering.
Every single year, the United States agricultural sector applies roughly 12 million tons of synthetic nitrogen and 4 million tons of mined phosphorus to its crops.
And it's worth pausing to consider the sheer effort it takes to get those fertilizers. Nitrogen fertilizer doesn't just appear. It is synthesized using the Haber-Bosch process, which requires mind-boggling amounts of natural gas to create the extreme heat and pressure necessary to pull inert nitrogen out of the atmosphere.
Yeah, the energy input is massive.
And phosphorus is heavily mined from finite rock formations, often in geopolitical flashpoints. We expend massive amounts of global energy to create these fertilizers. We apply them to fields across the Mississippi River Basin, but the biology of the crops can only absorb a fraction of what is applied.
The crops take what they need, and the remainder is left unbound in the soil. So the next time it rains, that excess nitrogen and phosphorus leaches into the groundwater, flows into the local drainage ditches, empties into the rivers, and travels hundreds of miles downstream to the Gulf of Mexico. When those massive, concentrated loads of synthetic nutrients hit the warm coastal waters, they act exactly as they do on land.
They stimulate explosive plant growth.
Exactly. In this case, massive phytoplankton and algal blooms.
But the algae isn't the direct problem, right? It's what happens after the bloom.
Precisely. The algae bloom rapidly, they exhaust the nutrient supply, and then they die en masse. As millions of tons of dead algal biomass sink to the bottom, the natural bacteria in the ocean begin to decompose them. That bacterial decomposition process is highly aerobic.
Meaning it needs oxygen.
Right. It consumes vast quantities of dissolved oxygen from the surrounding water. The bacteria multiply, the oxygen levels plummet, and the result is a 6,000 square mile dead zone. It's a textbook example of a linear system. We mine a resource, overapply it, and externalize the waste downstream where it destroys a secondary ecosystem.
Which brings us to the third crisis Enfield details, and it's the one that dominates the global conversation: atmospheric carbon accumulation. This is the ultimate linear transaction. We dig up fossil fuels, hydrocarbons that took hundreds of millions of years of geological time and intense pressure to sequester beneath the Earth's crust, and we burn them in a matter of centuries. We're releasing carbon dioxide at a rate that the living, circular carbon cycle of the planet simply cannot absorb. So what does this all mean?
Enfield's big synthesis here is that the draining aquifer, the expanding dead zone, and the warming atmosphere are not three separate problems. They manifest differently. One is a crisis of soil and water tables, one is an oceanic crisis, and one is atmospheric. But they're the exact same structural error. We are breaking natural cycles and failing to close the loop.
Just to ensure we are framing this correctly for everyone listening, we are pulling these figures and this diagnosis directly from Enfield's text. He relies on these measurements to demonstrate a structural logic failure within our infrastructure. This isn't about taking a political stance on climate policy or agricultural regulation. We are just impartially conveying the systemic math he presents. A system built on one-way extraction and externalized costs will eventually hit a mathematical wall.
We're looking at the architecture of the problem exactly as the source material outlines it.
And understanding that structural failure leads us to the first major conceptual shift in Enfield's solution space. He calls it the photosynthetic imperative. Usually when the energy sector or policymakers talk about carbon capture, they picture massive stainless steel mechanical scrubbers powered by separate energy grids.
Right, big industrial fans and chemical filters.
Exactly. But Enfield wants us to look at photosynthesis not just as a biological curiosity, but as the original hyper-efficient 3.5 billion-year-old carbon capture technology. It is a process that flawlessly captures electromagnetic energy from the sun, uses water and atmospheric CO2 as its raw materials, and stores that energy in the highly dense chemical bonds of solid, harvestable biomass.
The nuance Enfield introduces here is the contrast between different types of photosynthetic organisms. Industrial agriculture heavily relies on terrestrial plants, corn, soybeans, wheat, or sugarcane, for both food and biofuels. But terrestrial plants are biologically constrained by their environment.
Because they grow in dirt.
Exactly. A corn plant has to expend an enormous percentage of its captured solar energy just fighting gravity and navigating the soil. It has to build rigid structural tissue complex polymers like cellulose and lignin. It has to build an extensive root system to anchor itself and seek out moisture, a thick, sturdy stalk to hold itself upright against the wind, and a massive canopy of leaves.
They're essentially spending all their energy just building the scaffolding to survive on land. And those structural polymers are energetically very difficult to break down, which makes the bulk of the plant a pretty poor candidate for efficient fuel production. The actual part of the corn plant that gets converted to ethanol, the starch located in the grain, represents just a tiny fraction of the plant's total photosynthetic investment over the season.
That is the inherent inefficiency of terrestrial biomass. But then Enfield shifts the focus to microalgae. And this comparison is where the paradigm truly shifts. Microalgae are single-celled aquatic organisms. They float suspended in nutrient-rich water. Because they are buoyed by the water, they do not need to fight gravity.
No roots, no stalks.
They don't need to build root systems, they don't need to construct rigid lignin stalks, and they don't need leaves. Relieved of the metabolic burden of building structural scaffolding, microalgae can devote the overwhelming majority of their photosynthetic production directly to cellular division and the accumulation of lipids.
Lipids, meaning oils. And these algal oils are chemically practically identical to the biological precursors of deep earth petroleum. You can refine algal lipids into biodiesel or even aviation jet fuel using the exact same refinery infrastructure and pipelines we already have in place today.
The productivity differential between terrestrial crops and aquatic microalgae is not an incremental improvement. It is an entirely different magnitude of yield. Enfield provides the specific math to illustrate this. Soybeans, which are currently the primary domestic crop utilized for biodiesel production in the United States, yield approximately 48 gallons of oil per acre per year. Microalgae, when cultivated in optimized commercial-scale systems, can theoretically yield up to 10,000 gallons of oil per acre per year.
Let me make sure I'm tracking the scale of that. You're talking about moving from 48 gallons an acre to 10,000 gallons an acre.
That is correct. We are looking at 100 to 200 times difference in productivity per unit of land area. Enfield extrapolates this to show that if the United States dedicated merely 3% of its current agricultural land footprint, and importantly, this wouldn't even need to be prime arable land. It could be marginal land, arid deserts, or degraded brownfields since the algae are grown in contained ponds or tubes. If we did that, we could theoretically produce enough lipid biomass to meet the entire national demand for transportation fuel.
That sheer volume of production is staggering. But the fuel is almost a secondary benefit in Enfield's framework, because while they are rapidly multiplying, these microalgae are actively eating carbon. This introduces his concept of bio-CCS, or bioenergy, with carbon capture and storage. And it is vital to distinguish how this operates differently from conventional carbon capture.
Yeah, conventional BECCS is very different.
Usually, conventional BECCS involves burning a biomass fuel using mechanical chemical scrubbers to capture the resulting exhaust, and then spending a massive amount of energy to compress that CO2 and pump it deep into subterranean geological formations. The goal is to bury it and remove it from the cycle permanently. Bio-CCS flips that model. Enfield paints a picture of a heavy emitter facility, say a traditional coal-fired power plant or a large-scale ethanol fermentation facility. The exhaust, or flue gas, coming out of a coal plant smokestack has a CO2 concentration of roughly 10 to 15% by volume.
For a sense of scale, the regular ambient atmosphere we breathe is about 0.042% CO2.
Right, so trying to scrub 0.042% CO2 out of the open atmosphere using direct air capture machines is thermodynamically exhausting and highly expensive. Conversely, burying 15% concentrated flue gas underground treats a potential resource as hazardous waste. The bio-CCS model simply pipes that highly concentrated 10 to 15% CO2 exhaust directly into an adjacent enclosed algae photobioreactor or a circulating open raceway pond.
When you introduce microalgae to CO2 concentrations that are orders of magnitude higher than they would ever experience in nature, they respond with explosive, hyper-accelerated growth. At those optimized growth rates, specific strains of algae can fix roughly 12 tons of CO2 per acre per year. To put a finer point on the chemistry, a single kilogram of harvested algal biomass effectively fixes 1.83 kilograms of carbon dioxide.
They're just gorging themselves on the industrial exhaust. The pollution becomes the primary feedstock. The carbon isn't buried in a dormant subterranean vault. It is actively intercepted, embedded into lipid-rich biomass, and then returned to the economy as a second-generation drop-in fuel. The traditional waste stream is converted into a highly lucrative revenue stream. And what I find fascinating is that Enfield doesn't just propose a single algae pond and call it a day. He envisions an entire, multi-layered biological defense architecture integrated around these industrial sites.
The algae cultivation is merely the first layer, the primary interception zone for the bulk CO2. The second layer of Enfield's architecture involves surrounding the perimeter of the industrial facility with dense, vertical bamboo walls. Bamboo is technically a grass, not a tree, and certain species, under optimal conditions, can grow up to 3 feet in a single day.
3 feet a day.
Yeah. Because it grows incredibly dense vertically, it acts as a formidable physical filter, capturing heavy particulate matter, soot, and fugitive dust from the plant operations, while simultaneously absorbing residual CO2 that escapes the primary algae scrubbers. Furthermore, the root systems stabilize the surrounding soil, and the mature bamboo can be regularly harvested as high-tensile construction lumber, generating a tertiary revenue stream.
The integration just keeps stacking. He also specifically mentions incorporating city tree moss installations. These are modular, vertical panels of specially selected moss cultures. Enfield notes that a single vertical wall of these moss species can perform the air-purifying, particulate-filtering function of up to 275 conventional urban trees, all while occupying a fraction of the physical footprint.
And Enfield is realistic about the limitations of biology, which leads to the final layer of this defense architecture. Biological systems require sunlight, they do not photosynthesize at night, and their metabolic rates drop significantly during the dead of winter in temperate climates like Nebraska.
So what happens then?
To maintain continuous carbon interception, he integrates mechanical direct air capture, or DAC, machines. The biological layers handle the massive heavy lifting during the daylight hours and the growing season, capturing CO2 and filtering complex toxins like nitrogen oxides that machines struggle to process efficiently. Then, the mechanical DA systems handle the residual load and provide continuous 247 baseload capture operations when the biology is dormant.
I can hear the skepticism from some listeners right now. If algae are this miraculous, if they grow hundreds of times faster than soy and eat industrial pollution, why aren't our airplanes flying on pond scum today?
It's the most common question.
Enfield anticipates this exact skepticism and addresses it head-on. Critics frequently point to the historical precedent of the U.S. Department of Energy's Aquatic Species Program. This was a dedicated research initiative that ran from 1978 to 1996, specifically tasked with developing algae biofuels. After nearly 2 decades, the program was defunded and shut down, which critics often cite as definitive proof that the underlying science of algae fuel is a failure.
Enfield sets the historical record straight on this point. The program was not terminated because the biology failed or because the lipid conversion was chemically impossible. It was defunded because in the mid-1990s, the global price of crude oil plummeted to roughly $20 a barrel.
Okay.
The program's final report concluded that algae biodiesel, at that specific moment in technological development, simply could not compete economically with dirt-cheap, heavily subsidized, extracted petroleum. It was an economic decision based on a temporary market condition, not an indictment of the scientific principles.
And that historical economic context is crucial, especially considering how the landscape has shifted since 1996. Enfield points out that while the civilian energy sector moved on, organizations tasked with long-term strategic resilience, specifically DARPA, the Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency, quietly picked up the mantle. They began heavily funding algae biofuel research not out of environmental altruism, but for hard-nosed national security reasons.
DARPA and military contractors successfully demonstrated large-scale, open-pond algae facilities capable of capturing CO2 directly from power plant flue gas. They successfully synthesized drop-in aviation jet fuel from algal lipids. The U.S. Navy notably sailed a carrier strike group, dubbed the Great Green Fleet, powered in part by an algae biofuel blend.
That's incredible.
Furthermore, Enfield highlights that state-directed actors, most notably in China with conglomerates like the ENN Group, have been aggressively scaling this technology and amassing massive patent portfolios regarding photobioreactor design and strain optimization. They are pursuing this technology relentlessly for domestic energy security, operating under the strategic realization that a nation capable of synthesizing its own liquid fuels from industrial waste and sunlight is a nation that cannot be blockaded or embargoed.
Which brings the entire argument crashing right back into the reality of March 9, 2026 and a closed Strait of Hormuz.
Mhm.
We are seeing the consequences of ignoring that strategic reality. So we have thoroughly explored carbon and the atmosphere. Let's shift our focus to the water and the soil. This takes us into the next major concept in Enfield's essays, the duckweed loop and the myth of waste. This segment fundamentally rewired how I perceive municipal infrastructure.
Yeah, it's a brilliant reframing.
Enfield argues that human sewage, municipal wastewater, and concentrated feedlot manure are not toxic poisons. We have spent centuries engineering complex systems to treat them as hazardous waste that must be sanitized, hidden, or destroyed. But Enfield categorizes them under a brilliant term, misplaced fertility.
That reframing is profound. Misplaced fertility. When a municipality discharges these heavily nutrient-laden streams into a local river, even after basic treatment, the result is eutrophication, the explosive algal blooms, and subsequent dead zones we discussed earlier. But the constituent elements themselves, the nitrogen, the phosphorus, the potassium, the trace minerals, are not inherently toxic. They are the essential building blocks of life.
They're just in the wrong place.
They are simply disconnected from their rightful circular biological loops. And to elegantly and economically repair this broken cycle, Enfield introduces us to a remarkably humble plant, duckweed.
Duckweed, belonging to the botanical family Lemnaceae. Enfield characterizes it as the fastest growing plant on planet Earth. For those who aren't familiar, duckweed is a tiny, free-floating aquatic plant, roughly the size of a small lentil or a grain of rice. It has no complex stem or deep roots. It just floats on the surface of still, nutrient-rich water. But its growth rate defies common sense. Under favorable conditions with adequate nutrients, duckweed can double its entire biomass every 16 to 48 hours.
The mathematics of exponential growth are wild.
1 kilogram of duckweed becomes 2 kilograms in 2 days. Those two become 4 kilograms in 4 days, 8 in 6 days, and so on. It functions as a voracious, self-replicating biological vacuum cleaner for aquatic nutrients.
To anchor this biological phenomenon in the specific data Enfield provides, duckweed is currently utilized in advanced wastewater treatment as a polishing stage. In a standard municipal plant, you have primary treatment, which settles out the heavy solids, and secondary treatment, which uses bacteria to break down organic matter. But the secondary effluent still contains high levels of dissolved nitrogen and phosphorus.
Which usually just gets dumped in the river.
Right. But Enfield cites a 2024 environmental engineering study demonstrating that when duckweed was introduced into municipal secondary clarifier tanks, it achieved a 96% removal rate of total phosphorus. Furthermore, in optimized polyculture systems, meaning systems utilizing multiple complementary species of duckweed working in tandem, researchers recorded an astonishing 99.1% removal rate of total nitrogen.
99.1%.
The duckweed literally pulls the dissolved elements out of the water column and physically embodies them into solid plant tissue, which can then be easily skimmed and harvested from the surface.
The efficiency is incredible. But this immediately raises the most obvious visceral objection, the yuck factor. If you are intentionally cultivating this hyperabsorbent plant in raw human sewage or concentrated cattle manure, isn't the resulting biomass highly toxic? Doesn't it absorb heavy metals, pharmaceuticals, and dangerous pathogens? How could you possibly utilize that harvested plant for anything productive without risking severe biological contamination? And this is where Enfield outlines the incredibly elegant, structurally segregated two-stream solution.
The two-stream solution completely resolves the contamination objection by strictly compartmentalizing the end use of the biomass based on its cultivation environment. Stream 1 is designated as the treatment biomass. This duckweed is cultivated directly in municipal sewage facilities or agricultural manure lagoons. Its sole operational purpose is rigorous environmental remediation, cleaning the wastewater.
So it's doing the dirty work.
Exactly. Once this specific duckweed is harvested, strict protocols ensure it is never, under any circumstances, utilized for human consumption or animal feed. Instead, it is routed to safe secondary applications. It can be aerobically composted at high temperatures to destroy any lingering pathogens, fed into anaerobic digesters to produce methane biogas for localized electricity generation, or processed strictly as a sterilized soil amendment. Stream 1 safely recaptures the misplaced fertility and returns it to the land or the energy grid without entering the food chain.
The quarantine is absolute. And then we have Stream 2, the feed biomass. This duckweed is cultivated in strictly monitored clean water environments. This could be treated agricultural runoff that has already been tested, or constructed aquaculture ponds fortified with safe, standardized mineral nutrients. Because the cultivation water is clean and uncontaminated, the harvested Stream 2 duckweed can be fed directly to livestock, poultry, or utilized in commercial fish farming.
And the nutritional profile of this plant is phenomenal.
Enfield notes that by dry weight, duckweed contains between 33 and 44% crude protein. That makes it nutritionally comparable to soybeans, but it requires a fraction of the land area, zero synthetic fertilizers, and drastically less water to produce. Furthermore, it boasts a superior amino acid profile, particularly high in essential amino acids like lysine and methionine, which are crucial for livestock development. So you have the exact same plant species performing two distinct functions in two completely isolated streams, guaranteeing zero contamination crossover.
If you take this conceptual biological loop and map it back onto the physical landscape of a Nebraska farm, Enfield describes what he calls the sorghum wetland algae loop. Consider the traditional linear model. A farmer applies synthetic fertilizer to a field of sorghum or corn. A heavy spring rain washes a significant portion of that expensive fertilizer off the field and directly into the local river system, contributing to downstream dead zones.
In Enfield's circular model, that runoff is intentionally captured. The field is bordered by shallow, constructed duckweed channels or engineered wetlands. The runoff flows into these channels, and the duckweed immediately inhales the fugitive nitrogen and phosphorus before it can reach the river.
The farmer then regularly harvests that explosive duckweed growth, composts it, and applies it directly back onto the very same field as a high-density biofertilizer. Enfield provides data indicating that implementing this closed-loop system can reduce a farm's demand for external synthetic chemical nitrogen by up to 50%.
The farmer is literally intercepting their own pollution and growing their own fertilizer from it. It's a beautifully closed loop. But understanding how that runoff behaves brings us to a really counterintuitive part of Enfield's analysis. Okay, let's unpack this. We need to delve into the efficiency paradox and Nebraska's forgotten infrastructure. I want to spend some time unpacking this because it challenges everything we assume about technological progress and conservation. To understand the paradox, we have to rewind to 1948 when a Nebraska farmer named Frank Zyback invented the center pivot irrigation system.
Zyback's invention fundamentally transformed the trajectory of global agriculture. Before the center pivot, farmers in the semi-arid Great Plains primarily relied on gravity ditch irrigation. They would dig extensive networks of unlined earthen canals to transport water from the aquifer and then essentially flood their fields.
Which sounds incredibly inefficient.
From a purely mechanical, volumetric standpoint, it was highly inefficient. Only about 65 to 75% of the water pumped from the ground actually reached the root zone of the target crop. The remaining 25 to 35% was lost. It seeped deep into the dirt beneath the unlined dishes, or it evaporated directly into the hot, dry air.
And to the center pivot?
Center pivots, particularly modern iterations utilizing precise drop nozzles that deliver water inches from the soil, change the math entirely. They increase that application efficiency to an astonishing 95 to 98%. The water is drawn up and delivered exactly where the crop needs it, with almost zero fugitive loss to the surrounding environment.
On paper, that sounds like a massive environmental victory, right? We went from 65% efficiency to 98% efficiency. We should be saving massive amounts of water. But Enfield points at a devastating reality. This massive leap in mechanical efficiency actually accelerated the depletion of the Ogalla aquifer. How is that functionally possible?
It is a perfect hydrological manifestation of the Jevons paradox. In economics, the Jevons paradox states that when technological progress increases the efficiency with which a resource is used, the rate of consumption of that resource actually rises because it becomes cheaper and more profitable to use.
So they just use more of it.
When center pivot irrigation made watering crops significantly more efficient and cheaper per acre, the broader economic incentives of the agricultural system, commodity prices, crop insurance structures, and subsidies encouraged farmers to expand their operations. A farmer who saved 1 million gallons of water on one field didn't leave that saved water dormant in the aquifer as an environmental buffer.
They utilized that saved water to irrigate new, previously unfarmable acreage.
Or they transitioned their crop rotations from drought-tolerant crops to thirstier, higher-yield, higher-value crops like continuous corn. Consequently, the total aggregate volume of water drawn from the aquifer across the state did not decrease. In many irrigation districts, it increased significantly. The hyper-efficiency of the machine enabled a hyper-expansion of consumption.
That is the cruel irony of the Jevons paradox. But Enfield argues that the accelerated pumping is only half the tragedy. The other half is what he poignantly calls the loss of the inadvertent ecology. Those old, inefficient, messy, weed-choked earthen ditches from the early 1900s. It turns out they were performing a vital ecological function that nobody fully understood until they were replaced by steel pipes.
The water that seeped out of the bottom of those unlined earthen ditches wasn't actually wasted in a planetary sense. It percolated slowly down through the soil profile and served as the primary, albeit accidental, artificial recharge mechanism for the Ogallala aquifer. Furthermore, all that standing water and the miles of open canals and the flooded low spots in the fields was constantly evaporating under the summer sun.
And that evaporation did something important to the weather.
This massive statewide evaporation effectively humidified the local boundary layer of the atmosphere. When regional weather patterns pushed cold fronts across the plains, they would collide with that moisture-laden, humid air rising from the irrigated landscape. This collision routinely triggered gentle, convective summer thunderstorms.
You hear older farmers talk about this. They remember a time when you could reliably count on a nice, ordinary afternoon rainstorm to cool things down. But when the agricultural sector completely transitioned to hyper-efficient, enclosed precision irrigation, we essentially sealed the surface of the landscape. The deep seepage stopped entirely, thereby cutting off the primary artificial recharge to the aquifer. The open, standing water disappeared, causing the local atmosphere to dry out, which in turn suppressed the formation of those gentle, restorative thunderstorms.
We systematically traded a dynamic, living, humidifying infrastructure that sustained the water cycle for a hyper-efficient linear extraction machine.
This historical analysis inevitably raises the critical question: what is the viable path forward? We clearly cannot regress to the massive labor requirements and erratic flooding of 1910s agriculture. It wouldn't support the modern global population. Enfield proposes a synthesized solution he terms Ditch 2.0 or hybrid irrigation.
The underlying philosophy is to retain the precision of the machine where it is necessary, but intentionally reintroduce the ecology of the landscape where it is beneficial. The concept is to keep the highly efficient center pivot systems in place for delivering water to the actual crops, but to intentionally design and construct strategic ditch and wetland systems around the perimeters and low-lying margins of the fields.
But to be clear, Ditch 2.0 isn't just a muddy trench. These are highly managed biological corridors. First, you intentionally cultivate duckweed on the surface of these ditches. Enfield notes a fascinating detail. While duckweed respires, the dense interlocking green mat it forms over the water's surface actually reduces overall evaporation by up to 20% compared to an exposed open body of water. So you conserve water, but the plant respiration still releases enough moisture to help prime the local microclimate's humidity.
And crucially, the bottom of these ditches aren't sealed with concrete.
Right. Engineers would use permeable liners or engineered soil mixtures in specific geologically surveyed spots to engage in managed aquifer recharge. You intentionally allow a calculated volume of filtered water to seep back down into the earth to replenish the Ogallala. You maintain the yield of the modern machine, but you deliberately architect the landscape to heal the water cycle.
It is a deliberate, highly engineered biological synthesis. The system intercepts the nutrient runoff, it actively recharges the subterranean aquifer, it produces secondary feed biomass, and it manages the atmospheric microclimate, all without sacrificing the primary crop yield. This elegant integration at the landscape level transitions us beautifully to the next conceptual layer of Enfield's vision.
Because he doesn't just theorize at the macro landscape level. In the essay Life, Light, Code, and Infrastructure, he takes us down to the microscopic molecular level, introducing what he calls the programmable biology stack. This is where the narrative shifts from the scale of a farm field to the scale of a single cell. Enfield describes a sophisticated three-layered stack of biological technology that operates much like a software stack in computer science. Layer 1 is the target layer, and it relies on entities called bacteriophages. Now, in a post-pandemic world, the moment people hear the word virus, alarms go off. But we need to clarify exactly what a phage is, because it's entirely different from the viruses that make humans sick.
It is a vital distinction. A bacteriophage, commonly referred to simply as a phage, is a specific type of virus that exclusively targets and infects bacteria. They are completely inert to human cells, animal cells, and plant tissue. They only attack bacteria. And crucially, they have been locked in a co-evolutionary arms race with bacteria for billions of years. Because of this deep evolutionary history, they possess incredible lock-and-key targeting precision.
Let's contrast this with our current industrial approach to biological management. When an ecosystem or a patient is threatened by a bacterial pathogen, our standard response is to deploy broad-spectrum antibiotics, or in the case of water management, chemical algicides or copper sulfate.
These are essentially biological nuclear weapons. They eradicate the target pathogen, but they simultaneously devastate the entire surrounding microbiome, killing countless beneficial organisms and creating ecological voids. Phages, by stark contrast, act as molecular sniper rifles. A specific phage will seek out only its exact target bacterial strain, ignoring everything else in the environment, and leave the broader ecological community completely undisturbed.
I know phages are incredibly effective at attacking bacteria, but how exactly do they operate once they physically encounter their target? Enfield details two different operational modes here.
Yes, the life cycle of a phage generally follows two distinct pathways. The first is the lytic cycle, which is highly destructive. The phage attaches to the bacterial cell wall, injects its genetic material, and hijacks the bacteria's internal machinery to replicate itself. It multiplies rapidly until the bacterial cell literally bursts open, or lyses, destroying the bacteria and releasing hundreds of new phages to continue the hunt.
And the second pathway.
The second pathway is the lysogenic cycle. In this mode, the phage injects its DNA, but instead of immediately replicating and destroying the host, the phage DNA elegantly splices itself into the host bacteria's own genome. It lies dormant, replicating silently whenever the bacteria divides, acting almost like a sleeper agent or a latent biological sensor waiting for a specific environmental signal to activate.
So the phage acts as the highly precise delivery vehicle. It is layer 1, the target. Layer 2 is the intervention layer, and this utilizes CRISPR-Cas technology. I find Enfield's framing of CRISPR deeply compelling. Usually, pop science articles just describe CRISPR as a microscopic pair of scissors or a gene editor, but Enfield frames it as programmable genetic logic.
Describing it as logic is a much more accurate representation of its potential. CRISPR actually evolved naturally as a bacterial immune defense system. When bacteria survived a viral phage attack, they would snip out a tiny fragment of the attacking virus's DNA and store it in their own genome, a biological mugshot, if you will.
That's a great way to put it.
If that specific virus ever attacked again, the bacteria would use that stored DNA sequence translated into guide RNA to identify the invader and then deploy a Cas protein to precisely cut and destroy the viral DNA. The revolutionary breakthrough occurred when scientists realized that this system is fully programmable. We can synthesize bespoke guide RNA in a laboratory to match virtually any target genetic sequence.
It functions as readable and writable biological code. You provide the Cas protein with the synthetic guide RNA, and it acts as a programmable molecular scalpel, navigating the complex genome to find and cut that exact specific sequence of DNA. We are talking about literal computation occurring inside a living cell, where a specific genetic input dictates a precise structural output.
So we utilize the phage to precisely target the specific cell without harming the surrounding ecosystem. And we utilize CRISPR to edit or alter the genetic code inside that cell. But layer 3 is where the architecture becomes almost magical. The control layer, optogenetics.
This involves the use of light as a direct information and control channel.
Optogenetics is a field that originated in neuroscience but is now revolutionizing synthetic biology. It relies on the utilization of genetically encoded light-sensitive proteins known as opsins. These opsins, originally discovered in ancient microorganisms like algae, physically change their structural shape when they are struck by specific wavelength of photons.
By utilizing our first two layers, using a phage to insert the genetic code for these opsins into a target cell, we can effectively install light-activated switches into biological systems. We can govern intricate cellular behaviors using specific colors of light. The advantage of light is profound. Traditional chemical signaling is inherently messy. Chemicals diffuse slowly, they pool in unwanted areas, and they are notoriously difficult to extract once introduced. Light, however, can be toggled on and off with millisecond temporal precision, and it can be targeted with flawless spatial precision.
We can literally command specific biological functions to activate with a pulse of blue light and command them to cease with a pulse of red light.
That conceptual framework is incredible, but how does this programmable biology stack actually manifest in a real-world scenario? How does this solve a problem that affects our listener? Enfield provides a brilliant practical use case involving cyanobacteria. We hear about this constantly during the summer, toxic blue-green algae blooms that force the closure of public lakes, devastate local fish populations, and can literally kill a dog that swims in the contaminated water.
Currently, our response to a cyanobacteria bloom in a Nebraska reservoir is the epitome of the linear brute force mindset. The authorities load up boats and dump hundreds of pounds of copper sulfate directly into the water.
It's a broad-spectrum, persistent heavy metal poison. It certainly kills the blue-green algae, but it indiscriminately kills beneficial aquatic plants, decimates the invertebrate population, poisons the benthic sediment for years, and thoroughly ruins the local ecosystem.
It is the ultimate scorched earth approach to environmental management. Enfield proposes replacing that toxic paradigm with the stack. Cyanobacteria, despite the colloquial name blue-green algae, are fundamentally bacteria. Therefore, they can be specifically targeted by naturally occurring cyanophages. That represents layer 1, the target. The authorities deploy a highly specific cyanophage into the reservoir that ignores the fish, the plants, and the harmless bacteria, locking onto only the toxic cyanobacteria.
This phage delivers a specialized CRISPR payload layer 2, the intervention. But crucially, instead of simply commanding the CRISPR to shred the bacteria's DNA and kill it because cyanobacteria actually perform vital nitrogen-fixing functions in a healthy ecosystem, the CRISPR is programmed to surgically disable the specific genetic pathway responsible for producing the microcystin toxin.
And finally, layer 3, the control. This genetic intervention is governed by optogenetics. The CRISPR edit is linked to a light-sensitive promoter, meaning the gene editing process only activates under the specific, intense sunlight conditions that historically trigger explosive, toxic bloom growth.
That reframes the entire problem. We aren't destroying the biology with heavy metals. We are actively managing its metabolic behavior with light and code. We leave the organism alive to fulfill its ecological role, but we programmatically strip its toxicity. It's a completely revolutionized paradigm of interacting with the natural world. Now, moving into the next section, Enfield drops a revelation that dramatically expands the scope of this architecture. And to fully grasp it, we need to clear up a major, widespread point of confusion. Here's where it gets really interesting.
When people hear discussions about programmable proteins, engineered viruses, and manipulating biological structures, they frequently conflate these concepts with prions. They immediately think of the terrifying, untreatable nature of mad cow disease.
It is a very common and understandable misconception that we must address precisely. A bacteriophage, as we discussed, is a virus containing genetic material DNA or RNA. A prion is an entirely different entity. A prion is a completely normal host protein that has somehow misfolded into an abnormal pathogenic shape. It contains absolutely zero genetic material.
The terror of prions lies in their ability to induce other normally folded proteins to mimic their abnormal shape, triggering a cascading chain reaction that leads to devastating, invariably fatal neurological diseases like bovine spongiform encephalopathy or mad cow disease. Historically, within the medical and scientific communities, prions have been viewed as the most recalcitrant, indestructible, fundamentally unprogrammable biological entities in existence. They do not respond to extreme heat. They survive massive doses of radiation, and standard cellular enzymes cannot break them down. They have long been considered biological dead ends.
And this is exactly where Enfield's analysis flips the script. He reveals that even prions, the ultimate, terrifyingly indestructible proteins, can be manipulated and programmed using the precise application of light. He outlines 3 distinct, highly advanced modes of light-programmable prion behavior. Let's examine mode 1, destruction.
This is a breakthrough in targeted molecular therapies. Researchers have recently discovered that by utilizing near-infrared or NIR light in conjunction with engineered carbon nanosheets, they can achieve incredible molecular disruption. Carbon nanosheets possess highly specific photothermal properties. When they are introduced to the prion clusters and illuminated with near-infrared light, a wavelength that safely penetrates deep into biological tissue, the nanosheets absorb the photons and generate highly localized, intense thermal energy.
The targeted energy literally breaks apart the rigid, supposedly indestructible beta sheet plaques of the misfolded prions. The toxic cascading structure is shattered into harmless, non-toxic fragments. The operator controls the exact wavelength and intensity, and the light systematically destroys the undestroyable. And the logic follows, if you can wield light as a tool to destroy these complex protein structures, you can also wield light as a tool to build them. That brings us to mode 2, construction.
Enfield notes that specific wavelengths, like UVB light, can act as an instantaneous photo trigger. It can command normal, healthy pion proteins, known as PRPC, to instantly misfold into the aggregating beta oligomers. For researchers desperately studying these neurodegenerative diseases, this grants them perfect temporal control. They no longer have to wait for a random, spontaneous misfolding event in a petri dish. They literally flip a light switch, and the disease cascade begins exactly when and where they can measure it.
And Enfield goes further, detailing how this construction mode extends beyond simple misfolding into advanced cellular engineering. He highlights utilizing viral vectors, specifically AAV adeno-associated viruses or lentiviruses, to deliver specialized genetic payloads into a cell. These vectors deliver the code for Cry2 optogenetic proteins. Cry2 proteins have a unique property. When they are exposed to a specific wavelength of blue light, they rapidly cluster together.
Researchers can use these virally delivered light-sensitive proteins to command the formation of programmable protein condensates within the cytoplasm. They are using blue light to dictate phase separation on command, dynamically reorganizing the internal architecture of a living cell.
We are commanding the internal fluid dynamics of a cell with blue light. And Mode 3 pushes this concept entirely out of the realm of medicine and into the realm of advanced nanoscale manufacturing. He calls it programmed engineering. Enfield explains that prion proteins, despite their pathogenic history, are incredibly consistent and predictable in how they self-assemble into long, durable amyloid fibrils.
Scientists have learned to use targeted, visible light to guide these prion proteins to self-assemble into highly intricate, predetermined structural scaffolds. Once the biological scaffold is built, they deposit conductive elements, like gold or silver nanoparticles, directly onto the protein structure.
The result is the creation of fully functional, metallic nanowires that are vastly smaller, more complex, and more precise than anything traditional top-down photolithography, the process used to etch silicon microchips, could ever hope to manufacture.
We are effectively using targeted light to command misfolded proteins to construct microscopic gold circuitry. What's fascinating here is the profound philosophical and industrial takeaway. If even the prion, the most historically rigid, unyielding entity in biology, can be dynamically controlled, assembled, and disassembled by light, then there is effectively no such thing as a non-programmable biological entity. The hard boundary between a biological ecosystem and a technological manufacturing system is dissolving. Biology is the manufacturing process, and light is the program.
That conceptual leap brings us to the final segment of our deep dive. Enfield recognizes that deploying programmable viruses, altering genetic code, and redesigning agricultural landscapes sounds incredibly radical to the average citizen. So he anchors this entire technological architecture in a very specific, demanding ethical framework that he calls planetary citizenship. He argues that if you exist as a biological entity on a living, finite planet, your occupancy is strictly conditional on you actively participating in the maintenance of that planet's life support systems.
It is fundamentally a mass balance accounting framework applied to human civilization. He proposes rigorous systemic concepts such as the Earth Share Zone. In practical terms, this means that every agricultural operation or industrial facility of significant scale must legally maintain a designated functional biological buffer, such as the duckweed channels, constructed wetlands, or algae bioreactors we discussed earlier. The scale of this buffer must be directly proportional to the volume of nutrients and carbon the facility emits.
He also introduces the concept of carbon rent. In this framework, land ownership isn't just about paying municipal property taxes. You are assessed a biological obligation. You must prove that your land management practices are actively scrubbing a calculated quota of atmospheric carbon or effectively filtering its own hydrological runoff. Now, Enfield meticulously outlines the heavy, multifaceted descent this framework faces, and it is crucial that we impartially explore these objections exactly as he details them in his essay, Dissent, Fear, and the Cost of Standing Still.
The first major ideological hurdle is the socialism and property rights objection. Critics forcefully argue that mandating biological earth share zones and assessing carbon rent is an overreach of state power, a violation of private property rights, and antithetical to free market economics.
It is a highly significant and deeply entrenched critique. Enfield's counter-argument, as thoroughly documented in the source text, reframes the concept of property rights entirely. He argues that the current linear system of production is the actual ongoing violation of property rights. He posits that when a large-scale agricultural operation applies excess synthetic fertilizer, and that fertilizer washes downstream to destroy the municipal water quality of a neighboring community, or creates a massive hypoxic dead zone that obliterates a coastal fishing economy, that operation is imposing a massive, externalized, unconsented cost on other private citizens.
Enfield's framework argues that mandating a producer to manage their own chemical runoff via an integrated duckweed pond isn't creeping socialism. Rather, it is the purest form of free market capitalism. It forces the producer to fully internalize the true, complete cost of their production cycle, rather than violently externalizing their waste onto their neighbors and the broader ecosystem.
The second major category of objection he addresses moves from economics to theology, the playing God objection. Critics, frequently invoking texts like Genesis, argue that synthesizing bespoke guide RNA, deploying engineered bacteriophages, and utilizing optogenetics to fundamentally alter biological behavior is a severe violation of the natural divine order.
And again, we must present his counter-argument neutrally, examining the logic he employs. Enfield points out a historical reality. Human civilization has been heavily, relentlessly modifying planetary biology through selective breeding and genetic manipulation for over 10,000 years. The uniform stalks of corn in modern fields and the specialized cattle and feedlots are not natural, untouched organisms. They are the direct result of intense, deliberate human modification designed to serve human consumption.
Furthermore, he engages directly with the theological framing. He argues that within the very theological traditions being invoked by critics, humanity is tasked with stewardship of the earth. He posits that utilizing highly precise, elegantly designed biological tools like CRISPR and light to heal a dangerously depleted aquifer or detoxify a polluted river system without resorting to the indiscriminate destruction of broad-spectrum chemical poisons is fundamentally an act of profound stewardship and planetary care, not an act of hubris or forbidden dominion.
And exploring that friction brings us right back to the urgent, unavoidable reality of today, the cost of standing still. As we established at the beginning, it is March 9th, 2026. The Strait of Hormuz is closed, global energy markets are in chaos, gasoline is up 17%. The era of strategic patience and endless debate is over. The linear system of extraction and combustion is actively buckling under its own systemic weight.
Enfield emphasizes throughout his essays that the luxury of extended, generational timelines for institutional change has evaporated. The Ogallala aquifer is continuously draining. The Gulf Dead Zone is steadily expanding. But crucially, the geopolitical adversaries who are not constrained by our domestic theological debates or our entrenched fossil fuel lobbying are already moving aggressively. As we noted regarding the ENN Group and others, actors like China are rapidly scaling these exact biological technologies, algae biofuel production, advanced photobioreactors, programmable biological synthesis to secure their own energy independence and economic dominance.
The historical question facing us is no longer if these advanced biological tools will be deployed globally. The technology exists and the physics demand it. The only remaining question is by whom they will be deployed and with what specific ethical framework.
Okay, let's take a breath and look back at the incredible, dense journey we just navigated. We started by diagnosing a fatal accounting error, the linear fallacy of extracting finite resources, burning them, and externalizing the waste. And we explored Enfield's unified, ground-up architecture of biological survival designed to correct it. We looked at algae thriving in photobioreactors, eating concentrated coal exhaust, and churning out aviation jet fuel. We looked at tiny duckweed plants doubling their mass every 2 days, vacuuming up misplaced fertility from municipal sewage and converting it into high-protein livestock feed.
We examine the complex paradox of mechanical efficiency, realizing that the old, inefficient, leaky irrigation ditches of the past were inadvertently sustaining the aquifer and the local microclimate, and we discussed how an engineered ditch 2.0 can deliberately resurrect that vital ecology. We dove deep into the programmable biology stack utilizing bacteriophages as molecular snipers, CRISPR-Cas as writable genetic logic, and optogenetics as the precise light switch to manage rather than indiscriminately destroy toxic cyanobacteria. We even explored the frontier of utilizing targeted light to command misfolded prions to construct nanoscale gold circuitry. It all builds toward a profound, unifying realization that biology, light, energy, and infrastructure are not separate domains. They are one highly interconnected programmable architecture.
So, to you listening right now, processing all of this, we have a call to action. Take a moment to look around your own community today. What linear waste streams are currently being flushed down the river, burned into the atmosphere, or buried in a landfill? Where exactly is the misplaced fertility in your town? Is it the exhaust from the local manufacturing plant, the runoff from the regional farm, the effluent from the municipal water treatment facility? What immense value could be harvested, repurposed, and monetized if we simply change the underlying architecture of how we view it?
The transition Enfield advocates for is ultimately about recognizing the massive, latent value in what we have been systematically trained to ignore or destroy. The biological solutions are very often already present in the landscape, simply waiting to be intelligently integrated.
I completely agree. And I want to leave you with one final provocative thought to chew on long after this audio stops playing. We have spent the entirety of the industrial age treating fossil fuels as an inheritance, a finite, dwindling geological bank account that we are rapidly draining. But if a civilization can engineer a system that utilizes suspended algae to compress hundreds of millions of years of subterranean fossil fuel creation into a single, highly controlled 16-hour biological growing season, does the fundamental economic concept of scarcity even exist anymore? Or is scarcity not a law of nature, but merely a symptom of a civilization that simply hasn't yet learned how to code in the language of light and biology? Thank you so much for joining us on this deep dive into Zachary David Enfield's work. Stay curious, stay informed, and we will see you next time.
You know, we always think the solutions to our biggest environmental problems are going to be these super complex technologies or some massive global agreement. But what if the answer is way, way simpler? What if it's been right in front of our faces this whole time? Well, today we're diving into a really radical framework from Zachary David Enfield that argues exactly that. So let's just start with this quote, because it really sets the stage for everything we're about to talk about. What on earth is this floating solution? And more importantly, if it's been right there all along, why have we all missed it? To figure that out, we first have to get a real handle on the problem he's trying to solve. And here's the thing. The problem isn't just one specific issue. It's a fundamental mistake, a deep-seated error in the way our entire civilization is designed. Enfield gives it a name, the linear fallacy.
I mean, just think about how pretty much everything in our world works. We pull resources out of the ground, we use them, often by burning them, and then we just throw them away. Extract, burn, discard. It's a straight line. We're treating the planet's incredibly complex circular systems like they're some simple one-way street heading for a dead end.
And here's the formal definition. We're taking things that are meant to be part of a cycle, a loop, and we're just cutting them. We're severing that connection and sending them on a one-way ticket to, well, uselessness and decay. And trust me, the consequences of this aren't just some abstract idea. They're very real, they're measurable, and as we're about to see, they're pretty catastrophic. Let's talk real numbers. Negative 150 feet. In parts of Texas and Kansas, that's how far the water level has dropped in the Ogallala Aquifer. Now, this isn't some reservoir we built. This is an ancient body of water that took millions of years to accumulate, and we're literally draining it in the span of a few generations. That is the linear fallacy in action. Take, 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 way faster than the cycle can ever hope to give back. And here's another one for you. 6,000 square miles. That's how big the dead zone is in the Gulf of Mexico. It's an area where there's so little oxygen in the water that basically nothing can live there. And why? It's a direct result of fertilizer runoff from farms way upriver. Another broken cycle, right? Which should be valuable nutrients on a farm becomes a deadly poison downstream. Okay, so that's the bad news. It's a huge systemic problem. But here's where things get really interesting. This framework argues that the solutions aren't big and complicated. They're actually tiny, microscopic even. So let's meet the heroes of this story, a couple of tiny, incredibly powerful organisms that we've totally overlooked. This slide just says it all. When we talk about biofuels, we usually think of crops, right? Like soybeans. A good yield gets you about 48 gallons per acre. Not bad, but microalgae, oh man, in the right conditions, you're looking at 10,000 gallons per acre. That's not just a little better, that's a whole different ballgame. We're talking 200 times more productive. That is a total game changer. And then we have our second hero, duckweed. And trust me, this stuff is just wow.
It can double its entire mass in less than 2 days. It's like a sponge for the exact same nutrients that are causing those dead zones we talked about. It just sucks them right up. And the best part, the stuff you harvest is super high in protein, just like soybeans. It even helps save water. It literally takes pollution and turns it into a valuable resource. It's incredible. Okay, so we've got these amazing little biological engines. The big question is, how do we actually use them? How do we take these natural powerhouses and plug them into our broken, linear systems to finally make them circular? All right, here's a perfect example. Imagine a big industrial plant, say a power plant or an ethanol facility. Instead of just pumping its CO2 exhaust into the air, you pipe it directly into a nearby pond filled with algae. That CO2, which used to be a waste product, is now basically rocket fuel for the algae. It causes this explosive growth. Then you just harvest that algae and turn it into biofuel. All of a sudden, the plant's waste isn't just gone, it's become a whole new product. A major cost just became a brand new revenue stream.
And you can do the exact same thing on a farm. Instead of just letting that precious fertilizer wash off the fields and poison the rivers, you channel that runoff into a ditch filled with duckweed. The duckweed has a feast on all those misplaced nutrients. Then you just scoop it out and put it right back on the fields as a fantastic natural fertilizer. The farm is literally creating its own fertilizer from its own pollution. The loop is completely closed. Nothing is wasted.
But here's the thing. This isn't just about some cool new tech or clever engineering. According to Enfield, to truly solve the linear fallacy, we need something much bigger. We need a whole new ethical framework, a fundamental shift in how we see our role on this planet.
And this right here is the heart of it all. It's this idea of planetary citizenship. Basically, for every single benefit we get from the Earth, clean air, fresh water, you name it, we have a matching responsibility to help maintain the systems that provide it. It's like a social contract, but not just with each other, it's with the planet itself.
Man, this quote just hits you, right? The poison you produce must be paid for in land restored. This completely reframes how we think about pollution. It's not just some unavoidable side effect anymore. It's a debt. And it's a debt you don't pay with money or fines. You pay it back with the actual tangible work of making the land healthy again. So what does this actually look like in the real world? Well, it could mean that any big farm or factory has to have a required earth share zone, like that duckweed channel or an algae pond, to process its own waste. It means we start valuing land not just for what we can grow on it, but for its carbon rent, its ability to clean our water and air. And it means pushing everyone to build their own on-site systems to turn their waste back into energy.
And all of this, it brings us right back to where we began. We've seen the problem, this massive linear fallacy, and we've seen these elegant, powerful biological solutions that are quite literally floating on the surface, which leads us to one last really critical question.
And the answer, really, is that the problem isn't science. It's not technology. We know how to grow algae. We know how duckweed works. The real barriers are things like old habits, economic models that actually reward wastefulness, and just a general failure to see how all these systems are connected. The question this really leaves us with is, how much longer are we going to let these incredible solutions just float on by?
Welcome to The Debate. Today, we're diving into what might actually be the most consequential infrastructure shift of our time. We are talking about moving industrial civilization off a linear extractive model and, well, onto a circular integrated biological foundation.
Right, we're talking about large-scale, real-world deployments of concepts like programmable biology, algae biocarbon capture, duckweed nutrient loops, and massive biosphere greenhouses.
Exactly. And we are grounding this entire discussion in the 2026 essays by Zachary David Enfield. These essays lay out a comprehensive, a from-the-ground-up architectural framework for this exact transition. And I think it's incredibly important to acknowledge the context of where we're sitting right now. Today is March 9, 2026. Just over a week ago, on February 28th, the Strait of Hormuz was closed.
Which means, just to put a fine point on it, 20% of the world's traded oil has been suddenly cut off from the global market.
Right. So the idea of biological fuel independence is no longer some abstract ecological theory. It is an urgent, undeniable reality. I take the position that this integrated biological architecture is not only technologically mature and economically rational, but it is an absolute strategic necessity to replace our failing systems.
And I hold the opposing perspective. Look, while our current systems are undeniably flawed, deploying hyper-integrated, engineered biological systems at a civilization scale deeply underestimates the inherent unpredictability of living ecosystems, not to mention the massive institutional friction of such a shift.
So to really grasp why this transition is a necessity, we have to understand what the source material calls the linear fallacy. It is the foundational error of modern industry. We treat biological cycles like linear transactions. We pull a resource out of the ground, we burn it or use it, and we throw away the waste.
It is essentially taking out a massive geological loan with absolutely no intention of ever paying it back.
Perfectly said. And that bill is coming due rapidly. I mean, just look at the Ogallala Aquifer. For our listeners who might not be familiar with the sheer scale of it, this underground reservoir provides water for 30% of all groundwater used in U.S. agricultural irrigation. It took millions of years to form, but a 2025 study just projected that up to 70% of the Texas Panhandle's portion of that aquifer will be functionally unusable within 20 years.
20 years, until a major chunk of American agriculture essentially turns into a dust bowl.
Exactly. It makes the stakes incredibly visceral. Or, look at the Gulf of Mexico dead zone. That is a direct result of millions of tons of synthetic nitrogen and phosphorus washing down the Mississippi River every single year. The solution presented in the essays is the deliberate reconstruction of biological cycles at a landscape scale, using organisms that are perfectly evolved for the job. The material details proven frameworks like the sorghum wetland algae loop and the duckweed loop. These aren't just ideas. They are active methods to intercept waste right at the source and convert it back into fertility. And with the Strait of Hormuz closed, scaling something like algae-derived jet fuel using industrial waste heat is a national security imperative.
Okay, here is where we begin to diverge. The scale of the failure is undeniable. The depletion of the Ogallala and the expansion of the Gulf Dead Zone are glaring indictments of that linear model. We completely agree there. However, treating living, seasonal, and highly sensitive ecosystems as perfectly controllable utility infrastructure, treating biology as a software platform, as the essay suggests, is incredibly precarious. Biological systems are not mechanical cogs. You cannot just swap them out with a wrench when they break.
But they are self-replicating and self-repairing, which mechanical cogs are certainly not.
True, but they are also subject to chemical shocks. If a slug of industrial solvent accidentally gets into an intake pipe, it can crash an entire duckweed pond in a matter of hours. You go from a highly efficient nutrient loop to a rotting anaerobic mess almost overnight. They are also subject to toxic overruns. We've seen microcystin producing cyanobacterial blooms devastate aquatic environments and kill livestock. And beyond the biology itself, there is the human element. This vision assumes that incredibly siloed industries like wastewater treatment plants, agricultural extension services, and energy generation utilities can just seamlessly merge into one unified biological loop.
You see the bureaucracy as a bigger hurdle than the technology?
It is a massive hurdle. The Sanitation Authority doesn't even talk to the Agricultural Extension Service on a good day. Overcoming that institutional friction, aligning those regulatory bodies, is vastly more difficult than designing a clever greenhouse on paper.
I hear that concern, but I'm not convinced by that line of reasoning, because it treats the unpredictability of biology as a fixed absolute. You are looking at biology through a 20th century lens. Rather than seeing it as a variable, we now have the specific, highly advanced tools to manage.
What tools give us absolute control over a massive open ecosystem?
Programmable biology. It provides the exact precision we need to replace broad-spectrum chemical destruction with surgical ecological management. In the material, there is a detailed breakdown of the target, edit, control stack. We aren't just throwing duckweed and algae into a pond and crossing our fingers. We have bacteriophages that act as highly targeted addressing mechanisms.
Let's unpack that for the listener really quickly. A bacteriophage is essentially a virus that infects bacteria.
Right. So instead of dumping a blunt chemical like copper sulfate into a water system to kill a toxic cyanobacteria bloom, which essentially nukes the entire aquatic microbiome, we use a specific phage. It locates and selectively eliminates only the bloom-forming bacteria. The rest of the ecosystem is completely untouched. We also have CRISPR-Cas systems acting as programmable molecular scalpels. And most importantly, we have optogenetics.
I'm sorry, but I just don't buy that. Let me tell you why. Expressing this level of confidence in the safety and predictability of engineered biology in open or semi-open environments is frankly an exercise in extreme hubris.
Hubris? How so?
Because scaling duckweed or algae systems across thousands of acres and then managing them with engineered viruses and genetic switches invites immense, incalculable risks. The text itself outlines some terrifying examples of biological manipulation. It talks about light programmable prions. We are talking about using UVB light to intentionally construct misfolded protein conformations from normal starting material, or using near-infrared light to disassemble toxic aggregates, or using targeted visible light to control exactly where prion proteins self-assemble into nanoscale electronic components.
It is a stunning demonstration of capability.
Deploying engineered bacteriophages, CRISPR edits, and light-responsive prions across the Nebraska agricultural landscape is entirely different. You are assuming living, mutating organisms will strictly obey our engineering models once they are released into the wild. That is exactly how historical ecological disasters start. Think about introducing cane toads to Australia to eat beetles, but playing out on a molecular, invisible scale.
I see why you think that, but let me give you a different perspective. Programmable biology actually increases our precision and safety margins. It does not diminish them. The prion example you just cited perfectly illustrates this point. What the light programmable prion shows is that biological structure, right down to the folding of a single protein molecule, can be governed by precise electromagnetic signals. It proves that there is virtually no such thing as a non-programmable biological element anymore.
But how does that translate to an off switch in a massive open pond? A light signal doesn't stop an organism from reproducing outside the target zone.
It does through the optogenetic control layer. Optogenetics basically turns light into a remote control for cellular function. The material details things like CY2 optogenetic proteins. They cluster together and activate when they are exposed to blue light. But the crucial part is what happens when you turn the light off. The moment the illumination ceases, the condensates dissolve. The biological intervention stops. That is a genuine spatial and temporal off switch.
Provided the light can reach every part of the system and the system hasn't mutated over successive generations.
It is vastly superior to our current methods. When you spray conventional chemical herbicides or synthetic fertilizers onto a field, you lose all control the second it hits the soil and enters the water table. You cannot turn a chemical off. We are replacing those blunt, destructive instruments of the last century with biological systems that respond to specific, localized inputs and absolutely nothing else.
Okay, but to maintain that level of precise environmental control, specifically the lighting and temperature required to keep these systems stable, you need a highly contained environment, which naturally brings us to the proposed solution for dealing with the harsh seasonality of the Midwest, the biosphere greenhouse.
Yes, and the biosphere greenhouse is incredibly elegant. It solves the profound problem of how you run a biological loop through a freezing Nebraska winter without using massive amounts of fossil fuels to heat the water.
By piping the exhaust and waste heat from an industrial power plant into a massive glass structure to keep algae and duckweed alive year-round. The text points to the lead jungle at Omaha's Henry Gorley Zoo as a 30-year proof of concept that you can maintain a thriving tropical ecosystem in a continental winter. That's a compelling argument, but have you considered the sheer physical and economic reality of what is actually being proposed here?
The economics are exactly why it works.
Let me finish setting the scale for a moment. The text admits that full biological remediation of a single large coal plant's CO2 emissions would require an algae pond the size of a small city. The lead jungle is an acre and a half. Scaling glass and steel infrastructure to capture millions of tons of industrial emissions requires a staggering capital expenditure.
Look at what you are replacing. Think about a standard coal plant. Because of the laws of physics, specifically the Carnot limit, it's incredibly inefficient. A typical 500 megawatt coal plant is only turning about a third to 40% of its thermal energy into electricity. The rest of that energy is just waste heat, up to 600 megawatts of it.
Which they normally vent into the atmosphere through massive cooling towers.
Right, and they pay a tremendous amount of money to run those cooling towers. It is a massive operational cost center. Plus, the plant produces 4 million tons of CO2 annually. The biosphere greenhouse model takes those two massive liabilities, waste heat and carbon emissions, and turns them into inputs. You pipe that 100 degrees Celsius waste heat and the concentrated CO2 into the enclosed greenhouse. By the way, the CO2 from a coal plant is about 10 to 15% by volume. But if you hook this system up to an ethanol refinery, it is 99% pure.
Which is a huge difference in chemical purity and usability.
Exactly. But the end result is that you eliminate the plant's cooling costs and its carbon liability. In return, the greenhouse yields high-volume, year-round production of algae-derived biodiesel, duckweed for biofertilizer, and even aquaculture protein like tilapia.
I don't dispute the thermodynamic mass balance of the idea. It works on paper, but the institutional mismatch is profound. A utility company generates electricity. That is their core competency. They are not algae farmers. They do not know how to raise tilapia or manage a complex aquatic ecosystem.
That's an interesting point, though I would frame it differently. The utility does not have to become a fish farmer. They lease the facility out, or they sell the offtake to specialized agricultural managers. And more importantly, the accounting frameworks are already shifting to reward this exact type of cross-industry integration. We aren't operating in a vacuum here. Things like the Inflation Reduction Act's 45Z clean fuel production credits and 45Q carbon sequestration credits fundamentally change the math. They bring the payback period for these massive capital expenditures down to a very manageable 5 to 10 years.
The financial calculus might look attractive on a spreadsheet that assumes perfect integration, but you cannot wave away the reality of daily operations. If a disease wipes out the tilapia, or if a trace chemical contaminant from the coal flue gas crashes the algae culture, the utility is suddenly caught in the middle of an agricultural crisis that impacts their operational bottom line. And let's be real about the coal flue gas. It is not clean CO2. It contains sulfur oxides, nitrogen oxides, and heavy metals.
Which have to be scrubbed, yes. The technology exists to do that.
But scrubbing that gas to a biological grade, stepping down industrial heat safely, and delivering it across a glass facility the size of a small city is not just some trivial add-on. It is a monumental engineering mega project. Regulators trained in civil engineering and chemistry will have to stake their legal compliance on the seasonal behavior of aquatic plants. A mechanical water treatment plant behaves predictably. A duckweed pond is a living entity responding to light deficits, temperature variations, and biological competition.
It is a mega project, yes. But we are facing a mega crisis. The scale of the intervention has to match the scale of the collapse. And this brings us to the economic framework underpinning this entire architecture: planetary citizenship.
Which the essays frame as a necessary evolution of our economic values.
But it is not just a moral plea, it is a functional mandate. The core proposition of planetary citizenship is that the true cost of pollution must be paid for in lands restored. It frames this not as an environmental sacrifice, but as a business upgrade. Let's look at how this plays out at the farm level with the duckweed loop.
Right. The text proposes a strict two-stream architecture to manage the safety risks of using wastewater.
Yes, because people naturally worry about growing animal feed in municipal wastewater. So Stream 1 takes municipal sewage and feedlot lagoons and uses them to grow what we call treatment biomats. This duckweed is strictly anaerobically digested or composted into biofertilizer. Then Stream 2 takes clean crop runoff and grows feed biomass.
Duckweed grows incredibly fast and has crude protein levels up to 44%. It is a phenomenal livestock feed supplement.
And it keeps the contaminants totally separate from the food chain.
Exactly. By implementing this, a farmer can eliminate their reliance on synthetic nitrogen, potentially saving up to 50% on fertilizer costs. Simultaneously, it solves the efficiency paradox of our current irrigation. We reintroduce what the text calls ditch 2.0. Instead of concrete channels that just rush water away, these are engineered biological channels that actively intercept nutrient runoff and intentionally percolate water back down to recharge the Ogallala aquifer.
I come at it from a different way. The mechanics of the duckweed loop are sound, and the two-stream system does resolve immediate contamination fears. But the timeline of adoption versus the timeline of the crises we are facing is fundamentally misaligned.
How so? The economics make it a clear win for the farmer.
Because the Ogallala aquifer is a classic example of commons depletion. It is a shared pool resource. You cannot solve the draining of the Ogallala by waiting for individual farmers to voluntarily adopt Ditch 2.0. The text itself notes that federal agricultural subsidies and tax codes systematically reward maximum extraction. We are fighting the Jevons paradox here.
Let's clarify the Jevons paradox for the audience real quick.
Sure. The Jevons paradox happens when technological progress increases the efficiency with which a resource is used, but the rate of consumption of that resource actually rises because of increasing demand. In agriculture, when farmers get more efficient irrigation technology, they do not pump less water to save the aquifer. They use the saved water to expand their irrigated acreage and grow more crops.
Right, they optimize for profit under the current rules.
Exactly. And the institutional inertia keeping those perverse incentives in place is massive. 30% of Kansas's Ogallala access points are already functionally dry. You cannot rely on a slow, voluntary, bottom-up integration of biological frameworks to outpace a crisis that is destroying the region's hydrology right now. The market will simply not move fast enough to save the commons.
I'm not convinced by that line of reasoning because it ignores the fact that market adoption accelerates exponentially when a practice is proven to be strictly more profitable and resilient.
But is it more profitable in the short term? Because that is how farms actually operate?
Absolutely. A farmer who installs a duckweed channel is capturing free biofertilizer from one stream and free high-protein livestock supplement from another, all while protecting their own downstream well from drying up. When neighboring farms see that this operation is completely immune to the price shocks of natural gas-derived synthetic nitrogen, they will adopt the model. The institutional framework always lags, but it eventually catches up to demonstrated practice. And frankly, we no longer have the luxury of waiting. The geopolitical supply shocks from the Strait of Hormuz closure prove that our linear fossil-dependent system is a glaring vulnerability. When global jet fuel prices spike because of a conflict halfway across the world, suddenly producing algae-derived drop-in aviation fuel right here in the Midwest isn't just an ecological luxury, it becomes the only rational path forward for industrial civilization.
I think it is time we summarize where we stand on this transition.
I will start. My position is that the linear extractive model is quite literally bankrupting our geological and atmospheric capital. We have treated ancient resources like the Ogallala aquifer, vital ecosystems like the Gulf of Mexico, and the global atmosphere as free disposal sites. The bill has come due. The biological solutions presented in the source material, whether it's algae biocarbon capture intersecting flue gas or duckweed loops rebuilding our soil, are patient, efficient, and technologically ready today. They replace the hidden deferred costs of the linear system with visible, integrated investments that generate documented returns. And given the current geopolitical shocks we are seeing right now, adopting this from-the-ground-up architecture is the only mathematically sound forward.
And to summarize my perspective, while the mechanics of biological circularity offer a highly elegant alternative on paper, we cannot ignore the immense unpredictability of open biological systems and the deeply entrenched reality of institutional silos. The scale of the biosphere greenhouses required, the massive capital expenditures, and the mismatch of core competencies between utility operators and agricultural producers present formidable, perhaps insurmountable barriers. Furthermore, deploying programmable biology like CRISPR, engineered bacteriophages and light-responsive proteins in open ecosystems introduces novel ecological risks that we do not fully understand. Replacing predictable mechanical engineering with living ecological engineering introduces a new paradigm of vulnerabilities that demands extreme caution, not just unbridled optimism.
Well, what we clearly converge on is that the current linear system is unsustainable. Continuing to flush immense value down our rivers while pumping our ancient aquifers dry is a terminal trajectory.
Agreed. The status quo is fundamentally broken. Navigating the complexity of this proposed transition really requires a synthesis of multiple perspectives.
And the source material by Zachary David Enfield holds incredible depth regarding the specifics, the thermodynamics, the regulatory hurdles, and the intricate science of biological state switching.
There is certainly a great deal more to explore within those essays.
We leave it to you, the listener, to weigh the evidence and form your own conclusion. Thank you for joining us.
Okay, so let's just picture this for a second. It is March 9th, 2026. You wake up, you check your news feed, and the world has fundamentally shifted overnight.
Right, and not in a subtle way either.
No, exactly. It's a massive shock. The Strait of Hormuz, which is that vital choke point where roughly a fifth of the world's traded oil and 22% of its liquefied natural gas flows, it is closed.
Completely shut down.
Completely shut down to commercial vessel traffic following some unexpected military strikes. So you look at the markets, and gasoline prices have already spiked 17% before you've even had your coffee.
Which is just the immediate surface level impact.
Right. The price of aviation fuel is surging so fast, the airlines are actively grounding their fleets. Global supply chain, which basically runs entirely on just-in-time diesel delivery, is in a state of absolute panic. It's a geopolitical nightmare. I mean, it's the exact scenario defense analysts have been dreading for decades.
It's the ultimate bottleneck scenario, yeah.
But what if I told you that the solution to this massive globe-spanning crisis isn't drilling more oil wells in the Permian Basin? And it isn't even blanketing the Mojave Desert in millions of new solar panels.
Which is where most people's minds would immediately go.
Exactly. But what if the solution to a global energy shutdown is actually a tiny green plant, roughly the size of a lentil, floating on top of a feedlot lagoon in the middle of Nebraska?
I mean, it sounds counterintuitive, almost absurd on its face, honestly, to look at a global macroeconomic crisis of that scale and point to agricultural runoff as the answer.
It really does.
But what we are looking at today in this deep dive is a radical, comprehensive blueprint for redesigning human civilization's entire relationship with energy, with water, and with agriculture. It is a framework that takes the massive interconnected crises of our time, from these catastrophic fuel shortages to dying oceans, and attempts to solve them not by building bigger machine, but by fundamentally redefining the architecture of biological systems and what we currently consider to be waste.
Okay, let's unpack this. We have an incredible stack of sources for this deep dive today. We're looking at 4 deeply interconnected essays written in 2026 by Zachary David Enfield.
And they're quite dense.
Very dense. They are titled From the Ground Up, Life, Light, Code and Infrastructure, Dissent, Fear, and the Cost of Standing Still, and lastly, the Biosphere Imperative.
Right.
And our mission today is to completely deconstruct Enfield's from the ground up architecture. We're going to figure out how biology, light, and infrastructure can be combined to theoretically solve the world's most massive crises. And I have to say, just looking through these texts, I am struck by the sheer scale of the engineering proposed here.
The ambition is staggering.
Yeah, the idea of taking something as complex as international energy geopolitics and anchoring the solution in Midwestern duckweed and algae, it's a massive conceptual leap.
Well, what's fascinating here is that these essays do not read like utopian environmental philosophy.
No, not at all.
They are structured as a hard-nosed, incredibly rigorous engineering and accounting framework. Enfield is essentially arguing that our most durable future technologies will not come from forcing disconnected industrial sectors into awkward, heavily subsidized partnerships.
Right.
Instead, they are going to emerge from recognizing that biology, light, information, energy, and infrastructure have always been structurally linked at a thermodynamic level. He proposes that if we want to build a civilization capable of surviving the 21st century, we have to build it on that specific recognition. rather than actively fighting against it.
And to understand how he plans to build that future, we first have to really understand what he thinks is so fundamentally broken about the present.
The baseline error.
Exactly. Let's start right at the foundation of Enfield's argument, which he calls the linear fallacy. He points out that industrial civilization has made a foundational, almost categorical error in its basic operating system. We treat biological and chemical cycles as linear transactions.
Which nature doesn't do.
Nature never does that. But we do. We extract a resource, we process it, we burn it or use it, and then we just discard the remains. It's this one-way trip from the earth through the economy and straight into what he calls entropy.
While biological systems, the ones that have literally kept this planet habitable for billions of years, they operate in tightly closed circular loops where the concept of waste literally does not exist.
Precisely. And Enfield breaks this linear error down into 3 specific, measurable crises that are currently threatening the stability of the North American continent. They are all just manifestations of this exact same accounting failure.
Let's walk through those 3.
Yeah, so the first crisis he details is atmospheric carbon. Now, the standard narrative is just, emissions are bad.
Right, the typical climate change talking point.
But Enfield frames it as a temporal and mass balance failure. We are extracting fossil carbon, these hydrocarbons that required hundreds of millions of years of immense geological pressure and biological sequestration to form, and we are combusting them in a fraction of a second.
And then just dumping the resulting CO2 into the atmosphere.
Exactly. The carbon moves in one highly accelerated direction, from deep underground storage into an atmospheric commons that simply cannot absorb or recycle it at the rate we are discharging it. It's a linear dump of a localized resource into a global system.
Which naturally leads right into the second crisis he identifies, which is the Gulf of Mexico dead zone.
Oh man, when I was reading this section, the sheer scale of the misplaced resources here was just staggering to me.
It is. We are mining finite phosphate rock formations, mostly in places like Morocco or Florida, at an enormous energetic and financial cost. We process that rock, we synthesize it with atmospheric nitrogen using the incredibly energy-intensive Haber-Bosch process, and we apply it as synthetic fertilizer to agricultural fields across the entire Mississippi River Basin.
To grow corn and soybeans, mostly.
Right. But those crops don't absorb all of it. A massive percentage just washes right off the fields during heavy rains.
And because water flows downhill,
all of those millions of tons of expensive, highly refined nitrogen and phosphorus flow down the watershed into the rivers, and eventually they empty out into the Gulf of Mexico.
Where they cause massive problems.
Because when those nutrients hit the warm waters of the Gulf, they do exactly what they were engineered to do in the first place. They stimulate explosive plant growth, but in this case, it's phytoplankton and algae. You get these massive, totally uncontrollable algal blooms.
Right, and when those blooms die off,
they sink to the bottom. And the bacteria that decompose them consume all the available oxygen in the water during that decomposition process,
creating a hypoxic region, a dead zone. And Enfield notes this zone spans more than 6,000 square miles in a given summer.
It's massive.
The oxygen levels in the water drop so low that fish, shrimp, crabs, virtually all marine life simply suffocates. You have entire commercial fishing economies just devastated. And Enfield uses this perfect term to describe it. He calls it misplaced fertility.
Misplaced fertility. I like that.
Yeah, because the fertilizer isn't inherently toxic. It is just entirely disconnected from a managed biological cycle. We spent billions of dollars to extract this fertility, only to literally flush it down the drain where it acts as a systemic poison.
And if we connect this to the bigger picture, the third crisis he identifies might actually be the most structurally devastating for the United States economy, specifically its agricultural dominance. And that is the depletion of the Ogalla Aquifer.
This one is terrifying.
It really is. Yeah. This aquifer is a massive underground reservoir sitting beneath 174,000 square miles of the Great Plains, stretching from South Dakota all the way down to Texas. It provides the water for about 30% of all groundwater used in U.S. agricultural irrigation.
30%? That's a huge chunk of our food supply.
But here is the critical failure in our accounting. This is fossil water.
Right. It isn't like a surface lake that fills up every spring when the snow melts.
Exactly. It took between 6 and 12 million years to accumulate, mostly from glacial meltwater during the retreat of the last ice age. And we are currently pumping it out to irrigate water-intensive crops at a rate that far, far exceeds the natural recharge rate.
Which in some of these semi-arid regions is what, only about 1 inch per year?
Just an inch, yeah. So we are treating a 12-million-year-old capital asset as if it were disposable, recurring income. In financial terms, we are liquidating the principal and calling it profit.
The specific regional details he provides on this are chilling. Let's look at the data from the Texas Panhandle. Enfield cites a projection stating that if current extraction rates continue unchanged, up to 70% of the Texas Panhandle portion of the aquifer will be functionally unusable within 20 years.
70% gone in 2 decades.
It's just gone. And in Kansas, they are facing what local hydrologists are grimly referring to as day zero. 30% of their access points are already dry. Across the aquifer, water table levels have dropped an average of 28 feet. But in specific, heavily irrigated zones in western Kansas and the Texas Panhandle, the decline is over 150 feet since the 1950s.
It's a free fall.
And if this aquifer depletes, Enfield points out it will take over 6,000 years to replenish naturally through rainfall. We are talking about the structural foundation of American food security just vanishing because we refuse to close the loop.
And this brings us to a really counterintuitive, highly nuanced concept that Enfield explores at length, which is the efficiency paradox.
Yes, this part blew my mind.
For decades, the standard narrative from agricultural extensions and policymakers has been that advancing agricultural technology and making water application more efficient is a straightforward, indisputable environmental win. The logic seems simple. If the nozzle uses less water per plant, we save the aquifer.
It makes sense on paper.
But Enfield's analysis of the hydrological reality is much darker and far more complex than that simple equation.
I want to use an analogy here to help visualize this paradox, because it really flipped my understanding of conservation totally on its head. Imagine you have an old, heavy, gas-guzzling car.
Okay.
You trade it in for a hyper-efficient hybrid that gets incredible mileage. You look at the dashboard and you think, great, I'm saving so much gas. But because it's suddenly so incredibly cheap to drive per mile, your behavior actually changes.
Right, the incentive structure shifts.
Exactly. You start taking road trips every single weekend. You agree to a longer commute for a new job. You drive 10 times as much as you used to. By the end of the year, when you look at your total fuel purchases, you've actually burned more total gallons of gas than you did when you drove the old clunker sparingly.
That is the efficiency paradox, perfectly summarized. It was originally known as the Jevons paradox in classical economics, but here Enfield is applying it directly to groundwater.
And it completely changed the landscape of the Midwest.
That is precisely what happened on the High Plains, and Enfield breaks down the mechanics of it brilliantly. Historically, farmers in these regions used gravity ditch irrigation. They literally dug unlined earthen canals to move water from the wellhead down the rows of crops.
Just flooding the fields, basically.
By any modern precision agriculture metric, this was an incredibly inefficient system, maybe achieving 65 to 75% efficiency. The water seeped deep into the dirt walls of the ditch. It pooled at the end of the rows. It flooded low-lying depressions in the fields. But what Enfield points out is that this wasteful system actually acted as the aquifer's primary artificial recharge pathway.
Because all that quote-unquote wasted water wasn't actually disappearing.
No.
It was just slowly filtering back down through the soil profile, right back into the aquifer it came from.
Correct. The leaky ditches inadvertently pushed a massive volume of water back underground. And furthermore, the standing water in these thousands of miles of shallow canals evaporated under the summer sun, humidifying the localized atmosphere.
Creating like a microclimate.
Yes. This added moisture actually primed the air for convective afternoon thunderstorms. It was a massive, inadvertent, landscape-scale ecological infrastructure that mimicked a natural wetland cycle.
But then, in the mid-20th century, along comes Frank Zybach, a farmer from Colorado who invents the center pivot irrigation system.
The game changer.
Suddenly, we transition from muddy ditches to these massive, automated steel arms sweeping across the fields in perfect circles. We have dropped nozzles and mobile drip lines that place the water just inches from the soil surface, achieving 95 to 98% application efficiency.
The water goes exactly to the root zone of the crop and literally nowhere else.
Right. So the deep seepage stops completely, the inadvertent field wetlands dry up, the localized surface evaporation stops entirely.
And because the technology made irrigating per acre so much cheaper and required so much less manual labor, farmers were economically incentivized to maximize their capital investment.
The Jevons paradox kicks in.
Exactly. They expanded their irrigated acres into marginal lands that were previously just dry farmed. Or they switched from drought-tolerant crops like wheat or sorghum to highly profitable but incredibly thirsty crops like corn.
So the net draw on the aquifer didn't go down at all. In many districts, it actually went up. The new, highly efficient pivots literally sealed the surface. Because the application was so precise, there was no excess water to filter down, stopping the recharge that the old ditches used to provide.
While the total volume of extraction accelerated to feed the newly expanded acreage.
Enfield argues it made the system more efficient in the narrow, localized metric of crop per gallon, but far more destructive in the macro metric of aquifer per decade. And because the open surface water was gone, the boundary layer of the air dried out, and those localized convective thunderstorms just stopped forming with the same frequency.
The climate measurably changed as a direct result of increased efficiency.
So why should you, the listener, care about all this hydrological history? Because the food you eat, the stability of the economy you rely on, and the security of the nation you live in is all currently built on an accounting fiction. We are borrowing heavily from a 12-million-year-old bank account that is very shortly going to bounce our checks. The linear fallacy isn't just a philosophical error that academics debate in a classroom. It's an existential threat to the carrying capacity of the continent.
Which brings us to the core of Enfield's proposed solution. If mechanical linear fixes like hyper-efficient center pivot irrigation actually accelerate the systemic collapse, we need to completely abandon the mechanical paradigm.
We need a new engine.
We need to replace these linear fixes with biological circular engines. Enfield argues that we need to look at organisms that have been operating continuously and successfully at scale for 3.5 billion years. Plants, he notes, are the original perfectly optimized carbon capture and resource cycling technology.
This moves us into the second core concept of his architecture, which is the biological engines, specifically focusing on algae and duckweed. Let's talk about algae first. When we think about agriculture, we are completely conditioned to think of terrestrial plants. Corn, soybeans, wheat, that is our agricultural baseline.
That's what we see when we drive down the highway.
But Enfield explains that terrestrial plants are actually incredibly wasteful with the solar energy they capture. Think about a corn plant. To survive on land, it has to build a massive, rigid stalk to fight gravity. It has to grow extensive, deep root systems to search for water. It has to grow broad leaves to capture light and complex reproductive structures.
And most of the carbon it pulls from the air goes into creating cellulose and lignin to build those structures.
Exactly. And from an industrial standpoint, cellulose and lignin are structural materials that are incredibly difficult to break down biochemically. They are absolutely terrible feedstocks for making high-energy liquid fuels.
But microalgae, on the other hand, operate under an entirely different set of physical constraints. They are single-celled aquatic organisms suspended in a liquid medium. They don't need roots to find water because they literally live in it.
Right.
They don't need a rigid stalk to hold themselves up against gravity because they are naturally buoyant. Because they don't waste any biological energy on structural tissue or complex root architectures, they can devote the overwhelming majority of their photosynthetic production to creating lipids.
Which are oils.
Yes. And Enfield makes a point here that is crucial for the geopolitical aspect of this blueprint. These algal lipids are chemically identical to the precursors of petroleum. They aren't some exotic new substance that requires new engines. They can be refined into heavy biodiesel or aviation jet fuel using the exact same refinery infrastructure we already have in place today.
The mathematics he presents on this biological productivity are staggering. Let's compare terrestrial soybean yields to aquatic algae yields. Soybeans are currently the primary domestic agricultural feedstock for biodiesel in the United States. A good harvest yields about 48 gallons of oil per acre per year. Microalgae, however, when operating at a highly optimized dry biomass productivity of 50 grams per square meter per day with a 50% lipid content, can theoretically produce 10,000 gallons of oil per acre per year.
It's an exponential leap.
I really want to pause and make sure the scale of that difference lands for you. 10,000 gallons versus 48 gallons. We are talking about a productivity difference of somewhere between 100 and 200 times greater per unit of land area. You look at those numbers and it almost seems like a typo in the text. How does Enfield justify that massive disparity?
He justifies it strictly through the thermodynamics of the organism itself. A soybean plant spends months growing structural biomass before it produces a tiny pod of oil-rich seeds at the very end of its life cycle, and then it dies.
One harvest.
Exactly. Microalgae are reproducing and generating lipids continuously every single day. They are doubling their mass constantly without building any non-productive cellular scaffolding.
This leads to a conclusion that completely rewrites our energy maps. Enfield points out that if the United States were to dedicate approximately 3% of its current total cropland to algae cultivation, and crucially, he emphasizes we're talking about marginal land, non-arable desert terrain, or degraded saline wetlands, not prime Iowa food-producing soil.
Right, we aren't competing with the food supply.
Exactly. If we dedicated just that 3%, it could theoretically produce enough biodiesel to replace the entire national demand for transportation fuel. And this isn't even a newly discovered realization. Enfield cites the U.S. Department of Energy's Aquatic Species Program, which ran back in the 80s and 90s. They concluded decades ago that algae is the only biological biofuel technology physically capable of replacing global diesel usage without causing massive disruptions to global food production.
And beyond just producing fuel, algae are unparalleled biological carbon sinks. Enfield outlines a systemic architecture called bio-CCS, bioenergy with carbon capture and storage.
How does that differ from normal carbon capture?
Well, the conventional idea of carbon capture usually involves scrubbing CO2 from a smokestack and spending massive amounts of energy to compress it into a liquid and pump it deep underground into geological formations. Enfield argues that's just another linear dead end. It's burying waste.
So what's the alternative?
He proposes piping industrial exhaust, like the flue gas from a coal-fired power plant or a cement factory, directly into managed algae cultivation systems.
Because a coal plant's exhaust has CO2 concentrations of roughly 10 to 15%, right? Whereas the ambient atmospheric CO2 is only about 0.042%.
Exactly.
So when you feed that highly concentrated, localized industrial exhaust directly into an algae raceway, they experience explosive exponential growth. Every pound of algae produced intercepts more than a pound of atmospheric CO2. Enfield highlights the Archer-Daniels Midland project in Decatur, Illinois, as proof that capturing industrial CO2 streams works at a massive commercial scale.
The proof of concept is already there.
Right. But instead of just burying the carbon in a hole in the ground to check a regulatory box, bio-CCS uses algae to actively consume it, grow fat on it, and turn it into highly valuable jet fuel. It turns a massive liability carbon emissions into a hyper-profitable secondary product stream.
Now let's look at the other side of Enfield's biological engine. Duckweed, or the Limnaceae family of aquatic plants. If algae is the ultimate biological carbon infrastructure, duckweed is the ultimate nutrient vacuum.
The Zamboni of the wetlands.
Exactly. It is recognized as one of the fastest-growing macroscopic plants on Earth. It thrives in still, nutrient-dense water. Under optimal conditions, duckweed can double its biomass in as little as 16 to 48 hours.
Let's really think about the velocity of that growth. It doubles its mass in under 2 days. If you start with 1 kilogram on Monday, you have 2 on Wednesday, 4 on Friday, 8 by Sunday. The compound interest of that biological growth is insane.
And as it exponentially expands across the surface of the water, it acts as a hyper-efficient biological pump. It pulls dissolved nitrogen and phosphorus right out of the water column to build its own cellular structures,
cleaning the water in the process.
Enfield cites a 2024 study published in the Central Asian Journal of Water Research. It detailed how duckweed introduced into a municipal wastewater treatment plant achieved a 96% removal rate for total dissolved phosphorus, alongside massive reductions in nitrogen and chemical oxygen demand.
96%. That's almost total purification.
It essentially biologically eliminates the exact nutrient load that causes the hypoxic dead zones in the Gulf we talked about earlier. Currently, municipalities spend enormous amounts of electrical energy and taxpayer money to chemically strip these nutrients out of wastewater. They'll bind them into toxic sludge that has to be trucked to a landfill.
Another linear dead end.
Precisely. Duckweed simply absorbs those nutrients into easily harvestable plant tissue, doing the work for free using sunlight.
But whenever you bring this up, and Enfield acknowledges this immediately in his text, there is a major visceral objection that people raise. If you are growing duckweed in municipal human sewage or incredibly dense feedlot manure lagoons, isn't that plant matter horribly contaminated with heavy metals, pharmaceuticals, and pathogens?
It's the gross factor.
Right. You can't just harvest sewage weed and feed it to a dairy cow. Enfield anticipates this revulsion and completely neutralizes the fear with a strict architectural division he calls the two-stream duckweed system.
This is a crucial, non-negotiable architectural distinction in his blueprint. Stream 1 is designated strictly as the treatment biomass. This duckweed is grown directly in municipal sewage facilities or raw agricultural manure lagoons. Its sole biological job is to remediate the water.
So it's never entering the food chain.
Never. Once it is harvested, it is legally firewalled. It is never fed to animals. Instead, it is sent to a composting facility, or ideally put into an anaerobic digester to create methane biogas for electrical generation.
Capturing the energy.
Right. And the solid byproduct of that digestion process, the digestate, becomes a completely safe, stable, legally recognized biofertilizer. The intense heat and microbial action of the anaerobic digestion process physically destroys the human pathogens.
Exactly. So the contamination loop is closed and fully sanitized. And then you have stream 2, which is the feed biomass. This duckweed is grown in an entirely separate, segregated system using only clean water sources.
Like what kind of sources?
This could be the treated effluent from a sanitation plant that has already passed EPA safety standards, or it could be clean agricultural runoff. Because duckweed naturally contains an incredible 33 to 44% crude protein by dry weight, with an amino acid profile that actually rivals or beats soybeans, this clean stream is harvested, dried, and used as a premium high-value feed supplement for livestock, poultry, or commercial aquaculture.
So it's the exact same plant species, operating in two totally separate architectural streams.
Right. Zero contamination risk, maximum resource utilization.
If we connect this dual-stream concept to the larger physical picture of the Nebraska agricultural landscape, Enfield proposes a systemic redesign he calls the sorghum wetland algae loop, or, more colloquially, the ditch 2.0.
So what does this actually mean for the physical landscape? Like, how does a farmer actually implement this?
Try to visualize the edge of a standard Midwestern cornfield today. You usually have a sterile, unlined ditch or a buried concrete pipe that is designed to do one thing: flush excess rainwater heavily loaded with synthetic nitrogen and phosphorus off the field and into the nearest river as fast as possible.
Get the water away.
Right. Enfield says we need to rip that out. Instead, a farmer builds a shallow, carefully managed duckweed channel along the lowest edge of their field. This is the ditch 2.0. When a heavy storm hits, the runoff washes into this channel. But instead of flowing away, the water is deliberately slowed down,
giving the biology time to work. Exactly. The duckweed on the surface rapidly inhales those expensive nutrients. It acts as a biological buffer, stopping the agricultural pollution from ever reaching the Ogalla aquifer below or the municipal river systems downstream. Then, the farmer uses a mechanical skimmer to harvest that overgrown duckweed, processes it through a small on-site digester, and applies it right back onto the same field as a stable biofertilizer before the next planting season.
And the economics of this localized loop are absolutely transformative for rural communities. Enfield's research models show this harvested biofertilizer can cut a conventional farmer's need for imported synthetic petroleum-based fertilizers by up to 50%.
That is a massive cost savings,
while simultaneously increasing long-term soil health and crop yields. Currently, buying chemical fertilizer and paying municipal taxes to treat contaminated water are massive, painful cost centers for rural economies. The duckweed loop turns them into localized revenue streams.
It flips the ledger.
The farmer stops poisoning the downstream municipal water supply, saves a fortune on imported chemicals, and literally grows a significant portion of their own fertilizer on the margins of their own land.
Okay, we spent a lot of time talking about the macroscopic plants. The algae we can physically see blooming, the duckweed we can skim off a pond. Here's where it gets really interesting. In his second essay, Life, Light, Code, and Infrastructure, Enfield zooms all the way into the microscopic molecular level.
This is where it starts to sound like science fiction.
It really does. He argues that our understanding of biology is totally outdated. Biology isn't just about planting seeds in the dirt and hoping for rain. It is a highly programmable, deeply logical technology stack. He outlines a 3-layer architecture for environmental engineering: target, edit, and control.
This section of the essay is where we transition from merely observing and harvesting biology to actively engineering it with extreme molecular precision. The first layer of the stack is the target layer, and it relies heavily on bacteriophages.
What exactly is a bacteriophage?
A bacteriophage, commonly just called a phage, is a type of virus that exclusively infects and replicates within bacteria. They are the most abundant biological entities on the planet, and they have evolved over billions of years in a constant arms race, with bacteria to be hyperspecific.
How specific are we talking?
Some phages are so specialized they will only attack a single highly specific substrain of a particular bacterium, ignoring absolutely everything else around them.
I think we really need to contrast that with how we currently treat bacterial problems in agriculture or medicine to truly understand the leap here. If you have a bacterial issue, say a soil disease or a gut infection, the standard 20th century response is to drop a chemical nuke on it.
Right, broad-spectrum antibiotics.
We use a broad-spectrum antibiotic. It successfully wipes out the targeted bad bacteria, sure, but it also indiscriminately annihilates the entire surrounding microbiome. It kills all the beneficial bacteria that keep the soil structure healthy or aid in nutrient absorption in the gut. Enfield argues this is another linear fallacy.
It's treating a biological system like a sterile factory floor.
Phages, however, are the exact opposite. They are biological precision instruments. You introduce a phage into an environment and it threads the needle, bypassing trillions of beneficial organisms to seek out, infect, and eliminate only the exact target pathogen population.
Once you have achieved that hyperspecific targeting, you engage the second layer of the biological stack, which is the edit layer. This is where Enfield introduces CRISPR-Cas technology, not just as a medical tool, but as massive ecological infrastructure.
We've all heard of CRISPR in the news, but how does he apply it here?
Originally, CRISPR was discovered as a natural bacterial immune system, a way for bacteria to remember the DNA of invading viruses and cut it up upon reinfection. But over the last decade, it has been repurposed as a universal, programmable, molecular scalpel.
A molecular scalpel.
You can design a short sequence of guide RNA, which, structurally, acts exactly like lines of targeting code in a software program to direct the Cas protein to find and cleanly sever any specific DNA sequence within a genome. You can disable a problematic gene, replace a flawed sequence, or activate a dormant region. It is programmable genetic logic operating dynamically inside a living cell.
And the third layer of this stack, which honestly sounds like complete science fiction but is rigorously documented in the essay, is control. This utilizes a field called optogenetics. Optogenetics is the use of specific wavelengths of light to turn biological and genetic functions on and off.
Using light as a switch.
Yes. Enfield points out that if you try to use chemical signals to trigger a biological process in an open environment like a lake, it's incredibly messy. The chemicals diffuse unpredictably through the water, they accumulate in the sediment, they affect non-target organisms, and they are incredibly hard to remove once introduced.
You can't unring the bell with a chemical.
Exactly. But light is a fundamentally different control mechanism. It is incredibly fast, it's highly directional, and its application is instantaneous. You can engineer biological systems with photosensitive receptor proteins that respond only to very specific wavelengths of light. You can trigger a gene's expression to turn on by hitting the pond with a blue LED light, and then shut that exact same gene off a millisecond later by switching to a red LED light.
This raises an important question regarding the practical, real-world application of this stack. How do we actually deploy these three layers to solve complex ecological crises?
Right, getting out of the lab and into the field.
Enfield uses the persistent example of toxic cyanobacterial blooms, what we colloquially call blue-green algae. In agricultural states like Nebraska, these toxic blooms happen constantly in lakes and reservoirs because of the very fertilizer runoff we discussed earlier. And these cyanobacteria produce potent neurotoxins and hepatotoxins that can quickly kill dogs that swim in the water, livestock that drink from it, and totally devastate native fish populations.
And right now, what is our brilliant, state-of-the-art solution to a toxic lake? We back a truck up to the boat ramp and dump tons of copper sulfate into the water.
Another chemical nuke.
It's exactly the same error. It successfully kills the toxic cyanobacteria, but it also kills the beneficial aquatic plants, decimates the invertebrate populations, and toxifies the benthic sediment for decades. With Enfield's biological stack, you completely abandon the copper sulfate.
Use precision instead of brute force.
Instead, you deploy precision cyanophages that are evolved to only attack the specific toxin-producing strains, leaving the rest of the lake's microbiome totally untouched. Or, even more elegantly, you use CRISPR to subtly edit the cyanobacteria population so their toxin-producing genetic pathways are disabled, allowing them to survive and perform their natural, necessary ecological role of fixing nitrogen without poisoning the water.
And you could theoretically use epigenetics to ensure these genetic interventions only trigger under specific sunlight conditions, giving you a fail-safe control mechanism.
But the most radical boundary-pushing application of this light control layer that Enfield details is what he calls the prion revelation. To understand why this is so profound, we have to understand what prions are.
Right, prions are terrifying.
They really are. Prions are misfolded proteins that are responsible for uniformly fatal, devastating neurological diseases like bovine spongiform encephalopathy, mad cow disease, or Creutzfeldt-Jakob disease in humans. They are notorious in the biological sciences because they are incredibly stable. They carry absolutely no genetic material, no DNA, no RNA, and they are essentially indestructible by normal biological or chemical sterilization means.
They aren't viruses or bacteria.
No, they're just aberrant, malformed protein shapes that somehow induce other healthy proteins to identically misfold, creating a cascading chain reaction of destruction in brain tissue. I think when most people hear the word prions, if they know what they are, they think of an unstoppable, apocalyptic biological plague. It's the stuff of nightmares because you can't kill something that isn't technically alive.
But Enfield reveals that recent research shows even prions, these indestructible nightmare proteins, are subject to highly programmable manipulation using specific wavelengths of light. He breaks this revelation down into 3 distinct modes of interaction.
Walk us through those modes.
Mode 1 is destruction. Researchers have discovered that if you use near-infrared light, or NIR, combined with specially engineered carbon nanosheets, you can generate incredibly localized photothermal effects.
How does that destroy the prion?
The NIR light penetrates tissue deeply without damaging it, but when it hits the carbon nanosheets attached to the prions, it generates intense microscopic heat that literally shatters the indestructible structure of the toxic prion plaques. It breaks the unbreakable protein apart at a molecular level.
That is incredible, and that leads to mode 2, right? Construction.
Yes. By applying very specific, controlled wavelengths of UVB light, researchers can essentially actuate a molecular switch that causes normal, healthy prion proteins to instantly begin the misfolding and aggregation process on command.
Why would we want to start the disease process?
Because it gives scientists millisecond-level pinpoint precision to start, pause, and stop the complex folding cascade in a lab. This level of control is absolutely revolutionary for studying the exact thermodynamics of the disease progression, allowing us to map the precise moment a healthy protein turns toxic.
And then there is mode 3, engineering, which to me sounds like absolute alchemy, because prions self-assemble and stack onto each other with such incredibly strict, predictable structural regularity. Materials scientists have realized they can use visible light to physically guide and direct them.
Building with pathogens.
Exactly. By illuminating specific microscopic patterns with visible light, the energy forces the prion proteins to self-assemble into rigid, predictable microscopic scaffolds along the light path. Once the protein scaffold is built, scientists then deposit molecular metal onto these structures, creating pure gold and silver nanowires that are thinner, more conductive, and vastly more structurally precise than anything we can currently build with top-down conventional silicon manufacturing.
They're using the pathogen that causes mad cow disease to build next-generation microelectronics.
The broader implication here is profound, and it really anchors Enfield's entire philosophy. Biology isn't just a messy, slow, unpredictable process of nature running its chaotic course. From the macro-level genome sequence down to the complex, three-dimensional geometric folding of a single protein molecule, biology is a programmable platform.
It's an operating system.
It is a fundamental technology stack that can be addressed, given instructions, and precisely controlled by the exact wavelength and intensity of a light beam. Enfield is arguing that you can engineer a living, breathing ecosystem with the same logical precision and predictable outcomes that a software engineer uses to program a smartphone application.
But, of course, there's always an objection to theoretical models. And the biggest, most practical objection to all of these expansive outdoor biological systems, the massive algae raceway ponds, the miles of duckweed channels, especially when you're proposing them for a place like Nebraska or the Dakotas, is the reality of the continental winter.
Right, the freezing cold.
What happens to your hyper-efficient duckweed biological engine when the air temperature is 20 degrees below zero in January? The ponds freeze solid. The biological activity grinds to a complete halt. You obviously can't run a global energy civilization on an algae fuel supply that is forced to take a 7-month frozen vacation every single year.
Enfield addresses this massive geographical constraint head-on in his essay, The Biosphere Imperative. His solution to the freezing continental winter is an architectural concept he calls the biosphere greenhouse. He completely refuses to view the Midwestern winter as a biological failure or a geographic disqualifier.
He reframes the problem.
Exactly. Instead, he views it strictly as a correctable thermal deficiency in the local environment. And he proves that it is mechanically correctable by pointing to a massive functioning structure that has been operating flawlessly in Omaha, Nebraska since 1992.
The lied jungle at the Henry Dorley Zoo.
I absolutely love that he uses this as his proof of concept. If you've never been, it is an 80-foot-tall, fully enclosed, incredibly dense tropical rainforest built right in the middle of the windswept Great Plains. It has free-roaming monkeys, massive cascading waterfalls, and towering tropical tree canopies.
It's a literal jungle.
Outside the glass walls, it might be minus 30 degrees with the wind chill howling off the prairie, but inside that structure, it is a balmy 80 degrees and deeply humid 365 days a year. The mechanical engineering required to maintain a massive tropical ecosystem through a brutal Nebraska winter is completely settled science. The zoo has been doing it flawlessly for over 3 decades.
The structure works perfectly. The only actual barrier to building thousands of massive industrial-scale lied jungles across the Midwest for agricultural production isn't the architectural engineering. It is the staggering energy cost required to run them.
Right, heating that space is expensive.
The zoo pays standard commercial market rates for immense volumes of natural gas and electricity to heat and humidify that massive volume of space. If a commercial farmer tried to grow duckweed or algae in a massive greenhouse heated with purchased fossil fuel energy, they would go bankrupt in the first month. The thermodynamics of paying to create heat to grow plants to make fuel is a net negative equation.
So how does Enfield bypass that cost?
He solves this by connecting the biological need to the existing industrial landscape. He asks us to consider the thermodynamics of a typical 500-megawatt coal-fired power plant.
Let's really look at the thermodynamic math of that power plant, because this is where the genius of the architecture clicks together. To generate 500 megawatts of usable electricity for the grid, the plant has to burn an immense amount of coal,
Creating massive heat.
The combustion actually produces around 1,000 to 1,100 megawatts of total thermal energy. But because of the fundamental limits of physics, specifically the Carnot cycle limits of the steam turbines, roughly 60 to 67% of that raw thermal energy cannot be converted into electricity. It becomes low-grade waste heat.
It's just excess thermal energy.
So this single power plant has 400 to 600 megawatts of intense, continuous thermal energy that it literally has to spend millions of dollars to dispose of, usually by evaporating water through massive cooling towers. And simultaneously, it is venting millions of tons of pure, scrubbed CO2 straight out of its smokestacks into the atmosphere.
This specific intersection of industrial waste and biological need is where Enfield's vision of peak circular economics comes into play. He proposes marrying the heavy industrial facility directly to the biological facility. You zone and build massive commercial biosphere greenhouses immediately adjacent to the power plant, or a cement kiln, or an ethanol refinery.
Right next door.
Instead of using cooling towers, you pipe that immense continuous volume of industrial waste heat directly into the heat exchangers of the greenhouses to effortlessly maintain tropical temperatures inside all winter long. And you pipe the concentrated CO2 exhaust directly into the aquatic raceways for the algae and duckweed to consume.
Let's try to visualize the physical architecture inside one of these massive integrated biosphere greenhouses. It is not just a single flat crop laid out on the dirt. Enfield describes a highly dense, layered, multi-tier ecosystem designed to maximize cubic volume.
A vertical ecosystem.
Right. In the large, deep water tanks at the bottom layer, you have warm water commercial aquaculture, thousands of tilapia or catfish swimming around, consuming feed and producing ammonia-rich waste. Floating directly on top of that exact same water is the duckweed, which rapidly inhales the fish waste to grow its biomass, simultaneously purifying the water for the fish below in a perfectly closed aquaponics loop.
And the algae.
In specialized, transparent glass tubes or shallow raceways flanking the fair tanks, you have the microalgae violently consuming the power plant's piped-in CO2, synthesizing lipids for aviation fuel. And utilizing the warm, humid vertical airspace high above the water tanks, you are growing rapid turnover bamboo for sustainable construction materials or hanging hydroponic leafy greens for local food markets.
And here is the true counterintuitive genius of this integrated architecture. The brutal Midwestern winter actually transforms into a critical operational advantage.
How so?
The extreme sub-zero cold outside acts as the perfect, limitless thermal sink to absorb the extreme waste heat of the power plant via the greenhouse glass, allowing the plant's steam cooling cycle to operate at peak thermodynamic efficiency. Inside the greenhouse, because the necessary heat and the massive volumes of CO2 feedstock are provided virtually for free, the only missing component to drive continuous biological growth during the short, dark winter days is light.
But the power plant attached to the greenhouse often produces massive amounts of surplus, unsellable electricity during the off-peak night hours when the city is asleep.
Right, baseload power.
So the facility uses that dirt-cheap off-peak electricity to power massive arrays of high-efficiency, multi-spectrum LED grow lights. Because you are controlling the ambient temperature perfectly, saturating the water with unlimited CO2, and providing continuous, optimal photosynthetic light 24 hours a day, the algae cultivated in this artificial winter greenhouse actually produce lipids 3 to 5 times faster than they ever could in an open outdoor pond in the middle of a perfect summer.
Because the summer pond has limitations.
Because open summer ponds inevitably suffer from massive heat stress, uncontrolled evaporation, and severe atmospheric CO2 limitations. The winter greenhouse environment allows you to optimize every single biological variable without exception.
If we connect this to the bigger picture of the regional economy, it is an astonishing demonstration of economic synergy. The heavy power plant completely eliminates the massive capital and water costs of running its cooling towers, and it avoids the crippling financial and regulatory penalties associated with carbon emissions.
And the greenhouse benefits equally.
Simultaneously, the biological greenhouse completely eliminates the prohibitive bankrupting costs of buying heating fuel and commercial-grade CO2. Two massive, bleeding industrial cost centers merge together and magically become a hyper-profitable, closed-loop revenue system that steadily produces high-grade aviation fuel, thousands of tons of tilapia protein, and premium biofertilizer all year round, completely decoupled from the chaotic weather outside.
This sweeping vision brings us to the final and perhaps most urgent section of our deep dive: strategic reality, planetary citizenship, and overcoming dissent. Enfield argues forcefully that we simply do not have the luxury of time to wait for slow, incremental institutional change or decades of pilot programs.
The geopolitical clock is ticking.
Let's loop back to the terrifying hook we started with at the top of the show. The Strait of Hormuz is closed. Gas prices are through the roof. The global supply chain is stalling out.
The geopolitical reality that Enfield outlines is incredibly stark. The United States military apparatus requires approximately 100 million gallons of highly refined jet fuel every single day just to maintain its current global posture and logistical capabilities.
100 million gallons a day. That is a staggering logistical burden.
Right now, that operational lifeblood is almost entirely dependent on petroleum extracted from a highly volatile global market that is deeply vulnerable to strategic choke points like Hormuz or Malacca. But algae-derived jet fuel, as we discussed, is what the industry calls drop-in compatible.
Meaning no hardware changes.
It requires absolutely zero modifications to existing aircraft turbine engines, zero changes to refinery equipment, and zero changes to the massive network of distribution pipelines. From an engineering standpoint, it is chemically indistinguishable from fossil-derived jet fuel.
And we are engaged in a massive, quiet technology race, whether the general public acknowledges it or not. Enfield points out that China is already aggressively pursuing this biological transition. They have massive state-directed entities quietly building impenetrable patent portfolios in advanced algae cultivation techniques, photobioreactor design, and genetic modification of duckweed.
And they see the strategic value.
They aren't investing billions into this because they have a sudden altruistic desire to save the whales or lower global temperatures. They are doing this purely out of strategic calculation. They deeply understand that a nation that can grow its own high-density jet fuel locally, using nothing but sunlight, municipal wastewater, and industrial carbon dioxide, can never be effectively held hostage by a naval blockade or a foreign oil embargo. Mastering biological fuel equals true, mathematically unassailable energy independence.
To accelerate our own transition and match this strategic threat, Enfield outlines a new, overarching ethical and economic framework he calls planetary citizenship. This represents a profound, necessary redefinition of land ownership and corporate environmental responsibility.
And he's careful to clarify the politics of this, right?
He is very careful to note that this is not about creeping socialism, and it is not about the state aggressively seizing private land. Rather, it is about instituting a system of strict, uncompromising mass balance accounting. The foundational premise of planetary citizenship is that the Earth's basic life support systems, the shared atmosphere that absorbs our carbon, the rivers that carry our water, the wetlands that filter our excess nutrients, are in fact calculable planetary services. They have real, quantifiable economic value that is currently being exploited for free.
If a heavy manufacturing corporation burns coal and dumps millions of tons of CO2 into the air, or a massive corporate farm sprays excess synthetic fertilizer and allows the toxic runoff to poison the local river, they are effectively consuming a valuable planetary service without paying for it.
They are socializing the cost and privatizing the profit.
They are essentially stealing the atmospheric buffer's capacity or the river's ecological purity, recording a massive private profit on their ledger, and forcing everyone downstream and all future generations to pay the devastating physical and economic costs of that pollution. Planetary citizenship simply demands that the cost of your industrial poison must be paid in land actively restored. You have to balance the ledger.
Practically speaking, Enfield's models dictate that this means every major agricultural or industrial operation must legally maintain an Earth share zone. This could take the form of a designated wetland buffer constructed around a factory, a managed duckweed channel bordering a farm, or a bio-CCS algae system attached to a smokestack, scaled proportionally to the exact volume of pollution they generate.
Like a deposit.
It is treated strictly as a biological security deposit. It ensures that the corporate entity profiting from the extraction of the land is actively, physically participating in the ongoing ecological maintenance of the landscape they inhabit.
Now, whenever you talk about deploying CRISPR to genetically edit organisms in open water, deploying hyperspecific bacteriophages to manipulate microbiomes, or fundamentally reprogramming the hydrology of massive landscapes, you inevitably run into heavy, coordinated resistance.
Naturally, people are protective of nature.
One of the loudest, most persistent objections Enfield addresses in his essay Dissent, Fear, and the Cost of Standing Still is what we can broadly categorize as the Genesis objection. This is the deep-seated religious, ethical, and philosophical pushback that claims using advanced tools like CRISPR or phages to actively alter natural ecological systems is essentially playing God and constitutes a reckless, arrogant violation of the natural divine order of the world.
It is critical that we look at this debate impartially, conveying the viewpoints exactly as Enfield addresses them in his sources without endorsing the validity of either side's core philosophy. The objectors to these biological systems argue that intervening so deeply in the fundamental biological code of the planet invites massive, unintended, and potentially irreversible consequences.
They point to history.
They frequently point to catastrophic historical mistakes made under the guise of progress, such as the destructive overuse of broad-spectrum antibiotics, creating superbugs, or the disastrous introduction of invasive species like the cane toad to control pests. They feel strongly that engineering life at the molecular level crosses a sacred, inviolable boundary that humans do not have the wisdom to manage.
Enfield's sources address this pushback by fundamentally challenging the objector's rigid definition of what constitutes a natural state. He points out neutrally that every single modern crop-supporting human civilization today, the vast fields of corn, the high-yield wheat, the drought-resistant sorghum growing across Nebraska, is already deeply genetically modified.
They are not wild plants.
They are the highly engineered products of over 10 millennia of forced human agricultural selection and aggressive domestication. A modern, heavy ear of sweet corn is a biological anomaly that would not survive a single season in the wild without constant, intensive human intervention. His text argues that we have been actively modifying the biology of the planet for 10,000 years.
The counter-argument presented by Enfield is that the ethical distinction that truly matters moving forward is not the false binary between natural and unnatural, but rather the distinction between blunt, imprecise intervention and highly targeted, precise intervention.
The copper sulfate versus the phage.
Exactly. Dumping tons of toxic copper sulfate into a public lake to indiscriminately kill an algae bloom is a broad, imprecise, and fundamentally destructive intervention. Using a hyperspecific, naturally occurring bacteriophage to neutralize only the toxic bacteria while leaving the complex web of the surrounding ecosystem completely intact is, in his framework, a profound act of responsible stewardship.
It's a very different paradigm.
He frames the molecular healing of a depleted aquifer or the biological cleaning of a polluted river system not as an act of reckless dominion over nature, but as fulfilling a necessary moral duty to actively maintain and repair the creation we rely upon for our survival.
So, if Enfield's science is mathematically settled, The localized economics are highly profitable, and the looming macro geopolitics absolutely demand that we transition to this model immediately. The obvious question is, why aren't we building biosphere greenhouses and ditch 2.0 systems everywhere right now? What is actually stopping this?
It's the bureaucracy.
Enfield identifies the ultimate intractable villain of this story as institutional silos. It's not a failure of technology, it's a failure of crushing bureaucracy. For over a century, the municipal wastewater treatment plant, the county agricultural extension office, the regional power company, and the state wetlands management district have operated as completely separate, rigidly protected fiefdoms.
They simply do not communicate with each other, legally or conceptually. The Municipal Sanitation Authority does not have a legal charter or a commercial mechanism to sell purified biofertilizer directly to the neighboring corporate feedlot. The coal plant's rigid accounting software only tracks the massive capital cost of constructing a greenhouse. It possesses no fields to calculate the regulatory value of the carbon captured, let alone the future commodity market value of the aviation jet fuel produced by the algae.
The software literally can't process the synergy.
The failure to adopt this architecture is not technical. It's entirely organizational. Enfield concludes that to survive the coming decades, we desperately need a new class of institutional entrepreneurs. People who can forcefully span these rigid bureaucratic boundaries and build the novel business models required to capture the immense value sitting unrecognized right at the intersection of these isolated domains.
I want you to think about your own community for a moment. Reflect on your local daily landscape. How many massive industrial plants or manufacturing factories are venting massive, shimmering plumes of wasted thermal heat into the freezing winter sky right now? And how many struggling farms just a few miles down the road from those factories are preparing to go into deep debt to buy incredibly expensive imported synthetic fertilizer this spring?
The disconnect is everywhere.
The raw materials for a completely sustainable, hyperproductive, circular economy are already there, sitting in plain sight. The biological solutions to our worst crises are literally floating, completely ignored, on the surface of our local retention ponds.
To distill the massive conceptual journey we've been on today in this deep dive, we started by looking at the terrifying, mathematically certain depletion of a 12-million-year-old aquifer beneath our feet, and the massive hypoxic dead zones actively choking our oceans, all caused by the rigid linear fallacy of extract, use, and discard.
The linear error.
We explored how highly optimized biological engines like microalgae and duckweed can close these destructive loops, vacuuming up excess nutrients and carbon emissions at astonishing exponential speeds.
We dove deep into the programmable biology stack, learning how bacteriophages, CRISPR-Cas technology, and optogenetics allow us to target and edit living systems like software, even going so far as using specific wavelength of light to command indestructible prions to assemble themselves into next-generation gold nanowires.
And we looked at the winter problem.
We examined how to solve the freezing continental winter problem by physically marrying the immense waste heat and concentrated CO2 of heavy power plants to enclosed biosphere greenhouses, creating year-round, hyperproductive tropical rainforests in the Nebraska snow that continuously pump out aviation fuel and tilapia.
And finally, the strategic reality.
And we confronted the harsh geopolitical urgency that demands we rapidly adopt planetary citizenship and tear down our stubborn bureaucratic silos before the next global crisis irreparably breaks our fragile supply chains.
It is a breathtakingly comprehensive, interconnected architecture for long-term human survival and economic prosperity, built entirely, as Enfield says, from the ground up.
I want to leave you with a final provocative thought to mull over as you go about the rest of your day. Consider this. For the last 2 centuries, since the dawn of the Industrial Revolution, we have been absolutely convinced that the pinnacle of human achievement was building massive, increasingly complex iron and steel machines to conquer, extract from, and subjugate the natural world. But looking at Enfield's blueprint, what if the ultimate, most durable technology was never the machine at all? What if the highest, most sophisticated form of engineering human beings can achieve is simply giving nature the exact right genetic instructions, the exact right wavelength of light, and the exact right industrial waste, and then just stepping back, getting out of the way, and letting the immense power of the biosphere do the work? Thank you so much for joining us on this deep dive into Zachary David Enfield's remarkable essays. We strongly encourage you to look at the world around you differently today. Look at the industrial exhaust, the agricultural runoff, the supposed waste in your own life and your own local community, not as trash to be mindlessly thrown away, but as misplaced fertility, just waiting to be put back to work in the loop. Until next time. Welcome to the deep dive. We're really thrilled to have you with us today because we have been working our way through a stack of material that it fundamentally fractures the standard narrative about the physical world around you.
Really does, yeah.
Because when you pause and actually look at the cascading planetary scale crises we're currently navigating, the rapid depletion of freshwater aquifers, the dangerous fragility of our global energy supply chains, an agricultural system that is just suffocating our coastal waters with nutrient runoff, it is incredibly easy to feel overwhelmed.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
And I mean, when we try to conceptualize a solution to problems of that magnitude, we almost always default to the language of massive multi-trillion-dollar engineering.
Right, exactly. We picture fusion reactors, continent-spanning seawalls, or some gleaming, futuristic atmospheric scrubber. But what if the ultimate shortcut to solving these existential bottlenecks isn't a new machine at all? What if the most sophisticated, highly efficient, massively scalable technology on Earth is currently floating on the surface of a local retention pond, just waiting for us to figure out how to write the software for it?
It is a phenomenal premise, and it forms the absolute bedrock of what we're going to explore in detail today. We're looking at a truly fascinating, densely argued stack of essays published in early 2026 by Zachary David Enfield.
And he's writing out of Hastings, Nebraska.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Which places him right in the geographic epicenter of the American agricultural and industrial complex that he is critiquing.
Yeah, and the core texts we're pulling from today include his foundational piece From the Ground Up, Enfield, a deeply technical follow-up called Life, Light, Code, and Infrastructure, and his systemic architectural blueprint, The Biosphere Imperative.
Right. And we also have his rather urgent, uncompromising addendum titled Dissent, Fear, and the Cost of Standing Still.
That last piece really acts as the catalyst for the entire collection. I mean, Enfield isn't just theorizing in a vacuum here. He is writing with a profound sense of geopolitical urgency.
He absolutely is. And our mission for this deep dive is to guide you through Enfield's radical philosophy, a framework he calls building from the ground up. We're going to deconstruct his central argument that industrial civilization has made a massive, potentially fatal architectural error by treating biological systems as linear transactions.
Yeah.
But more importantly, we are going to explore the granular details of his roadmap out of this paradigm. We'll look at how the convergence of what he calls programmable biology and heavy industrial biosphere greenhouses offers a circular, deeply pragmatic, and highly profitable alternative to the way we currently power and feed the globe.
Okay, let's unpack this, because Enfield starts with the concept he calls the linear fallacy. And to truly understand the sheer elegance of the biological solutions he proposes later, we first have to thoroughly understand the foundational error we've been making for the last century and a half.
Right.
He argues that our entire industrial framework is built on a categorical mistake in how we conceptualize and handle carbon, water, and essential nutrients. The linear fallacy is an incredibly powerful lens. It basically describes the deeply ingrained assumption that we can treat cyclical biological and geological systems as one-way extraction pathways.
Like a straight line from point A to a landfill.
Exactly. The fundamental architecture of our economy is to extract a resource, combust or process it to capture a brief moment of utility, and then discard the remnants as waste. I mean, we mine ancient fossilized water from deep underground aquifers, we spray it onto a sunbaked field where a massive percentage of it evaporates, and it is effectively gone from the local system.
Gone.
We strip mine phosphate rock at an immense energetic and ecological cost, we synthesize it into fertilizer, we apply it to a monoculture crop, the next heavy rain washes it into the river system, and it is gone. We extract dense fossil carbon from the lithosphere, combust it for thermal energy, vent the carbon dioxide into the atmosphere, and it's gone.
Every single stage of that process severs a material from its natural cycle and sends it on a one-way, high-speed journey toward entropy.
And Enfield's core thesis is that this isn't just environmentally destructive, it is mathematically unsustainable. It's an accounting fiction that allows us to pretend we're generating wealth when we are actually just liquidating our geological capital.
And he brings some heavily researched receipts to prove this isn't merely an abstract philosophical grievance, right? The real-world toll is staggering, and he anchors his critique in a massive piece of infrastructure sitting right beneath his feet, the Ogallala Aquifer.
Yes.
For those who might be fuzzy on the hydrology, the Ogallala is a colossal underground reservoir that stretches across 8 states beneath the Great Plains. But Enfield points out a critical piece of geological context that we often ignore. This aquifer is not a subterranean river that refills every spring. It is a sealed vault of fossil water that took between 6 and 12 million years to accumulate.
The time scale is what makes the current extraction rate so alarming. We're treating a multi-million-year geological deposit as if it were a checking account with a daily direct deposit. Today, the Ogallala provides roughly 30% of all the groundwater used for agricultural irrigation in the entire United States.
It's the lifeblood of American grain production.
It really is.
Yeah.
But because of this deeply entrenched linear extraction mindset, we're draining it at a pace that is geologically instantaneous.
Yeah, the statistics he aggregates from the region are genuinely sobering. In Kansas, the water table has dropped an average of over 28 feet since large-scale pumping began in the mid-20th century, and that is just an average. In some of the more intensely irrigated parts of western Kansas and the Texas Panhandle, the decline exceeds 150 feet.
It's incredible.
He actually cites a 2025 projection from the University of Texas stating that if current linear extraction rates are maintained, up to 70% of the Texas Panhandle portion of the aquifer will be functionally unusable within 20 years. That is not some distant science fiction future, that is tomorrow morning, in infrastructural terms. And the kicker is that once the aquifer is depleted, the natural recharge rate from rainfall is so agonizingly slow that it would take more than 6,000 years to replenish it.
It is the ultimate manifestation of the linear fallacy. And this is where Enfield introduces a historical analysis that completely shifts how we view technological progress in agriculture. He dives into the efficiency paradox, which economists often refer to as the Jevons paradox.
I found this section completely paradigm shifting. We've been conditioned to view technological efficiency as an inherent, unquestionable good. If a system uses less water to grow the same amount of corn, that is a victory.
Right, that's the standard logic.
But Enfield meticulously deconstructs how our narrow, isolated pursuit of mechanical efficiency actually accelerated the destruction of the Ogallala aquifer.
To understand the mechanism of this paradox, Enfield takes us back to the early and mid-20th century. Historically, farmers across Nebraska and the Great Plains relied on gravity ditch irrigation. They would dig extensive, unlined earthen canals to move water from a source across their fields.
Which seems terribly inefficient.
By modern engineering standards, it was an incredibly inefficient system, maybe 65 to 75% efficient at actually getting water to the roots of the crop. The rest of the water seeped down into the dirt of the canal or evaporated into the air.
So the industry pivoted. Starting around 1948, a farmer named Frank Zybach invented the center pivot irrigation system.
Right.
These are those iconic, massive metal sprinklers that draw perfect half-mile wide green circles in the crops when you fly over the Midwest. The technology evolved rapidly, and with the introduction of modern drop nozzles that place the water just inches above the soil, these systems achieved 95 to 98% efficiency. Almost no water is quote-unquote wasted. It is a marvel of precision engineering.
It is a marvel, provided you only look at the balance sheet of the individual farm. But Enfield forces us to look at the entire regional hydrology. Those old, inefficient earthen ditches were inadvertently performing vital landscape-scale ecological functions. The massive volume of water that seeped into the ground from those thousands of miles of unlined ditches was serving as the primary artificial recharge pathway for the Ogallala aquifer.
So the inefficiency was actually a localized water loop.
Exactly. Furthermore, the water that evaporated from that massive diffuse network of open ditches and flooded low spots was actively humidifying the local atmosphere. Enfield points to meteorological data suggesting this localized humidity primed the atmosphere, creating the specific conditions necessary for regular, gentle summer thunderstorms, which provided free natural precipitation.
But then we modernized. We optimized for linear efficiency. When we transitioned almost entirely to hyper-efficient center pivots and piped water, we functionally sealed the surface of the landscape.
Yes, the massive seepage stopped.
Which meant the aquifer recharge stopped. The massive evaporation surface disappeared, which made the regional climate measurably drier and significantly reduced the frequency of those localized midsummer thunderstorms.
The paradox deepens when you look at the economic behavior of the farmers. Because the new center pivots were so incredibly efficient, they dramatically lowered the energetic and financial cost of watering each acre. But the farmers didn't take those efficiency gains and simply pump less water to preserve the aquifer.
No, rational economic incentives drove them to take the water they saved and use it to expand their operations, planting more acres or switching from dryland crops like wheat to incredibly thirsty, highly profitable crops like corn.
So the total aggregate draw on the underground aquifer didn't decrease at all. The technological efficiency merely allowed the agricultural sector to deplete the resource more sorely, more widely, and with absolute precision.
It is such a stark example of a linear, highly focused metric completely missing the cyclical, interconnected reality of the actual landscape. And Enfield doesn't stop with water. He applies this exact same diagnostic lens to the crisis of nutrient pollution, specifically focusing on the Gulf of Mexico dead zone.
And the scale of that nutrient flow is immense. Every year, American agriculture applies roughly 12 million tons of synthetic nitrogen and 4 million tons of mined phosphorus to its crop fields.
Wow.
Because the soil biology is often degraded and the application methods are imprecise, a massive fraction of those expensive, energy-intensive nutrients washes right off the fields during heavy rains. It flows into the drainage tiles, into the local creeks, down the Missouri and Ohio rivers, and eventually funnels into the main artery of the Mississippi River, dumping directly into the Gulf of Mexico.
And the biological consequence of that linear dumping is catastrophic. When that massive payload of nitrogen and phosphorus hits the warm waters of the Gulf, it triggers explosive, uncontrolled blooms of marine algae. When those massive algal blooms eventually die and sink to the bottom, the bacteria that decompose them consume all the dissolved oxygen in the water column. This creates a hypoxic region, a dead zone, where the oxygen levels plummet so low that fish, shrimp, crabs, and virtually all marine life suffocate and die. This dead zone routinely spans over 6,000 square miles.
If we connect this to the bigger picture, Enfield's core architectural diagnosis comes sharply into focus. The accumulation of atmospheric carbon dioxide from power plants, the rapid depletion of the Ogallala aquifer from irrigation, and the 6,000 square mile nutrient dead zone in the Gulf of Mexico are not three distinct, unrelated environmental crises that require three separate, isolated technological fixes.
They are the exact same structural error.
Precisely. They are all inevitable manifestations of treating closed biological cycles as linear transactions. They are the result of treating what Enfield brilliantly terms misplaced fertility as waste. The carbon in the smokestack is misplaced fertility. The nitrogen in the river is misplaced fertility.
So, if this massive linear machine is visibly and mathematically breaking down, if we are quite literally running out of water, poisoning our own river systems, and altering the atmospheric chemistry of the planet, what replaces it? How do we build an architecture that honors the cyclical nature of reality while still maintaining the incredible productivity required by modern civilization?
Enfield says the answer is unbelievably green, grows at terrifying speeds, and is likely floating in a drainage ditch right down the road from you.
Which brings us seamlessly to Section 2 of our deep dive, algae, duckweed, and the architecture of circular agriculture.
To dismantle the linear fallacy, Enfield proposes enlisting what we might consider a planetary-scale biological workforce. And to understand why this specific approach is so wildly superior to mechanical filtration or traditional crops, we have to examine what he calls the photosynthetic imperative. It is vital to remember that photosynthesis is, without exaggeration, the original battle-tested carbon capture technology. It's a molecular engine that has been running and optimizing for 3.5 billion years, using ambient sunlight to strip carbon dioxide out of the air, combine it with water, and synthesize solid, energy-dense biomass.
But the crucial distinction Enfield makes is that not all plants deploy this photosynthetic machinery with the same goals in mind. He draws a sharp contrast between our dominant terrestrial agricultural crops like corn or soybeans and the microscopic world of microalgae.
Think about the physical reality of a corn plant.
Right, to survive in an open field, a corn plant has to spend a massive percentage of its captured solar energy building structural overhead. It has to dedicate energy to driving deep root systems through dense soil to find water.
It has to synthesize incredibly tough, rigid stalks made of cellulose and lignin just to stand up against gravity and withstand high winds. It has to build expansive leaf structures to compete for sunlight.
And from an industrial processing standpoint, all of that structural cellulose and lignin is a massive liability. It is incredibly difficult and energetically expensive to break down those tough plant fibers to extract useful fuels. Only a vanishingly small fraction of the total solar energy captured by the corn plant actually goes into producing the starchy kernel that we can easily ferment into ethanol.
Microalgae, conversely, operate under a completely different set of physical rules. Because they are single-celled organisms suspended in a buoyant aquatic environment, they do not need to fight gravity.
Yeah, they don't need roots or stems.
Exactly. Because they lack all of that biological overhead, they can dedicate the overwhelming majority of their photosynthetic production directly to synthesizing and storing lipids, oils.
Yeah.
And the incredible thing is that these algolipids are chemically nearly identical to the hydrocarbon precursors of petroleum. With minimal processing, they can be refined into drop-in biodiesel, sustainable aviation fuel, or even jet fuel, utilizing the exact same refinery infrastructure we already possess.
The mathematics comparing the two systems are what make Enfield's arguments so compelling. According to the agricultural data he cites, soybeans, which currently serve as the primary domestic crop for biodiesel production in the United States, yield an average of about 48 gallons of oil per acre per year.
Just 48 gallons.
Right. Microalgae, when cultivated in optimized, continuously harvested aquatic systems, can theoretically produce up to 10,000 gallons of oil per acre per year. Let me just repeat that so the sheer scale sinks in. 48 gallons per acre for soy, 10,000 gallons per acre for algae.
That is a 100 to 200 times increase in productivity per unit of land. It is an astronomical leap in efficiency. Enfield runs the numbers and points out that if the United States dedicated merely 3% of its current overall cropland to optimize algae cultivation, we could meet the entire national transportation fuel demand.
3%.
And it wouldn't even need to be prime, fertile farmland. Algae ponds can be built on marginal land, degraded pasture, or highly saline soils where traditional crops would instantly wither.
Now, while algae elegantly addresses the carbon capture and the liquid fuel requirements, Enfield pairs it with another biological powerhouse to handle the water purification and nutrient cycling. He introduces us to duckweed.
Duckweed, which belongs to the botanical family Lemnaceae, is a tiny, free-floating aquatic plant, and it is widely recognized as one of the fastest-growing macroscopic plants on Earth. It absolutely thrives in still, hyper-nutrient-rich water environments.
It's the stuff that looks like a carpet of tiny green confetti on the surface of a stagnant pond.
Exactly that. Enfield cites a landmark 2024 study that monitored the integration of duckweed into the secondary clarifier tanks of a municipal wastewater treatment plant. The results were staggering. The duckweed actively absorbed and removed 96% of the total phosphorus and 67% of the total nitrogen from the wastewater stream.
And the speed at which it achieves this filtration is almost unnerving. Under optimal conditions, meaning warm water and high nutrient availability, duckweed can double its total biomass in 16 to 48 hours. The exponential growth curve is phenomenal.
If you introduce 1 pound of duckweed into a nutrient-loaded retention pond on Monday, you have 2 pounds on Wednesday, 4 pounds on Friday, 8 pounds by Sunday.
It acts as an aggressive, self-replicating biological vacuum cleaner, actively hunting down and consuming the exact synthetic fertilizers that are currently washing down the Mississippi River and causing the dead zone in the Gulf of Mexico.
This specific capability forms the foundation of Enfield's vision for deep infrastructural system integration. He isn't interested in treating these biological wonders as isolated laboratory curiosities or niche eco-projects. He proposes forcefully weaving them directly into the heavy machinery of our existing industrial and agricultural landscape.
A perfect example of this is his blueprint for bio-CCS, which stands for bioenergy with carbon capture and storage. Traditionally, when policymakers talk about carbon capture, they mean scrubbing CO2 from a power plant smokestack, compressing it into a supercritical fluid, and pumping it deep into subterranean geological formations.
Which, as Enfield points out, is the ultimate expression of the linear transaction. You take a valuable concentrated molecule, you expend massive amounts of energy to hide it underground, and you hope it never leaks. You are burying a potential asset simply so you don't have to look at it.
But Enfield's bio-CCS model completely inverts that logic. He looks at the exhaust flue of a coal-fired power plant or a massive ethanol refinery. That exhaust stream contains highly concentrated carbon dioxide, usually around 10 to 15% by volume.
For context, ambient atmospheric CO2 is only about 0.042%.
Right. So rather than burying that concentrated stream, Enfield proposes piping it directly into massive adjacent algae cultivation raceway ponds.
When you bathe a rapidly dividing culture of microalgae in a gas stream containing 10 to 15% CO2, the biological response is explosive. The algae experience a massive acceleration in their growth and lipid production rates. They essentially eat the industrial pollution.
The biological system converts the toxic industrial waste stream into a highly valuable nutrient stream.
The output is massive amounts of harvestable algal biomass that is continuously skimmed, pressed for its high-value oils, and refined into premium biodiesel. Under this architecture, the coal plant doesn't merely dispose of its carbon liability at a massive financial loss. It actively monetizes its emissions, transforming them into a lucrative secondary fuel product.
It completely redefines the economics of power generation. And Enfield applies this exact same logic of deep integration to agriculture through what he calls the duckweed loop. But whenever the topic of cultivating duckweed in raw municipal sewage or concentrated livestock manure lagoons is raised, a massive blinking red warning sign goes off for agricultural regulators.
Oh, absolutely. The immediate reflexive objection is, wait a minute. If you were aggressively growing a plant in a lagoon filled with raw human sewage or cow manure, isn't that plant tissue going to be horribly contaminated with heavy metals, pharmaceuticals, and pathogens? You absolutely cannot feed that to livestock or integrate it into the human food chain.
It's a critical, entirely valid safety objection, and Enfield anticipates it fully. He dismantles the concern by introducing a strict operational protocol he calls the two-stream rule.
The genius of the rule lies in the absolute physical separation of function. Stream 1 is designated exclusively as the treatment biomass stream. This encompasses all the duckweed cultivated in municipal sewage, industrial wastewater, or concentrated feedlot manure lagoons.
And the sole, uncompromising purpose of this duckweed is to act as a biological sponge.
Once it has rapidly multiplied and absorbed the excess nitrogen, phosphorus, and heavy metals from the toxic water, it is mechanically harvested. But it is never, under any circumstances, fed to animals.
Never.
Instead, it is routed into an anaerobic digester, where it is broken down by bacteria to generate pure methane biogas, which can be burned to generate electricity for the grid. Alternatively, the remaining solid biomass can be thermally treated and composted down into a sterile, highly stabilized biofertilizer that is safe for broad-acre crop application.
So the contamination is neutralized, and the nutrients are recovered without ever risking the food chain. The quarantine is absolute.
Right.
And then, completely separate from that, you operate Stream 2, which is the feed biomass stream. This is duckweed cultivated exclusively in clean water environments. It utilizes strictly managed, safe mineral nutrient inputs or agricultural runoff that has been rigorously pre-treated and certified to meet high safety standards.
Because duckweed is so metabolically efficient, this clean stream duckweed is an absolute nutritional juggernaut. It routinely packs between 33 and 44% crude protein by dry weight, which rivals or even exceeds the protein density of commercial soybeans.
Furthermore, the amino acid profile of clean duckweed is exceptional. It is rich in essential amino acids like lysine and methionine, making its nutritional profile superior to most common grains. This pristine, highly nutritious duckweed is harvested, dried, and utilized as a premium, high-protein feed ingredient for livestock, poultry, or high-value aquaculture operations, farming tilapia or catfish.
So the two-stream rule elegantly solves the massive environmental crisis of nutrient pollution, while simultaneously generating vast quantities of free, renewable energy, sterile fertilizer, and premium animal feed. It is a masterclass in circular systems design.
It really represents a profound conceptual shift from viewing biology as a fragile victim of industrialization to viewing it as a robust industrial-scale processing engine.
However, while raw, unedited biology like algae and duckweed is incredibly powerful in its natural state, human engineering has recently crossed a threshold. We have unlocked the ability to manipulate these biological systems so they operate with the precise, deterministic logic of a computer program.
Here's where it gets really interesting, because moving into his next major essay, Life, Light, Code, and Infrastructure, Enfield transitions from macroscopic ecology into the microscopic bleeding edge of synthetic biology.
He introduces what he calls the programmable biology platform.
He argues that we must stop viewing biology merely as agriculture and start viewing it as a programmable software stack. And he breaks this stack down into three distinct hierarchical layers: target, edit, and control. Let's delve into these layers, starting at the foundation with Layer 1, target.
The targeting layer fundamentally relies on the utilization of bacteriophages, which are commonly referred to simply as phages. To understand why this is so revolutionary, we need to understand what a phage is. A phage is a naturally occurring virus that has evolved over billions of years with one singular, highly specific biological imperative to infect and destroy bacteria.
Crucially, they only infect bacteria. They do not possess the biological mechanisms to infect human cells, animal cells, or plant cells.
But their most valuable characteristic for industrial application is their extreme lock-and-key specificity. A specific lineage of phage might only recognize and attack one highly specific strain of one specific bacterial species, completely ignoring every other microorganism in its vicinity.
Enfield uses a really evocative comparison to highlight why this matters so much for environmental management. He points out that our standard 20th century approach to medicine and ecology relies heavily on broad-spectrum applications. If you have a bacterial infection in your gut or a pest problem in a field, we drop a broad-spectrum antibiotic or a chemical pesticide.
He compares this approach to a chemical carpet bombing. It effectively kills the target pathogen, but it also indiscriminately slaughters the entire surrounding microbiome, wiping out all the beneficial, necessary bacteria and creating a sterile, vulnerable environment. A phage, by contrast, is a biological sniper rifle.
It is a perfect analogy, and Enfield applies this specific targeting capability directly to a massive environmental crisis, toxic cyanobacteria, more commonly known as blue-green algae. In the heat of the summer, the excess fertilizer runoff we discussed earlier causes massive, uncontrolled blooms of cyanobacteria in our lakes, reservoirs, and municipal water supplies.
These blooms produce potent neurotoxins and hepatotoxins that can quickly kill livestock, domestic pets, and pose a severe threat to human health.
The traditional, linear response from municipal authorities is to dump massive quantities of copper sulfate into the water supply. It is a highly toxic, broad-spectrum chemical that successfully kills the cyanobacteria bloom, but it simultaneously toxifies the benthic sediment, kills beneficial aquatic plants, and devastates the local invertebrate and fish populations.
Enfield argues that this is an archaic, destructive approach. Instead of a chemical burn, he points out that we can isolate and deploy specific cyanophages viruses that have naturally evolved to exclusively target and dismantle the specific strains of toxic cyanobacteria. We can introduce these phages into the reservoir, where they will selectively hunt down and eliminate the toxic bloom, rapidly replicating until the host population collapses, while leaving the rest of the lake's complex ecosystem entirely undisturbed.
So the phage layer provides us with an unprecedented, highly specific targeting system. We can select exactly which microscopic components of an ecosystem we want to remove or alter. That brings us to layer 2 in the stack edit. And this is where the conversation inevitably turns to CRISPR-Cas technology.
While CRISPR is frequently discussed in medical contexts, Enfield focuses intensely on its application in massive open-environment biological systems. At its core, CRISPR-Cas originated as an ancient bacterial immune system, a sophisticated mechanism that allowed bacteria to memorize the DNA sequences of invading viruses and cut them to pieces.
But the monumental breakthrough occurred when scientists realized they could extract this mechanism and repurpose it into a fully programmable molecular scalpel.
Rather than relying on the slow, random mutation process of traditional breeding, scientists can now design a short, highly specific piece of guide RNA on a computer. This RNA acts as a GPS coordinate, programmed to match any specific DNA sequence they want to target. They load that synthetic RNA guide into the Cas protein, inject it into a cell, and the protein will navigate through the entire living genome, find that exact sequence, and precisely cut the DNA strand.
It is functionally identical to utilizing the search and replace command in a complex word processing document, but executed within the living source code of an organism. With this tool, we can seamlessly disable a specific metabolic gene, replace a flawed sequence, or activate a dormant, highly beneficial trait.
We can engineer a strain of algae to prioritize the synthesis of a highly specific lipid chain required for advanced jet fuel, rather than its default biological pathway.
So we have achieved the ability to target specific microscopic organisms with phages, and we possess the tools to precisely edit their internal source code with CRISPR. But layer 3 of Enfield's stack is what truly pushes this framework into the realm of the extraordinary. Layer 3 is control, and the mechanism of absolute control over these living systems is light.
This introduces us to the rapidly advancing field of optogenetics. For decades, researchers have been studying and engineering a specific class of highly light-sensitive proteins known as opsins. These proteins undergo radical conformational changes when exposed to specific wavelengths of light.
By utilizing CRISPR to insert the genetic code for these opsins directly into the metabolic pathways of a target cell, scientists can force the cell's internal behavior to become directly responsive to external light stimuli.
And we need to be clear about the level of control we are discussing here. We're not talking about the generalized, slow process of phototropism where a houseplant slowly bends its leaves toward a sunny window over several days. We are talking about deterministic, millisecond precision control over microscopic machinery.
Exactly the distinction that must be made. Light is fundamentally the perfect information carrier for complex biological engineering. Chemical signals, which we have traditionally used to influence biological processes, are clunky. They diffuse slowly through a medium, they create unpredictable concentration gradients, and they are incredibly difficult to flush out of the system once the desired reaction is complete.
But light is instantaneous, it is highly directional, it leaves zero chemical residue, and most importantly, it is infinitely tunable by adjusting the specific wavelength on the electromagnetic spectrum.
Through optogenetics, you can engineer an immense industrial-scale biological system where a highly specific energy-intensive gene expression pathway, perhaps the pathway responsible for synthesizing the final hydrocarbon chain for biofuel, is instantly activated by a flash of blue light from an LED array.
And the moment the yield is optimized, you can instantly halt the process by flashing a red light, triggering a different opsin that shuts down the pathway. You are no longer managing a chaotic biological soup. You are controlling intricate metabolic assembly lines on a precise, computerized schedule, utilizing a tunable LED bulb as the primary interface rather than relying on imprecise chemical baths.
And just when you think you have a grasp on how profound that is, Enfield takes this optogenetic control concept to the absolute dizzying frontier of modern material science. He dedicates a substantial portion of his essay to discussing prions.
Now, when the general public hears the word prion, it almost universally triggers a sense of dread. The immediate associations with devastating, incurable conditions like mad cow disease or bovine spongiform encephalopathy.
Prions are not viruses. They contain zero genetic material, no DNA or RNA. They're simply naturally occurring proteins that have misfolded into an abnormal, highly stable 3D shape.
The terror of a prion is that when it encounters a normal, healthy protein of the same type, it acts as a corrupted template, physically forcing the normal protein to misfold into the same abnormal shape. This sets off a relentless, microscopic chain reaction of structural corruption, leading to the buildup of massive, rigid protein plaques that eventually destroy neurological tissue.
Enfield is extremely meticulous in drawing the structural distinction between phages, which are complex viruses driven by DNA, and prions, which are purely structural, geometric anomalies. But he reveals that material scientists and synthetic biologists have not merely studied these dangerous proteins. They have figured out how to harness and precisely program their misfolding behaviors using targeted light.
He outlines a multimodal control system that sounds like pure science fiction, but it is documented reality. First, he discusses the mechanism of destruction. Researchers have developed techniques utilizing highly engineered carbon nanosheets combined with near-infrared light. Near-infrared is crucial because it possesses the ability to penetrate deep into biological tissues without causing superficial damage.
When they illuminate these nanosheets with near-infrared light, it generates a highly localized, intense photothermal effect, a microscopic burst of heat that literally blasts apart and disintegrates these notoriously indestructible toxic prion plaques. They can obliterate the corrupted protein aggregates using nothing but a specific tuned wavelength of light.
That is the destructive capability. But the true engineering breakthrough lies in the exact opposite process. By utilizing UVB light, scientists have developed the capability to act as a precision phototrigger, allowing them to construct and initiate prion formation on command.
They can take a stable, normal protein solution, hit it with a highly specific, precisely timed pulse of UVB wavelength, and instantly trigger the protein to misfold and begin assembling. They possess the ability to dictate the exact millisecond the geometric chain reaction commences.
And the third mode of this light control system is where the boundary between organic biology and heavy industrial manufacturing completely dissolves. The reason prions are so incredibly dangerous in a biological context is precisely because they self-assemble into unbelievably rigid, highly uniform, tightly packed nanostructures.
But material scientists recognize that this precise geometric self-assembly is an incredibly valuable property. They are now utilizing targeted visible light to control exactly where, when, and how these prion proteins assemble on a synthetic surface.
The implications for manufacturing are staggering. They utilize the rapidly assembling protein aggregate not as a biological component, but as a microscopic, perfectly structured scaffold. As the prion structure predictably folds and extends, they use it to deposit highly specific metals, orchestrating the construction of solid gold and silver nanowires.
Because the biological prion assembly is dictated by molecular physics, the resulting metallic nanowires are vastly thinner, more structurally perfect, and infinitely more precise than anything we can currently manufacture utilizing conventional, top-down silicon etching or industrial extrusion techniques. The engineered biology is the physical factory.
The tuned light wave is the software program. The highly conductive gold nanowire is the final commercial product.
It is a profound, paradigm-altering realization. It effectively means there is no longer such a concept as a non-programmable entity within the biological realm. From the macro-level targeting of an entire lake ecosystem using phages, down to the granular editing of a specific genome sequence using CRISPR, all the way down to utilizing light signals to force a single microscopic protein to fold into a specific 3D geometric shape to manufacture a wire. We possess the theoretical and increasingly practical capacity to control it all.
The scientific elegance of this programmable biology platform is absolutely staggering. You read Enfield's descriptions of these optogenetically controlled, highly optimized algae ponds churning out limitless aviation fuel and duckweed channels, filtering massive municipal waste streams, and it all sounds incredibly cohesive. But as I was reading through this detailed architectural vision, a very stubbornly practical geographical challenge kept creeping into my mind.
The reality of the map.
Exactly. This is all breathtaking science. But Enfield's entire logistical master plan relies on the premise of massive open-air algae raceway ponds and sprawling duckweed filtration channels sitting out on the sprawling plains of Nebraska and the American Midwest. What happens to this highly calibrated continuous flow biological utopia when the calendar turns to January in Nebraska? A massive polar vortex descends, the wind chill drops to negative 30 degrees Fahrenheit, and these sprawling shallow ponds freeze completely solid.
You have articulated the seasonality objection. And in any serious discussion of implementing outdoor circular biological infrastructure in a continental climate, winter is widely considered the single most formidable, insurmountable physical constraint.
The biological reality is uncompromising. When water temperatures drop below 15 degrees Celsius, the exponential growth rate of duckweed plummets dramatically, effectively halting its filtration capabilities. When the massive open-air algae ponds freeze over, the entire photosynthetic fuel production system shuts down entirely.
The conventional, deeply ingrained assumption within the energy sector is that because the brutal reality of winter necessarily halts outdoor biological production, these organic systems can only ever serve as a seasonal, supplementary energy source, never a baseload replacement for petroleum.
But in his essay, The Biosphere Imperative, Enfield attacks this assumption head-on. He completely reframes the engineering challenge. He points out that the onset of winter is not a systemic biological failure. It is simply a temporary, localized deficit of thermal energy and photonic input. And from a strictly engineering perspective, we know exactly how to solve a deficit of heat and light.
To prove that this is not merely a theoretical exercise, he points to a massive piece of existing infrastructure that has been operating continuously in Omaha, Nebraska since 1992, the Lye Jungle at the Henry Doorly Zoo.
The Lye Jungle is a critical piece of evidence in his argument. It is a massive, highly engineered enclosed structure, covering 1.5 acres and rising 80 feet tall. Inside that expansive glass and steel envelope, the zoo maintains a thriving, densely packed, authentic, tropical South American rainforest ecosystem. It houses towering, mature tropical trees, complex primate populations, and maintains an ambient humidity level hovering around 80%.
And it maintains this incredibly complex, highly sensitive tropical microclimate 365 days a year. It does this flawlessly, regardless of whether there is a pleasant spring breeze outside or a howling sub-zero January blizzard dumping 2 feet of snow on the roof.
Enfield utilizes the Lye Jungle not as a neat architectural anecdote, but as absolute, irrefutable proof of concept. The material science, the structural engineering, and the HVAC dynamics required to maintain a massive, humid, tropical microclimate in the dead center of a brutal Nebraska winter is completely settled science. The physical structure is not the barrier.
What's fascinating here is how Enfield solves this economic thermodynamic bottleneck by returning to the core principle of integration we discussed earlier. The immense volume of thermal energy required to heat these massive agricultural greenhouses already exists.
In fact, it is currently being generated in massive quantities, and industrial civilization is currently paying billions of dollars to literally throw it away.
We must return to the fundamental thermodynamics of the power generation sector. Consider a standard coal-fired power plant. It is, at its core, a massive heat engine. Because of the Carnot limit, which is the uncompromising physical law governing the maximum efficiency of converting thermal energy into mechanical work, a state-of-the-art coal plant can only successfully convert roughly 33 to 40% of the immense thermal energy contained within the combusted coal into usable electricity.
Which means the remaining 60 to 67% of that massive energy output is entirely lost as waste heat.
It is a staggering volume of rejected energy. A standard 500-megawatt baseload coal plant is continuously generating hundreds of megawatts of sheer, unutilized waste heat. Currently, the utility companies spend millions of dollars in capital expenditure building massive concrete cooling towers, and they burn massive amounts of parasitic electrical power running giant industrial fans and water pumps for the sole purpose of venting that massive heat load safely into the sky or dumping it into a large, adjacent cooling reservoir.
Enfield's architectural proposal is breathtakingly simple, yet completely revolutionary in its logic. He argues that we must immediately stop paying a financial penalty to throw this immensely valuable thermal energy away. Instead, we must physically pipe that continuous stream of industrial waste heat directly into a massive commercial-scale network of biosphere greenhouses constructed on the hundreds of acres of bufferland that typically surrounds these massive power plants or industrial ethanol refineries.
The integration with ethanol refineries is perhaps even more synergistic than coal plants. The massive fermentation process that converts cornstarch into ethanol naturally off-gases thousands of tons of carbon dioxide. But unlike the complex, dirty flue gas from a coal plant, the CO2 coming off an ethanol fermenter is virtually 99% pure.
It doesn't require complex, expensive chemical scrubbing. You simply capture that pure, highly concentrated CO2 stream, combine it with the massive stream of industrial waste heat from the facility's boilers, and pipe both directly into the adjacent biosphere greenhouse.
So if we adopt this integrated architecture, let's vividly picture what it actually looks and functions like inside one of these massive 80-foot-tall glass and steel structures. Enfield doesn't describe a simple flat pond. He envisions a highly optimized, intensely layered three-dimensional biological ecosystem that operates with the precision of a high-tech factory.
It is a marvel of spatial efficiency. On the ground level, covering the vast majority of the floor space, you have the primary aquatic processing layer. This consists of expansive, continuously circulating raceway ponds and highly engineered photobioreactors densely packed with optimized strains of algae and duckweed. These aquatic plants are furiously consuming the continuous feed of industrial CO2 and aggressively filtering the nutrient-heavy agricultural runoff piped in from the surrounding farms.
And then you utilize the vertical depth of the water. Below the surface layer of the duckweed, you establish the aquaculture layer. Because the massive influx of industrial waste heat maintains the water temperature at a constant tropical 80 degrees Fahrenheit year-round, you can cultivate massive populations of warm water, high-protein fish species like tilapia and catfish.
These species could never survive an outdoor Nebraska winter, but inside the greenhouse they thrive. The rapidly growing duckweed acts as a biological filter, continuously cleaning the water for the fish, and the nutrient-rich waste produced by the high-density fish population provides the exact organic fertilizer required to accelerate the growth of the duckweed. It is a perfectly balanced, closed-loop aquaponics engine.
And the architecture utilizes the vertical volume of the structure as well. In the massive humid canopy space soaring above the raceway ponds, the environment is perfect for high-yield vertical agriculture. You have massive stands of structural bamboo, a plant that can literally grow several inches every single day in optimal conditions, providing a continuous, rapidly renewable source of tough structural biomass and green construction material. Interspersed within this canopy, you have highly automated vertical hydroponic arrays producing massive yields of high-value leafy greens, tomatoes, and vegetables.
And let's review the energetics of this entire system. A massive thermal load required to keep the jungle alive in January is entirely provided by the free, continuous waste heat from the adjacent power plant. The massive carbon input required to fuel the exponential plant growth is entirely provided by the free, concentrated industrial CO2 emissions.
And during the short, dark days of the deep winter, the intense photonic energy required to keep the photosynthesis running at maximum capacity is provided by massive arrays of highly efficient LED grow lights. These lights are powered exclusively by drawing on the deeply discounted surplus overnight electricity generated by the grid when general consumer demand drops to its lowest point.
When you combine all these optimized inputs, the elevated CO2 concentration, the perfectly stable tropical temperatures, the precise optogenetically controlled light spectrums, and the continuous flow of nutrients, the biological output of this biosphere greenhouse is almost difficult to comprehend. The lipid production rate of the microalgae in this controlled, hyperstimulated environment can sustain levels 3 to 5 times higher than the peak production of an outdoor pond in the middle of a perfect summer.
Because the biological factory never experiences a cold night, a cloudy week, or a winter freeze. It runs at absolute maximum theoretical capacity 24 hours a day, 365 days a year, continuously. The facility ceases to be a farm and becomes a biological refinery. Every single day of the year, regardless of the weather outside, this integrated facility churns out thousands of gallons of drop-in aviation fuel, highly specialized propellant components for the aerospace sector, massive volumes of pure methane biogas to feed back into the electrical grid, thousands of tons of premium, high-protein feed for the livestock industry, fresh seafood from the aquaculture tanks, and sterile, highly effective biofertilizers.
It completely transforms the adjacent coal plant or refinery from a massive linear polluter and a deeply entrenched environmental liability into the pulsing, energetic heart of a hyper-productive engine of biological wealth creation. It is a stunning vision. It elegantly and simultaneously solves the looming liquid fuel crisis, the catastrophic aquifer depletion crisis, the synthetic fertilizer runoff crisis, and the atmospheric carbon accumulation crisis, all utilizing technology and biological mechanisms that we already possess today.
It is a total system solution.
So the inevitable, frustrating question that every reader must ask themselves at this point is, why aren't we doing it? If the math works, if the biology is proven, if the engineering is settled science, why isn't every single power plant and industrial refinery in the country surrounded by a sprawling, highly profitable glass jungle? What is stopping us?
That critical question brings us to the final, and perhaps most urgent, section of our deep dive, the geopolitical catalyst and overcoming dissent. To understand the barriers, we have to look closely at the framing of Enfield's final addendum. He specifically dated this final piece March 9, 2026. He did this to anchor his theoretical arguments in a highly specific, rapidly unfolding, real-world geopolitical emergency.
He sets a very grim, chaotic scene to explicitly demonstrate why the luxury of standing still and debating these transitions is no longer an option. As of February 28, 2026, he notes that a series of coordinated, highly destructive military strikes and geopolitical maneuverings have led to the complete closure and military blockade of the Strait of Hormuz.
For those who might not closely follow maritime energy logistics, the Strait of Hormuz is perhaps the most critical, vulnerable maritime choke point on the entire globe, situated in the Middle East between the Persian Gulf and the Gulf of Oman. Under normal conditions, roughly 20% of all the world's traded petroleum and nearly 22% of its liquefied natural gas must pass through that incredibly narrow, highly contested stretch of water.
It is the absolute jugular vein of the global linear energy system. And with the strait abruptly closed, Enfield meticulously tracks the immediate cascading economic shockwaves. He notes that gasoline prices across the United States spiked by a crippling 17% in a matter of days. The spot price for aviation jet fuel surged even higher, throwing the commercial airline industry into chaos.
The fundamental, terrifying vulnerability of relying on a linear, extractive energy system characterized by incredibly long, fragile supply chains originating in highly volatile regions was exposed instantly and undeniably.
He specifically highlights the extreme logistical vulnerability of the United States military, an organization that routinely burns through an astonishing 100 million gallons of highly refined jet fuel every single day just to maintain basic operational readiness. Suddenly, the military apparatus faced an existential logistics crisis, entirely dependent on a severed supply line.
Enfield leverages this acute, terrifying, real-world emergency to systematically, aggressively dismantle the lingering societal and political objections to his circular biology proposals. He does this while maintaining a strict, rigorous adherence to a philosophical and economic framework he calls planetary citizenship.
Enfield wades into some heavily contested, deeply polarized political waters here, particularly regarding property rights and environmental regulation. Whether you lean toward his strict, market-driven framing of these issues or not, the economic lens he applies to the concept of pollution is undeniably fascinating and forces a reevaluation of our basic assumptions.
A primary, incredibly vocal objection he addresses is the ideological claim that imposing mandatory ecological buffers, enforcing carbon capture obligations, or requiring agricultural runoff filtration fundamentally amounts to government overreach, creeping socialism, or a direct, unconstitutional attack on private property rights. The argument is that forcing a business to invest in these systems destroys their free market profitability.
Enfield counters this deeply entrenched objection not by appealing to vague environmental idealism or moral duty, but by deploying strict, uncompromising free market accounting principles. He argues forcefully that the current system is the actual distortion of the free market.
He points out that when an industrial facility vents massive quantities of carbon dioxide into a shared atmosphere, or when a massive agricultural operation dumps tons of synthetic fertilizer runoff into a shared public river system, they are directly violating the property rights of everyone downstream and downwind.
The polluting entity is actively forcing other people, other municipalities, and future generations to absorb and pay the massive cleanup costs and health impacts of their private business operations.
Right. He calls the current regulatory environment a massive subsidized accounting fiction. When a massive farming collective posts a record quarterly profit, but they achieve that profit by allowing their excess nitrogen to poison the local municipal water supply, forcing the local taxpayers to build a multi-million-dollar water treatment plant just to make their tap water safe to drink. That farm isn't generating true wealth. They are simply transferring their operational costs onto the surrounding community.
Enfield's planetary citizenship framework argues that mandating the implementation of Earth share zones, for instance, legally requiring a massive farm to construct and maintain a duckweed filtration channel to fully process its own nutrient runoff before it leaves their property line, isn't a punitive tax or an attack on property. He frames it entirely as a mandatory security deposit. It is a necessary market-correcting mechanism to ensure that the private entity is actually paying the true, fully burdened mathematical cost of utilizing the Earth's baseline biological services. It forces the internalization of massive externalities.
Moving beyond the economic debates, he also tackles a profound, deeply felt theological and ethical objection. This is often framed within the public discourse as the playing God argument, or sometimes referred to as the Genesis objection. There is a large segment of the population that is rightfully deeply cautious about the rapid advancement of programmable synthetic biology, the deployment of engineered phages into open water systems, and the utilization of CRISPR to fundamentally rewrite the source code of living organisms.
They worry, with historical justification, about catastrophic unintended ecological consequences when humans begin aggressively manipulating complex biological networks.
Enfield is very careful not to dismiss this fear. He genuinely respects the profound caution inherent in the objection. However, he rigorously challenges the underlying premise that we currently exist in a state of untouched, pristine nature. He points out that the vast, monotonous expanses of genetically uniform corn currently carpeting a modern Nebraska field are in no way natural. Humanity has been aggressively, deliberately modifying the genetic structure of global crops and domesticating animals through the blunt force of selective breeding for over 10,000 years. We have completely terraformed the continent.
He argues that the philosophical choice before us isn't a binary decision between touching nature and leaving it pristine and alone. We crossed that threshold millennia ago. We are already actively managing the entire planetary biosphere. The actual choice we face today is whether we continue to manage it blindly, clumsily, and destructively, like dropping a highly toxic, broad-spectrum chemical antibiotic bomb on a fragile lake ecosystem, or whether we transition to managing it precisely, elegantly, and regeneratively, like utilizing a highly specific engineered phage to surgically eliminate a specific toxin while preserving the surrounding web of life.
He argues forcefully that utilizing our most advanced scientific tools to repair a dangerously depleted aquifer using engineered hyper-efficient duckweed, or utilizing optogenetically optimized microalgae to actively pull legacy carbon out of the atmosphere is not an act of arrogant hubris. It is, in fact, an act of required, desperate stewardship. It is humanity finally taking adult responsibility for the profound alterations we have already inflicted upon the landscape.
But after dismantling the economic and philosophical objections, Enfield identifies what he believes is the true, ultimate barrier to this entire transition. And surprisingly, the biggest barrier isn't the underlying science, it isn't the physical engineering constraints, and it isn't even deep-seated philosophical disagreements. The true enemy, he argues, is sheer, banal bureaucracy. He calls it institutional inertia.
It is the paralyzing effect of structural silos. Consider the sheer number of distinct, historically isolated entities required to build just one of these biosphere greenhouses. The Municipal Sanitation Authority, which is legally mandated to process human wastewater, has absolutely no institutional framework for communicating or collaborating with the State Agricultural Extension Service, which advises private farmers on fertilizer application.
The executives managing the daily operations of a massive, coal-fired power plant do not attend conferences with the marine biologists specializing in high-density aquaculture. The venture capitalists funding synthetic CRISPR research do not interact with the civil engineers designing cooling towers. These vast domains of human expertise have existed in rigid, century-old silos.
Constructing a fully integrated biosphere greenhouse requires all of these deeply entrenched entities to suddenly break out of their silos, communicate in a shared language, sign incredibly complex multi-decade operational contracts, and agree to share unprecedented levels of financial and operational risk.
The power plant has to guarantee a steady stream of heat. The municipality has to guarantee a steady stream of wastewater. The agricultural collective has to guarantee the purchase of the resulting fertilizer, and our current regulatory and financial institutions are simply not structurally designed to facilitate or underwrite that level of profound cross-disciplinary integration.
Which brings Enfield's argument violently back to the immediate reality of the closed Strait of Hormuz. He points out, with a sense of grim warning, that while the United States remains paralyzed by these internal debates arguing over regulatory jurisdiction, debating the nuances of property rights, pondering the theological implications of synthetic biology, and struggling to overcome massive bureaucratic inertia, other highly organized nations are moving with terrifying speed and singular focus.
He specifically points to the aggressive, highly coordinated actions of China. He notes that their massive state-directed patent portfolios, heavily led by massive quasi-state entities like the ENN Group and Sinopec, are aggressively advancing and securing intellectual property rights across the entire spectrum of algae biofuel technologies and synthetic biological engineering.
They are not doing this merely to hit abstract climate targets or to satisfy environmental activists. They're doing this because their strategic planners clearly recognize an undeniable geopolitical reality, a nation that possesses the technological capacity to indefinitely grow its own massive supply of premium jet fuel, utilizing nothing but ambient sunlight, municipal wastewater, and the abundant CO2 emissions from its own heavy industry, achieves ultimate, unassailable energy sovereignty. Such a nation can never, under any circumstances, be economically strangled by a naval blockade, a foreign oil embargo, or the sudden closure of a distant maritime choke point.
It is no longer merely an environmental imperative. It has rapidly escalated into a zero-sum global technology race for ultimate national security and energy independence. The nations that master the programmable biological platform will dictate the geopolitical reality of the 21st century.
So what does this all mean? Let's take a deep breath, step back, and look at the truly massive, paradigm-shifting scope of the journey we have taken today. We started by looking at a simple, leaking, unlined dirt irrigation ditch out in the middle of Nebraska, and we examined how that seemingly primitive inefficiency inadvertently created localized thunderstorms and sustained a massive, ancient underground aquifer. We watched how a narrow, linear pursuit of mechanical efficiency deliberately dried up that vital aquifer and simultaneously created a suffocating dead zone in the Gulf of Mexico.
From that diagnosis of the linear failure, we explored how incredibly simple, ancient, single-celled organisms like microalgae and rapidly multiplying floating duckweed can be forcefully integrated into our heaviest industrial systems, acting as a biological workforce to literally consume toxic coal plant exhaust and filter massive volumes of raw municipal sewage.
We then descended deep into the microscopic, almost alien world of the programmable biology stack, where scientists are utilizing precisely tuned flashes of light to command viruses, edit the fundamental DNA source code of living organisms, and physically construct flawless nanoscale metal wires by controlling the geometric folding of corrupted proteins.
And finally, we brought all those disparate cutting-edge threads together inside the massive soaring architecture of an 80-foot-tall glass greenhouse sitting in the dead center of a freezing, howling Nebraska winter blizzard. We visualized a fully integrated, continuously running biological engine powered entirely by industrial waste heat, churning out massive, highly profitable streams of premium jet fuel, advanced rocket propellant, tons of fresh fish, and sterile biofertilizer 365 days a year.
Enfield's essays are ultimately a profound, deeply urgent wake-up call. The fundamental reality is that the clean water you drink, the abundant food you eat, and the dense liquid fuel powering your entire modern life are currently entirely reliant on a linear, extractive architecture that is visibly, mathematically, and geometrically breaking down under its own weight.
But the tools required to build a circular, regenerative, highly prosperous alternative are not confined to the realm of science fiction. The biology is proven. The engineering is settled. The tools are literally sitting on the table right now. They are simply waiting for us to possess the institutional courage to connect the disparate pipes, tear down the bureaucratic silos, and begin writing the code.
It demands a fundamental, absolute shift in how we account for value in our civilization. We have to recognize that the concept of waste is merely an accounting error for misplaced fertility, and we must finally embrace the reality that the biological world around us is, without question, the most sophisticated, powerful manufacturing platform we will ever have access to.
Which leaves us with a final, deeply provocative thought to chew on as we wrap up this exploration.
If biological systems can now be targeted, edited, and optogenetically programmed with the exact deterministic precision of computer software, allowing them to function as our most efficient, massive-scale industrial manufacturing infrastructure. And if our toxic industrial waste heat and massive carbon emissions can serve as the perfect, high-octane fuel for those biological engines, what fundamentally happens to our cultural and philosophical concept of nature?
Will the wilderness of the deep future simply be something we fence off, put behind glass, and passively preserve as a museum piece of the past?
Or will the true nature of the future be something we actively engineer, relentlessly program, and deeply integrate to run the biogeochemical cycles of the entire planet far better and far more efficiently than it ever managed to do on its own?
That is the ultimate, inescapable question posed by the from-the-ground-up philosophy.
Thank you so much for joining us on this incredibly deep dive into the architecture of the future. Keep exploring these ideas, keep questioning the invisible linear systems operating all around you, and we will see you next time.